Chapter 385. This is your Yang family. The Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master who was fighting with the two blood warriors sneered. The Yang family is arrogant and domineering. This time I'll end your Yang family bloodline. His tone was vicious, as if he had a great grudge with the Yang family. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's expressions suddenly sank, realizing that this wasn't a random battle, but rather a premeditated ambush set up by the other party to target the Yang family. There were 3 opponents, so even if the 2 blood warriors were anxious and wanted to rush to Yang Kai's aid, they couldn't do so in a short time. Yuxian! Tu Feng suddenly roared, knowing that time was precious and didn't want to delay any longer. Tang Yuxian's body twisted as a ferocious surge of true qi burst forth from her body, wrapping the entire area around her in a cloud of mist. At the same time, her powerful divine sense was also activated, and a powerful soul skill was used to attack the weakest Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. The 2 blood warriors were anxious to protect their master, so obviously they were using their trump cards. The 3 Yang family blood warriors working together had easily blocked Tang Yuxian's soul skill, but they were still wrapped in a thick fog, unable to see any way out. Feeling the violent blood and qi fluctuations coming from Tu Feng's body, the Immortal Ascension Boundary Leader's expression changed greatly as he roared, "Fuck, the Yang family's blood warriors are all madmen. That's my Mad Tyrant blood skill. Stop him." Mad Tyrant blood skill was a unique martial skill that the Yang family blood warriors cultivated. Using this skill, a blood warrior's vitality would temporarily increase by 2 to 3 times. Although their realm wouldn't change, both their defensive and offensive power would be greatly enhanced. This was similar to Yang Kai's blood force after becoming the demon race. However, the Mad Tyrant blood skill wasn't as good as becoming the demon race because using it would result in a backlash. A blood warrior overdrew their vitality in order to enhance their vitality. Once the Mad Tyrant blood skill was used, a blood warrior would become invincible for a short time. But as time passed, they would become extremely weak. The battle had only just begun, but Tu Feng had already decisively used this forbidden move, which clearly showed how anxious he was in his heart, greatly startling the 3 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. They never thought that Tu Feng would be so eager to protect his master, not caring whether he would be injured or not. Knowing that they didn't have much time left, the 3 of them didn't hold back and fiercely attacked Tang Yuxian. He wanted to defeat her quickly. Then he would deal with Tu Feng. However, Tang Yuxian was still a member of the Blood Warriors, so her strength was indisputable. Summoning all of her artifacts, she was able to single-handedly hold the 3 Blood Warriors in place, preventing them from moving. Quickly, the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master saw that he couldn't break through Tang Yuxian's defenses. He hurriedly roared at the other side. On the other side, the middle-aged man leading the group that was chasing Yang Kai was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd Stage Master. Behind him was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 1st Stage Master and 2 Yuan Qi 9th Stage Masters. Such a lineup was more than enough to easily kill any true element Boundary 7th Stage cultivator. But that did not include Yang Kai. Hearing a roar from the other side, the expression of the middle-aged man leading this group became cold as he hurriedly urged his soul skill towards Yang Kai's back. An invisible force pierced through the air and drilled directly into Yang Kai's mind. Yang Kai, who had been running away, suddenly trembled. Suddenly, his true qi stopped flowing, and he swayed as he fell from the sky. "Umph!" The middle-aged man coldly snorted, his figure flashing as he and the others quickly surrounded Yang Kai. "This is the Yang family's young lord?" The Immortal Ascension Boundary 1st Stage Master stared contemptuously at Yang Kai, who had fallen to the ground, his face twisted in pain, disdainfully curling his lips. "He's nothing special. I thought this time there would be some twists and turns, but who would have thought it would be so easy?" The middle-aged man heavily snorted, "You underestimate the Yang family too much. Right now he is still weak. If he is allowed to grow to the same realm as you, I'm afraid even I won't be able to win." The Immortal Ascension Boundary 1st Stage Master showed a look of disapproval, but he did not refute, instead just nodding. "Unfortunately, he is still just an Yuan Qi cultivator. He is destined to be easily taken down." An immortal ascension boundary master dealing with an Yuan Qi cultivator was too easy. If the latter did not have an artifact to defend his soul, he would not be able to resist the attack of a soul skill. Therefore, the young lords and young ladies of great families and great forces would at least be equipped with such an artifact, and with the capital and heritage of these forces, they would have enough money to arm their important figures. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and kill him, I'm afraid the situation will worsen. The middle-aged man saw that Yang Kai was unable to resist, his eyes somewhat dim, no longer being long-winded, and lightly ordered. The immortal ascension boundary first stage master shrugged his shoulders indifferently and grinned, "Good, I'll take care of the offending." Saying so, he picked up his weapon and slowly walked in front of Yang Kai, stretched out his foot, stepped on Yang Kai's chest, and aimed his weapon at Yang Kai's neck, then viciously stabbed down. Yang Kai's eyes were dull, and his expression was pained, as if he really did not have the strength to resist and could only wait to be slaughtered. At that moment, an amazing light bloomed from the pair of dull eyes, and a purple light flashed, directly rushing into the immortal ascension boundary first stage cultivator's mind. A cold, gloomy, evil, and violent aura instantly exploded in his knowledge sea. The weapon in the middle-aged man's hand was less than 3 inches away from Yang Kai's neck. This man still had a casual smile on his face. However, he was no longer able to stab down with his weapon. After the soul skill he had obtained from the evil cavern soul evil spirit exploded in his mind, the middle-aged man instantly froze in place, only to feel a chill in his head as his entire knowledge sea suddenly froze. Yang Kai suddenly launched an attack. One after another, purple light blasted out in all directions, creating a circle of ripples that wrapped around the immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage middle-aged man and the other 2 Yuan Qi 9th stage young men. The middle-aged man was attacked and reflexively retreated, his eyes trembling violently, almost unable to believe what he was seeing. The 2 Yuan Qi cultivators, on the other hand, screamed miserably, their hands clutching their heads as they knelt on the ground, groaning in pain. Hong! A muffled sound rang out as Yang Kai's fist smashed into the chest of the immortal ascension boundary first stage cultivator, causing his back to bulge outwards at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if all the ribs in his chest had been broken, the broken bones piercing into his heart and lungs as the violent true Yang Yuan Qi exploded inside his body. This man didn't even make a sound before his eyes dimmed. In the blink of an eye, an immortal ascension boundary first stage cultivator had been killed. Yang Kai leapt up from the ground like a gust of wind, arriving next to the 2 Yuan Qi 9th stage young men, his expression as cold as a knife, grabbing their heads with both hands and twisting them. 2 crisp snapping sounds rang out. The 2 young men's heads were twisted 180 degrees, their necks broken, and they fell to the ground. The middle-aged man had just regained his footing when Yang Kai had already killed 3 people in a row. 4 pairs of eyes stared at each other, Yang Kai's expression indifferent, a strange smile on his face, while the middle-aged man's face was pale, his eyes filled with horror. Just because of a moment of carelessness, 3 of his masters had been killed. What was even more inconceivable to him was that he had clearly felt his soul skill hit this Yang family young lord, but why was he completely unharmed? There were no traces of a soul-type artifact on his body just now, instead, his soul skill had clearly penetrated his head. How could he possibly be unharmed? Even if he was a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator, wouldn't he be affected by such an attack? But looking at this young man's performance, it seemed that his attack just now wasn't even qualified to scratch his itch. Also, what was that cold, sinister, violent, and evil divine soul attack just now? Little brat, you dare play the pig to eat the tiger. The middle-aged man roared angrily. Yang Kai sneered, disdainfully curling his lips. So what? Yes, so what? You ambushed me here, using numbers to bully me, using your strength to bully the weak, so why can't others play the pig to eat the tiger? What kind of logic is this? The middle-aged man's face was extremely pale, but he suddenly sneered, Good, you really are a descendant of the Yang family, all of you are extraordinary. But you're doomed to die today. Yang Kai carefully observed the middle-aged man's expression and found that even though he had spoken such harsh words, He didn't seem to have any intention of attacking. Instead, the middle-aged man was staring at him with a look of dread. Yang Kai knew that the brief exchange just now had left this man scratching his head. This man was obviously a cautious person, so he was acting so cautiously. "You're not my opponent," Yang Kai coldly declared, not panicking. The middle-aged man was stunned, seemingly not having expected such words from Yang Kai, his expression becoming cold. "Even if you're a member of the Yang family, your words are too arrogant. I'm an immortal ascension boundary master." "So what if you're an immortal ascension boundary master?" Yang Kai actually took the initiative to step forward, his expression calm, as if he didn't put this middle-aged man in his heart. "I just killed an immortal ascension boundary master right under your nose." The middle-aged man was stunned, staring blankly at Yang Kai, suddenly becoming somewhat confused, an expression of not knowing what to do appearing on his face. "Not only that, man, but even you, an immortal ascension boundary third stage cultivator, are destined to die at my hands today." Yang Kai sneered. "Unfortunately, although your cultivation is good, your understanding of soul skills isn't very profound. You probably haven't cultivated them for long, right? Otherwise, how could you not have noticed that I wasn't injured at all? In fact, I'm not afraid to tell you, my spiritual energy is even stronger than yours." "Nonsense." The middle-aged man sneered, his mind calming down, obviously not believing such nonsense. But before he could finish speaking, an extremely tyrannical divine sense suddenly swept over him. The strength of this divine sense was comparable to that of an average immortal ascension boundary 7th or 8th stage cultivator, even comparable to those at the peak of the immortal ascension boundary. No, it was already comparable to the divine sense of a peak immortal ascension boundary master. So far, the middle-aged man had only felt such a powerful divine sense from 3 or 5 people, and all of those people were at the peak of the immortal ascension boundary. His mind, which had just stabilized, once again trembled violently. Chapter 386. Just as the middle-aged man was in a daze, Yang Kai made his move. 2 beast roars rang out as the white tiger and divine ox charged forward. Grasping a crimson sword in his hand, Yang Kai sent out a several dozen-meter long sword chi towards the middle-aged man. At the same time, a cloud of flower petals suddenly flew out from Yang Kai's body, rotating around him like sharp blades as they shot towards the middle-aged man. A purple light burst forth again as Yang Kai's soul skill shone brilliantly. At this moment, Yang Kai had used all the conventional means at his disposal. Sensing the extremely terrifying power coming towards him, the middle-aged man let out a strange cry. Finally, he didn't dare to be careless in the slightest as he dodged the sword chi in a sorry state. However, he was entangled with the white tiger and divine ox, and before he could disperse the 2 beast spirits, the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia that was wrapped in the fragrance of flowers had already completely enveloped him. The middle-aged man madly pushed his yuan chi, a shockwave visible to the naked eye spreading outwards with him as the center. A fierce wind rolled up, containing his own strength, blocking the attack of the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia and the 2 beast phantoms. Leaping into the air, the middle-aged man actually didn't retreat but instead rushed forward towards Yang Kai. In the end, he was still an immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage master. Although he had been momentarily affected by Yang Kai's words and had allowed Yang Kai to seize the initiative, his instincts and combat experience allowed him to choose the most appropriate way to fight. This young man was undoubtedly very strong, his combat effectiveness far exceeding his own Yuan Chi 7th stage strength. However, the middle-aged man was keenly aware that the soul skill Yang Kai displayed was somewhat ethereal, unlike that of an ordinary immortal ascension boundary cultivator. Strictly speaking, it was like a tree without roots, water without a source. Although it was powerful, it wasn't terrifying. The reason for this was because Yang Kai only had his divine sense. Although he could use his soul skill, he didn't have a knowledge sea. Once his knowledge sea was formed, the full power of his soul skill would be fully displayed. Although the middle-aged man didn't know the reason, he still made the right choice. As long as he could resist Yang Kai's soul attack. In the end, he was still an Yuan Chi cultivator. Even though Yang Kai possessed a top-grade artifact, and even though his martial skills were profound, his cultivation was still several realms lower than Yang Kai's. It wasn't necessarily impossible to kill him. In a trance, the middle-aged man had already stabilized his footing. His hands formed a seal, and a burst of lightning flashed and thunder roared. It was as if his Yuan Qi could summon the miraculous power of thunder and lightning. Kacha, bolts of lightning thicker than a person's thigh struck down from the sky. Electric snakes swam in the air, wrapping Yang Kai in layers. He was the most powerful of the 4 people who were chasing after Yang Kai, and the moment he made a move, his aura was extraordinary. Yang Kai couldn't avoid it in time and was entangled by the drifting lightning. In an instant, it was difficult for him to move, and even his body felt numb. With a cold and stern expression, the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body came out and formed a seemingly thin defensive shield around his body, blocking the attacks of the electric arcs. He swung the Shura sword in his hand. Beam after beam of sword qi slashed out fiercely, and the scattered thousand-blossoming blood begonia gathered once again and attacked the middle-aged man ferociously. The middle-aged man didn't dare to hold back and quickly pulled out a small hammer. This hammer flashed with lightning. Once this hammer was in his hand, the power of his lightning bolts actually increased again. The 2 beast phantoms rushed forward, but were blocked by the lightning bolts again and again, unable to advance or retreat. The 2 of them, one in the air and one on the ground, were separated by less than 100 meters. Using all of his means, for a time the 2 were evenly matched. The middle-aged man's brow furrowed, secretly feeling that the situation wasn't good. This time, they had taken a great risk in order to kill the Yang family young lord. In their plan, once they succeeded, they would immediately retreat. Even if the Yang family young lord had 2 blood warriors with him, they wouldn't be afraid. However, they had never expected that this Yang family young lord would actually be so powerful. Not only had he killed 3 masters whose cultivation was higher than his, but he was also able to fight evenly with an immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage master. The 2 artifacts he used were extraordinary, both of them heaven-grade top rank. His martial skills were exquisite, his Yuan Qi was pure, and he even had a soul skill. The middle-aged man quickly estimated that it would take him at least half an hour to kill this young man. And this was in the most ideal environment where no one could interfere. Now that time was of the essence, how could the other party give him half an hour? What's more, whether this Yang family young lord still had cards up his sleeve, the middle-aged man didn't know. This time, he was afraid he had lost. The middle-aged man became anxious. At that moment, on the other side of the battlefield, a loud roar suddenly rang out. In the middle of the battlefield, the fog surrounding the 3 immortal ascension boundary masters quickly dissipated under this roar, revealing Tu Feng's glowing red figure. His face was filled with a terrifying grimace, and the scars on his face seemed to come alive. Mad Tyrant Blood Skill. Yu Xian, leave this to me. Tu Feng said faintly, his cold eyes glaring towards the 3 immortal ascension boundary masters. Tang Yu Xian didn't say anything, instead leaping out of the battlefield and quickly flying towards Yang Kai. The middle-aged man who was fighting Yang Kai saw Tang Yu Xian's figure fly over, so how could he dare remain? He was just an immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage master. In this plan, he was only responsible for killing the Yang family young lord. He didn't have the qualifications to fight the blood warriors. In a panic, he used all his means to obstruct Yang Kai for a moment before fleeing without looking back. Just as he left, Tang Yu Xian arrived beside Yang Kai and asked anxiously, "Little lord, are you hurt?" Yang Kai waved his hand and sent out 1,000 flower petals towards the middle-aged man, but it was too late, so he hurriedly shouted, "Catch him and bring him back." Tang Yu Xian was taken aback for a moment but didn't hesitate. Her tender body flickered and disappeared. A moment later, Tang Yu Xian flew back with the middle-aged man. In front of Tang Yu Xian, an immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage master wasn't even qualified to carry her shoes. With Yuan Qi imprisoned, Tang Yu Xian didn't even spare him a glance and simply threw him in front of Yang Kai. The middle-aged man's face was ashen as he stared at Tang Yu Xian in horror, seemingly only now realizing the horror of a blood warrior. Smiling bitterly, he turned his eyes back to Yang Kai and said, "Young Master Yang, you won't get anything out of me." Yang Kai grinned. She calmly walked towards him. When she was in front of him, she looked down at him and said indifferently, "When did I say that I wanted to ask you anything?" As soon as his voice fell, the blood-red sword in his hand drew a beautiful arc. The middle-aged man who had been imprisoned by Yuan Qi wore a stunned look on his face. His head rolled to the ground. "Those who know my secret either die or become one of my people." Yang Kai snorted. Tang Yuxian suddenly trembled. Staring at Yang Kai in horror, a thoughtful expression appeared on her face. Yang Kai's words seemed to have a hidden meaning. What secret did this middle-aged man know about the little lord? He had actually so decisively silenced him. What about her? Had she also inadvertently learned some of the little lord's secrets? Just as she was contemplating, Yang Kai had already put away his sword and said lightly, "Go help Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, N." Tang Yuxian nodded, not daring to neglect and dashing out again. Yang Kai stood in place and observed for a while, quickly discovering that although Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman were not the enemy's opponents, they were also unharmed. The other party obviously didn't intend to do anything to them, only leaving two people behind to block them. When Tang Yuxian arrived, the two people didn't seem to realize the seriousness of the situation. Before they could react, they had been killed. On the other side, Tu Feng and the three Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had disappeared, probably because the other party knew they couldn't win and didn't want to confront the Blood Warrior who had used his Mad Tyrant blood skill. Tu Feng was in hot pursuit. A moment later, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, under the leadership of Tang Yuxian, came to meet up with Yang Kai. The two women looked a little nervous and worried, as well as a little scared. Looking at Yang Kai suspiciously, Qiu Yimeng asked, "How come you're not injured at all? Didn't I see you being knocked down from the sky by them?" Hearing her say this, Tang Yuxian suddenly became worried and swept her eyes over Yang Kai. A trace of concern flashed across her beautiful eyes. When Yang Kai was in danger just now, she had been busy dealing with the three opposing masters, so naturally she hadn't been aware of the situation here. Qiu Yimeng was different. She knew in advance that her life was not in danger, so naturally she was paying more attention to Yang Kai. "Little lord, are you really not injured?" Tang Yuxian looked at him nervously, seemingly afraid he was deceiving her. "It's just a minor injury, nothing serious." Yang Kai responded casually. In fact, he didn't even have any external wounds, but in such a dangerous situation, if he said he was unscathed, it would only make them more suspicious. Qiu Yimeng slowly shook her head with a dignified expression. "I can't see through you more and more." Glancing at the three corpses on the ground, Tang Yuxian couldn't help feeling shocked. Although these people were already dead, she could still feel that these three people's cultivations were much higher than Yang Kai's, one of them even being an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. However, Yang Kai, without any outside help, had killed all three of them. He had even been entangled with an Immortal Ascension Boundary Third Stage Master for a long time. "Enough about me, Yuxian. How are you?" Yang Kai obviously didn't want to talk about this topic and turned to look at Tang Yuxian. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman suddenly realized that Tang Yuxian seemed to be seriously injured. Her clothes were somewhat tattered, and there was still some blood at the corner of her mouth that had not yet dried up. The true essence in her body was tumbling, and it was obvious that she had suffered some internal injuries. On her snow-white arm, there was a long wound. Although the blood had stopped flowing, her clothes were dark red. With her strength, if she hadn't been entangled with three opponents by herself, she wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state. The most important thing was that time was too tight, so she had to make some sacrifices, allowing Tu Feng to use his Mad Tyrant blood skill so she could rescue Yang Kai. If given enough time, she and Tu Feng could have defeated these three masters without suffering any injuries, or even killed them. However, this matter was related to Yang Kai's safety, so she and Tu Feng didn't have much time to waste. So even if she knew that fighting three enemies at once was not a good idea, Tang Yuxian still didn't hesitate. Even if he knew that using his Mad Tyrant blood skill would overdraft his vitality, Tu Feng didn't hesitate. The loyalty of a blood warrior was vividly demonstrated in this battle. "I'm fine, little lord doesn't need to worry." Tang Yuxian shook her head gently. Chapter 387. Everyone waited for less than half a stick of incense worth of time before Tu Feng returned, covered in blood. The murderous intent radiating from his body was so thick that it was almost tangible, like a god of death descending upon the world. Even Qiu Yimeng couldn't help feeling a chill run down her spine. In Tu Feng's hands were two heads belonging to the two masters who had previously entangled him and Tang Yuxian. Hurrying back, Tu Feng threw the two heads to the ground and said in a cold voice, "All of them committed suicide, one ran away." During his pursuit, the Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage and 5th Stage Masters had immediately bit their tongues to commit suicide after being severely injured. Only the strongest one had managed to escape in a panic, barely managing to escape with his life. "The people here are also dead." Tang Yuxian's eyes flashed coldly. "Interesting." Yang Kai's expression became cold as a strange grin appeared on his face. "The person behind this group of people has some means. Otherwise, these assassins wouldn't have bitten their tongues to commit suicide at the last moment, preferring to lose their lives rather than reveal any information. Along the way, only the Lu family knows about young lord's whereabouts." Tu Feng's face was filled with murderous intent as he said. Tu Feng was a little angry. This time, the assassination had taken place right under his and Tang Yuxian's noses. The other party had used some kind of method to completely mask everyone's auras, so even the two blood warriors hadn't noticed. If it weren't for Yang Kai's vigilance at the critical moment, perhaps this time they would have succeeded. Under the protection of two powerful blood warriors, the Yang family young lord had still been killed. If such news were to spread out, the entire blood hall would lose all face. The entire blood warrior hall would lose all face and the two of them would be punished by their families. They might even be asked to commit suicide as an apology. This was a very real possibility. In other words, Yang Kai's vigilance had not only saved his own life, but also saved both his and Tang Yuxian's lives. Tu Feng was grateful but at the same time ashamed. He immediately linked the culprit to the Lu family. It wasn't that he had maliciously harmed them, but because he was currently using his mad tyrant blood skill, his murderous intent was surging. His fighting spirit was so strong that it was impossible for him to think calmly. In addition, the Lu family's attitude towards Yang Kai a few days ago had annoyed him, so naturally he had taken this opportunity to vent. Hearing this, Qiu Yimeng's expression changed greatly as she hurriedly said, "Lu Liang would never do such a suicidal thing." Tu Feng didn't care about Qiu Yimeng's identity or face and coldly snorted, "Lu Liang won't, but it's hard to say whether the rest of the Lu family won't." Qiu Yimeng suddenly froze and didn't know what to say. She just stared at Yang Kai, hoping he wouldn't be as unreasonable as Tu Feng. Yang Kai didn't say anything. He just frowned, looked around, and then looked at the battlefield and the corpses lying on the ground. Suddenly, he looked up at the silver blood golden feather eagle in the sky and said calmly, "It has nothing to do with the Liu family. I'm afraid the eagle has exposed its whereabouts. We were too careless this time." Hearing him say this, Qiu Yimeng couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Although Lu Liang's actions last time had made Qiu Yimeng somewhat unhappy, she had no choice but to accept it. But no matter what, the Lu family still relied on the Qiu family to develop. Over the years, the Lu family had also provided the Qiu family with many good things, so as the young miss of the Qiu family, she had the obligation and responsibility to protect the Lu family to the best of her ability. This bastard! Tang Yuxian grit her teeth. He glared at the golden-feathered eagle circling in the sky. Yang Kai said lightly, "For so many years, no one has dared to have any ideas about the Yang family's young lords, so whether it was me or you, none of us would have thought that this would happen. Learn from your mistakes." As he spoke, he blew a loud whistle, and the golden feather eagle immediately swooped down. Smiling strangely, Yang Kai glanced over at Qiu Yimeng and said, "Although this time it has nothing to do with the Lu family, I hope that today's events will reach Lu Liang's ears, and that the Qiu family pass on the message." Qiu Yimeng didn't respond for a moment, not understanding why Yang Kai would suddenly say such a thing. her brow furrowed slightly as she thought about it for a moment, but soon her heart filled with resentment as she grit her teeth and spat, "You bastard, how can you still think about such things at this time? You're really full of evil ideas. Even if you want to pluck feathers from a goose, you don't have to go to such an extent. I really admire you." Humph. They asked for it. Do they really think this young lord is a pile of mud? This time I'll teach them a lesson. Young Kai sneered. When everyone heard him say this, they realized that he actually cared about the Lu family's attitude towards him. He may not care about the Lu family's support, but he wouldn't allow others to look down on him. Those who looked down on him would pay the price sooner or later. However, the two of them were speaking in riddles, causing the two blood warriors and Luo Xiaoman to be somewhat confused. "Elder Sister Chiao, what do you mean by that?" Luo Xiaoman was extremely naive and straightforward, so she couldn't help asking. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian also looked at her eagerly, wondering what kind of mystery was behind this that would cause Chiao Yimeng to despise Yang Kai so much. Chiao Yimeng smiled bitterly and turned to Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. "I told you that this young lord of yours is a vengeful person, but you didn't believe me. Let me put it this way, although the Lu family really isn't responsible for this incident, Yang Kai has only stopped by the Lu family residence once. If news of his attack today were to reach Lu Liang's ears, how do you think he would react?" Tu Feng was stunned for a moment before suddenly realizing Lu Liang would definitely be on tenterhooks, afraid that the little lord would suspect him of leaking his whereabouts. In order to prove his innocence, Lu Liang would definitely come to the central capital to clarify things with the little lord. Since he has come to clarify things, he would definitely bring some gifts. Tang Yuxian covered her mouth as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement. She hadn't expected him to have such crooked thoughts at that moment. Bringing gifts was the main point. "Moreover, this is a message my Chiao family sent." Chiao Yimeng gritted her teeth. Chiao Yimeng ground her teeth in anger. "Lu Liang will definitely think that my Chiao family is willing to act as a peacemaker, so as long as he prepared enough gifts, Yang Kai will definitely not blame him. Your young lord is clearly using this as a pretext to make a fuss, creating something out of nothing in order to amass wealth." Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian stared at Yang Kai in amazement and admiration. This kind of clever mind, the two of them couldn't understand. Having just encountered a life-threatening situation, an average person would be in a state of shock, enjoying the joy of surviving a calamity. Their young lord, on the other hand, was not only calm and composed, but also immediately set his sights on an unrelated person. This wasn't his brain working a bit too fast. The Lu family this time was really an unexpected disaster. For a moment, the two blood warriors couldn't help feeling some sympathy for Lu Liang. They really didn't know what kind of reaction the Lu family patriarch would have once he learned the truth. Even if he knew, he would probably pinch his nose and admit defeat. Who told Yang Kai to only stop at his house? Tell Lu Liang that he doesn't need to come over, just bring the gifts. Yang Kai added lightly. Chiao Yimeng snorted, really too lazy to deal with him. "Let's get out of here first." Yang Kai's expression sank as he waved his hand. The 5 cloud-treading colts, which were not easy to cultivate and were extremely valuable, had long since been swept away by the torrent, leaving the 5 of them no choice but to fly. Tang Yuxian's injuries weren't serious, but they weren't light either. As for Tu Feng, he wasn't injured, but after an hour, the effects of his mad tyrant blood skill had worn off, causing his vitality to suddenly weaken. If the two blood warriors wanted to fully recover, it would take at least 10 days to half a month. Having just encountered an ambush, no one dared to act too ostentatiously. Inside a mountain pass, the 5 of them stopped to rest. Yang Kai personally went out to catch some food and brought it back, which made the two blood warriors feel more and more uneasy, but at the same time, they also felt grateful. Later that night, the 5 of them sat together and grilled some game. The atmosphere was a bit dull. The two blood warriors felt they had failed in their duties and were too embarrassed to speak, so when they looked towards Yang Kai, their eyes were filled with guilt. Chiao Yimeng was secretly annoyed with Yang Kai for taking advantage of the situation and naturally didn't pay any attention to him. Luo Xiaoman also saw the awkward atmosphere and closed her mouth like a well-behaved rabbit. Only Yang Kai was sitting by the bonfire, his eyes indifferent as he stared at the flickering flames. He was recalling what had happened during the day in his mind, connecting all the dots and speculating about the possibilities of what had just happened. After a long time, Yang Kai straightened up and suddenly said, "You don't have to feel guilty, this time it wasn't directed at me." "Little Lord." Tang Yuxian pursed her lips, looking somewhat ashamed. Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively, "I'm not trying to comfort you, this time it really wasn't directed at me. Perhaps they found out about our movements a few days in advance, so they set up an ambush in the river. They knew that if we wanted to cross the Lan River, we would need to find a ferry, and crossing the river with a ferry gave them the opportunity to do so." Listening to him speak so seriously, the five of them couldn't help but listen carefully. Their deployment of forces was very targeted. The 3 strongest blood warriors were there to contain the 2 blood warriors. The rest of them were responsible for killing the Yang family disciples. Those people were quite large in number, and their strength was also quite good. However, when they were chasing me, they didn't show any deep hatred, so they had no grievances with me. Tu Feng nodded and said, "During the battle, the strongest young lord also said something. It seems that they were targeting all the Yang family young lords. They just happened to encounter me. If any other Yang family disciple had passed by, they would have also been assassinated." Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't help secretly rejoicing. Fortunately, it was Yang Kai who had passed by. If it had been any other Yang family young lord who had passed by, with the skill and number of assassins, how could they have survived? Did you notice the strength distribution of those people? Yang Kai's mouth curled into a strange smile as he asked pointedly. Strength distribution? Tu Feng frowned. And 1 immortal ascension boundary 8th stage, 1 7th stage, 1 5th stage, 1 3rd stage, 1 1st stage. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. In addition, all of them were Yuan Qi boundary masters. Didn't you notice anything wrong with this kind of immortal ascension boundary strength distribution? Chapter 388. With Yang Kai's reminder, everyone suddenly reacted. "There's a gap." Tu Feng quickly said. "And there's a gap." Yang Kai nodded lightly. The masters of a great force should be distributed in a stepped pattern. Since they have immortal ascension boundary masters at the 1st, 3rd, 5th, and 7th stage, there should be masters at the 2nd, 4th, and 6th stage. Assassinating a Yang family disciple is a matter of great importance. If there really was a great force trying to stir up trouble, they would definitely have dispatched all of their masters without leaving anyone behind. Pausing for a moment, Yang Kai asked, "Tu Feng Yuxian, when you were fighting with those 3, did you notice any signs of their sect?" Both of them shook their heads, Tu Feng saying, "Those people were very cautious and didn't use any special martial skills, for fear that we would be able to see through them. However, I always felt that they weren't very familiar with each other because their cooperation wasn't so tacit and intimate." Of course they weren't familiar with each other. If I'm not mistaken, they aren't from the same great force at all. Yang Kai coldly snorted, "No great force would dare to act against the Yang family." "What do you mean?" "These people, they were a gathering of several great forces, and then they selected a few masters to investigate the movements of the golden feather eagle, speculate our position, and then set up an ambush here." Qiu Yimeng nodded in agreement. If that's the case, then it explains why there is a gap in the distribution of their strength. When the masters of several great forces gathered together and selected a few masters from them, of course there would be such a situation. Little Lord's observation is quite good. Tu Feng chuckled. Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he suddenly smiled strangely. Looking at them, he said, "Since it was a gathering of masters from several great forces, it's absolutely impossible for there to be only a few of them." The 2 blood warriors' faces suddenly changed as they asked in shock, "You mean they still have a backup plan?" Yang Kai shook his head. "No. The ones who ambushed us were only those people, but have you ever thought about what the rest of the masters were doing besides them?" The several blood warriors thought for a while before suddenly feeling shocked. He looked at Yang Kai in horror. Yang Kai's eyes became cold. "It looks like my brothers won't have a peaceful journey. This deployment is aimed at all the Yang family disciples. What a big move." If Yang Kai's speculation was correct, then this was truly too big of a deal. The masters of several forces split up to track down the whereabouts of the Yang family disciples, intercepting them midway. The golden feather eagle hovering above the Yang family young lord's head was the beacon that pointed them in the right direction. This time, Yang Kai was more scared than hurt. But what about the other Yang family young lords? Could someone really have been intercepted and killed on the way? To dare to do such a thing, the person behind the scenes must have extraordinary means and guts. Your Yang family has offended too many people, you only have yourself to blame. Qiu Yimeng sneered. It's too early to conclude that it was my enemy's doing. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. The inheritance war's implications are too great. Qiu Yimeng stared at him blankly, seemingly having seen through his thoughts. The family will investigate, we don't need to think too much about it. Yang Kai suddenly smiled lightly, standing up and walking over to the side, calling out, Tu Feng, Yu Xian, come over here. The two blood warriors stared blankly. Quickly getting up, they chased after him. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman both curled their lips, acting so mysterious. Walking into the darkness, Yang Kai stopped and turned around to look at the two blood warriors. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's hearts were in turmoil, not knowing why Yang Kai had called them out. Today's events made them feel extremely guilty. Although they had secretly resolved to be careful on the road ahead, what had already happened. Little Lord won't reprimand us, right? Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian didn't say a word, their hearts filled with bitterness, their faces turning red in the darkness. How are your injuries? Just as the two of them were wondering, Yang Kai suddenly asked. Tu Feng froze. He had never expected that Yang Kai would actually ask about this. Hearing Yang Kai's concerned inquiry, both he and Tang Yuxian couldn't help feeling some ripples in their hearts. Quickly replying, my body is a bit weak, I can only exert about 60% of my strength. Yuxian is a bit better off than me, but she also has some internal injuries. If she wants to recover, it will take a few days. Saying so, he quickly added, Little Lord can rest assured, Yuxian and I will escort you safely back to the family, even if it costs our lives. Tang Yuxian nodded, we won't be so careless again. When we return to the central capital, we will ask for forgiveness from the family. Yang Kai nodded slightly, not saying anything. After a while, he stretched out his hand and handed out 2 pills, one for each of you, now take them in front of me. The two blood warriors were startled, not knowing why Yang Kai was speaking so seriously, but they also knew that Yang Kai wouldn't harm them, so without hesitation, they took the pills and swallowed them. These seemed to be ordinary healing pills, at best, only Earth-grade top rank. The two blood warriors tasted the pills and immediately judged their grade, feeling a bit suspicious. Why did the little lord give them the feeling that he was giving them some kind of extraordinary pills? Although they were surprised in their hearts, they didn't show it on their faces. Even if Yang Kai had given them an ordinary grade pill, it was still a sign of his sincerity. You can think of it as me trying to win you over, or you can think of it as me being afraid of death. On the way back, I'll have to rely on the two of you to protect me, so I also hope you can recover quickly. Yang Kai said with a smile. The two blood warriors felt even more strange. How could a single Earth-grade top-rank healing pill allow them to recover quickly? What kind of riddle was the little lord playing at? Both of them shook their heads secretly, puzzled. Go back, meditate and absorb the medicinal efficacies, don't waste them. Yang Kai waved his hand. Yes. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both nodded and turned around, but after taking a few steps, they suddenly stopped. The two of them glanced at each other, understanding the meaning in each other's eyes, quickly turning back to face Yang Kai. What's wrong? Yang Kai looked at the two of them curiously, not knowing what they wanted to say. Little Lord. Tu Feng's expression became solemn as he said, this time, in the inheritance war, if the family allows the blood warriors to participate, then Yuxian and I hope we can follow Little Lord's lead. We hope Little Lord won't think our strength is too low. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared straight at Tu Feng, chuckling after a long time, I'd be happy to. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both smiled happily and quickly knelt on the ground, earnestly saying, Then these two subordinates will await Little Lord's arrival in the Blood Warrior Hall. I'll be there. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian then got up and left, following Yang Kai's instructions, quickly sitting down cross-legged and circulating their secret arts to refine the medicinal efficacies. Looking at the direction the two of them were meditating, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated, but after a long time, he couldn't help smiling. Finally, these two blood warriors have been settled. Along the way, although Yang Kai had used some deliberate methods, most of them were just casual performances. All kinds of strange and mysterious things had truly conquered Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, making them want to pledge their loyalty. Although it was still unknown whether the Blood Warriors would participate in this time's inheritance war, Yang Kai still had to plan ahead. If the Blood Warriors were really allowed to participate, he would soon have two powerful allies on his side. When Tu Feng called them subordinates, his words were sincere, without the slightest hint of dissatisfaction. This was the first time the two Blood Warriors had called themselves subordinates in front of Yang Kai, which meant they really wanted to help Yang Kai participate in the inheritance war. Looking up at Star Field, Yang Kai smiled with relief, full of expectations for this time's inheritance war. The night passed peacefully. At dawn the next day, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both opened their eyes from meditation and glanced at each other, both seeing a deep joy and surprise in the other's eyes. After a night of meditation, both of their injuries had completely healed. Originally, it would have taken them at least 10 days to half a month to fully recover, but in just one night they had fully recovered. Recalling all the strange and mysterious things that had happened when they were refining and absorbing the Earth-grade top-rank healing pill last night, both of them couldn't help feeling like they had fallen through the clouds. That was clearly just an Earth-grade top-rank pill. Normally, the two Blood Warriors wouldn't even spare it a glance. If it hadn't been given to them by Yang Kai, how could they have taken it? Both of them already had heaven-grade top-rank healing pills in their possession. However, after refining this Earth-grade high-grade pill, which they had not taken seriously, it suddenly gave birth to a miraculous medicinal effect that surged to the point of disbelief. The medicinal effect wandered through their meridians, flesh, and blood, and not only did it heal all the injuries they had suffered this time, even the hidden injuries they had suffered in previous battles were healed. Blood warriors were born to fight. Every blood warrior that matured had experienced hundreds of life and death battles. It could be said that every blood warrior's body was riddled with hidden injuries. These injuries couldn't be healed with pills. Only with a combination of medicines and a long period of meditation could there be a possibility of full recovery. But as a blood warrior, how could they have the time to meditate? Tu Feng had hidden injuries. When he circulated his yuan qi, he would feel a slight tingling pain in his abdomen, but he had already ignored this subtle pain. Tang Yuxian also had hidden injuries. Every time she became angry, her heart would ache. This was because she hadn't been able to clean up after being poisoned. These internal injuries were very subtle and wouldn't affect their combat strength or the circulation of their true essence. However, both of them knew that although they wouldn't be affected by these internal injuries right now, as time passed, sooner or later they would die from these subtle internal injuries. But now, the two of them clearly felt that all the hidden injuries they had suffered in their previous battles had disappeared. How could this be possible with just an Earth-grade top-rank pill? In an instant, both of them understood that the Little Lord must have hidden something in those two Earth-grade top-rank pills, which was why they had such a miraculous effect. And that kind of unknown thing must be priceless and incomparably rare. For a time, the guilt and gratitude of the two blood warriors became even stronger. Chapter 389. Yang Kai had long since woken up, and it could even be said that he hadn't slept all night. The two blood warriors were refining the medicinal efficacies to heal their wounds. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman were both women, so the task of monitoring the surroundings naturally fell to them. Looking at Yang Kai, the two blood warriors couldn't help feeling a subtle warmth in their hearts. Just as they were about to open their mouths to express their thanks, Yang Kai glanced at them faintly and asked, "Which force does this area belong to?" Tu Feng thought about it for a moment before replying, "If I remember correctly, this place should be within the sphere of influence of Tianyuan City." Tianyuan City was the name of a city and also the name of a force. What kind of force is Tianyuan City? Yang Kai frowned. A first-class force. Why does little Lord ask about this? Tu Feng didn't understand why he was suddenly so concerned about Tianyuan City. Yang Kai flashed his white fangs and grinned at him, a hint of slyness flashing across his face. Qiu Yimeng opened her eyes and curled her lips. Now he has another target to rob. The situation forced my hand. I had no choice. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Seeing that he didn't deny it, the two blood warriors couldn't help frowning. Thinking about it, even the Lu family, which was thousands of kilometers away, had suffered an unexpected calamity because of yesterday's incident. Soon, Lu Liang would be carrying large and small bags to the central capital to deliver gifts to Yang Kai, so how could the nearby Tianyuan City not be implicated? In any case, Yang Kai had been attacked in the sphere of influence of Tianyuan City, so Tianyuan City's responsibility could be big or small. It all depended on whether the leaders of this force were tactful or not. In this sensitive period, any small matter could develop into a big event. Do we need to send a message to Tianyuan City? Tu Feng was obviously quite experienced. Hearing this, Tu Feng couldn't help feeling eager. If necessary, I can go now. They won't dare say anything. Even Tang Yuxian showed an excited look at this moment, seemingly wanting to compete with Tu Feng for the role of messenger. No need, this kind of thing, they will naturally know. Yang Kai shook his head. Then he stood up and said, "All right, let's go. We've wasted a lot of time on the road. I wonder what the central capital has become. Are the two seniors' injuries serious? Do you want to rest for a few more days?" Qiu Yimeng frowned. He asked worriedly. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian exchanged a glance and quickly shook their heads. It doesn't matter. Seeing him say so, Qiu Yimeng didn't insist. Without the cloud-treading colts, the five of them could only fly, so their speed was naturally much slower. After a day and a night, the gap between the strength of these young people was clear at a glance. Even after flying for so long, Yang Kai's expression was still calm. His face was not red and his heart was not beating fast, as if he had not used any strength. Qiu Yimeng, on the other hand, was slightly out of breath. In order to keep up with these two immortal ascension boundary masters, her yuan qi consumption was quite serious. As for Luo Xiaoman, she was even more embarrassed, her face red. His forehead was sweating profusely, and the two jade rabbits in front of his chest were moving up and down in the rhythm of his breathing. It was a magnificent sight. However, he gritted his teeth and followed behind the crowd without saying a word. If it weren't for Tang Yuxian not being able to stand by and deliberately taking care of her, Luo Xiaoman would have long been left behind by the group. They took a remote road, so they didn't encounter any dangerous situations. They stopped to rest at night and set off again after a night. The sun rose and the moon disappeared. After a full 8 days, the group finally saw a huge city in the distance. The central capital. It seemed to be the center of the entire world. The size of the central capital could no longer be described with words. Even from a few hundred kilometers away, everyone could still see its outline. That majestic aura rushed over, making people feel small and insignificant. When people thought of the central capital, they couldn't help but think of a certain phrase. North and south don't see each other, the world's greatest city. Standing on the south side of the city, one couldn't see the north side of the city at all. The entire central capital seemed to be an endless sea, a vast expanse of land. Often, such a situation would occur. One side of the city would be covered by dark clouds, lightning, and thunder, but on the other side of the city, the sun would shine brightly and the blue sky would be clear. Even if one was an immortal ascension boundary master, it would take at least 2 to 3 hours to fly across the entire city. From this, it could be seen just how huge this city was. The world's greatest city truly deserved its name. It was hard to imagine how such a huge city, almost the size of a small country, had been established. It was as if it had already existed in the annals of history. For so many years, the central capital's 8 great families had firmly occupied this world's largest city, constantly expanding and consolidating it, allowing it to grow larger and larger. This had also created today's miracle. The group of 5 paused and stared towards the central capital. Although I've always lived here, every time I come back from a trip, I can't help but want to take a few more looks, Tang Yuxian said with some emotion. Tu Feng nodded solemnly. Not only them, but anyone who came outside the central capital would also be amazed by it, whether it was someone who had lived here for a long time or someone who was coming here for the first time. Looking at the giant city he had been away from for several years, Yang Kai's expression remained calm. Only when he thought of his 2 parents would his mood fluctuate slightly. Qiu Yimeng brushed a stray strand of hair behind her ear, glancing over at Yang Kai and saying, "Xiao Man and I will separate from you here. At this time, if we are seen together by others, I'm afraid it will arouse suspicion." Yang Kai nodded. Tu Feng suddenly smiled at Qiu Yimeng and asked, "Young Lady Qiu, in this inheritance war, will your Qiu family stand on the little lord's side?" Qiu Yimeng smiled, staring at Yang Kai for a moment before saying, "Although I am acquainted with your little lord, the inheritance war is of great importance. I need to consider it carefully." "What's there to consider?" Tang Yuxian smiled and struck while the iron was hot. "Besides the little lord, young Lady Qiu doesn't know any of the other young lords, nor do you know their depths. Rashly betting the Qiu family on them is inappropriate. Although even if you lose, the Qiu family's heritage won't be affected. A character like the little lord is undoubtedly worth young Lady Qiu taking a gamble." Qiu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai with a smile, seemingly waiting for something. But after waiting for a long time, Yang Kai didn't seem to have any intention of speaking. Qiu Yimeng couldn't help feeling a little annoyed, snorting lightly, "Then let's see how your little lord performs." There was a deep meaning behind this statement. Performance, in the end, was his performance in front of her. Or was it his performance in the inheritance war? Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's eyes darted around, suddenly both wearing strange looks, as if they had discovered a big secret. Both of them stared at Qiu Yimeng. Qiu Yimeng's expression remained unchanged, still indifferent. Tu Feng continued to add oil to the fire, a wretched look appearing on his face as he said, "If the little lord and young Lady Qiu join forces, they will be a perfect match. The future of the central capital will likely belong to the 2 of you. Perhaps you can even create a beautiful story. TSK is K." Tang Yuxian quickly followed up, "I also think so, young Lady Qiu, don't hesitate." "Ah." Qiu Yimeng smiled lightly, as if she didn't understand the meaning of Tu Feng's words. She didn't blush, instead just glancing over at Yang Kai. Just as Tu Feng was about to wipe his mouth and say something, Yang Kai suddenly said, "Until we meet again." This sentence was quite abrupt. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian wanted to take this opportunity to finalize a big ally for Yang Kai. They hadn't expected him to just say goodbye like this. Saying so, Yang Kai really left. The 2 blood warriors were stunned for a moment before cupping their fists to Qiu Yimeng and hurriedly catching up with Yang Kai. Looking at Yang Kai's quickly departing back, Qiu Yimeng also froze in place, unable to recover for a long time. She hadn't expected his actions to be so simple and swift. "That bastard!" Luo Xiaoman said indignantly, "How rude! After all, we've gone through thick and thin together, yet he didn't even say anything and just left?" Qiu Yimeng's eyes flashed thoughtfully. Did he see through it? He should have seen through it, so he didn't even try to persuade her and simply left. This man really isn't easy to fool. "Elder sister Qiu, aren't you angry?" Luo Xiaoman said, somewhat indignant for Qiu Yimeng, stomping her foot. "How could he just ignore you?" "Good." Qiu Yimeng took a deep breath and pulled Luo Xiaoman aside. "Let's go back to the Qiu family first. When we arrive at the Qiu family, first send a message to your Purple Fern Valley so they don't worry. And I know. You haven't seen Big Brother Fan Hong for so long, did you miss him?" Qiu Yimeng asked with a smile, seemingly trying to find something to talk about to dispel the loss in her heart. Luo Xiaoman blushed and shook her head, whispering, "I don't know why, but I haven't thought about him for so long." "That's because you've seen all the wonderful things outside." The 2 girls didn't know each other a year ago, but since they had gone to High Heaven Pavilion, they had encountered all kinds of dangers, but each time they had managed to survive, never leaving each other's side. After experiencing so many trials and tribulations together, whether it was Chiu Yimeng or Luo Xiaoman, both of them regarded each other as family and sisters. As such, Luo Xiaoman had never once objected to Chiu Yimeng's words. On the other side, Yang Kai and the two blood warriors rushed towards the south of the central capital. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian followed closely behind Yang Kai, neither of them saying a word, but both of them were full of doubts, wondering why Yang Kai didn't care about the Chiu family. If he didn't put the Lu family in his eyes, the two blood warriors would have taken it for granted, but the Chiu family was different. As one of the 8 great families, winning over any one of them would be a huge help. As long as one's mind was clear, there was no reason to let them go so easily. What's more, Chiu Yimeng's status in the Chiu family wasn't low. Winning over Chiu Yimeng was tantamount to winning over the Chiu family. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian wanted to ask, but didn't know what to say, so they simply followed behind Yang Kai, feeling like they were about to die. After a while, Tang Yuxian quietly sent out a burst of qi towards Tu Feng. The latter frowned and was caught off guard, causing him to let out a low grunt. Tang Yuxian couldn't help rolling her eyes, speechless for a while. Chapter 390. The actions of the two blood warriors were so obvious that they naturally couldn't escape Yang Kai's perception. The speed of their advance slowed down slightly, and after the two of them caught up, Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at them, his expression indifferent. "What's wrong with you?" Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian nodded solemnly. "What's there to be surprised about?" Yang Kai smiled lightly, his expression as calm as ever, without any trace of regret on his face. "Little lord, how could you just let young lady Chiu go like this? The Chiu family's influence isn't weak. If it could play a role in the inheritance war, whether it was supplies or talents, it would be guaranteed." Tu Feng didn't hesitate and directly asked. Both he and Tang Yuxian had decided that as long as the family allowed the blood warriors to participate in the inheritance war, they would follow Yang Kai, so naturally, they wouldn't act like before and ignore Yang Kai's actions. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said lightly, "Chiu Yimeng still has scruples in her heart. She doesn't dare to take a stand right now. Even if I try, the result will be the same." "That's impossible." Tu Feng couldn't help feeling surprised. "I saw that she was very interested in you, little lord. It seems she likes you very much. She even said a lot of good things about you in front of me and Yuxian." Tang Yuxian also nodded slightly. "She likes me?" Yang Kai stared at Tu Feng blankly for a moment before laughing. Tu Feng, if you think so, then you're too naive." Tu Feng wasn't a young man, so when he heard Yang Kai say such things about him, he couldn't help but blush. His old face couldn't help blushing. Perhaps my performance was able to enter her eyes and was much better than the other young people. Yang Kai raised his brow, showing a confident demeanor. Because of this, she felt that I was a little different from the others, but that doesn't mean she likes me. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian frowned. Still, they couldn't agree with Yang Kai's statement. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "Who is Chiu Yimeng?" "She is the first young lady of the Chiu family, the first of her generation. Let me ask you, can a woman like her decide her own future?" Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both thought about it and couldn't help frowning. Chiu Yimeng. She had countless suitors and was one of the most influential figures in the central capital. However, in the face of the pursuit of so many talented young men, Chiu Yimeng still maintained her purity and never once had a relationship with any of the central capital's young lords. The reason for this was because the Chiu family's patriarch, Chiu Shoucheng, had said that whoever wanted to marry Chiu Yimeng would have to marry into the Chiu family. At first, it seemed that Chiu Shoucheng cherished his daughter and didn't want her to leave the Chiu family. But in reality, the Chiu family probably wouldn't want to let go of a chance to win support for their family. In short, Chiu Yimeng's future was not something she could decide. In the future, she was destined to become a chess piece in a marriage alliance, which would bring some benefits to the Chiu family. The ideological education she had received since she was young was probably based on the principle of family supremacy. Her love life had given birth to children. Her marriage was arranged by the Chiu family. She couldn't decide for herself. How could a woman who had received such an education easily choose to stand in Yang Kai's team before the inheritance war began? If she chose so rashly, the Chiu family would never recognize her. You don't believe me? Yang Kai tilted his head and stared at the two blood warriors. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian didn't answer. She won't return to the central capital with us. That is the best evidence. Yang Kai smiled softly. If she really decided to ally with me, she wouldn't care what others think. So don't say she doesn't like me, because she has always regarded me as a Yang family direct descendant who can form an alliance with her. Even if, Yang Kai said seriously, if there is someone better than me, I think the Chiu family will definitely be my enemy in the future. The two blood warriors both wore solemn expressions. Although they faintly felt that Yang Kai's views and ideas were a bit extreme, they had to admit that the young lords and young ladies of the great families really didn't place too much importance on personal relationships. From childhood, they had been influenced by their families, so what they considered was always the interests of the family and their own interests. As for personal feelings, they were only secondary. Subordinate will remember. Tu Feng nodded slightly. Although the blood warriors were powerful, they really couldn't see through the thoughts of the young lords and young ladies of these families. Yang Kai nodded, his heart calm, no longer saying anything. An hour later, the three of them finally arrived at the central capital. The central capital was extremely large, so naturally there were countless gates. In front of the three of them was the south gate. There weren't any bustling ordinary people, nor were there any cultivators. The south gate, which looked like the mouth of a giant beast, was completely silent. Only a few relatively strong cultivators were standing by the south gate, patrolling the surroundings with relaxed expressions on their faces. Because this south gate wasn't something ordinary people could enter. This was the central capital's Yang family's special gate. Each of the 8 great families had its own special city gate. After entering the city gate, there was a special passage that led directly to the Yang family. Except for people from the 8 great families, no one was allowed to pass through these gates or passages. Those who disobeyed would be killed without mercy. The few patrolling cultivators in front of the south gate were only here to put on a show. There was nothing for them to do, so they were naturally very idle. When the 3 of them arrived at the city gate, the several cultivators all wore solemn expressions and quickly turned to look at them. After seeing the tokens on the waists of the 2 blood warriors, all of them cupped their fists and bowed respectfully. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both wore indifferent expressions, not even glancing sideways as they followed Yang Kai into the central capital. After the 3 of them left, the cultivators at the gate dared to glance back quietly, all of them surprised. Which young lord came back? He looks quite young, only 17 or 18 years old. A 17 or 18-year-old young lord. Could it be the youngest one? Wasn't the youngest young lord rumored to be unable to cultivate? I'm afraid he's just an ordinary person. Why is his aura so calm? It's like he's not ordinary. Whether he's ordinary or not, we don't care, we just need to guard the gate. And don't talk about such things behind his back, it would be bad if one of the family's masters heard it. But speaking of which, isn't that the first young lord to return to the family? The others haven't returned yet. Yang Kai and the 2 blood warriors walked along the passage for less than a stick of incense worth of time before they saw a large group of people waiting in front of them with bored expressions on their faces. The number of people in this group was quite large, about a dozen or so. The one at the head of this group was a fat man, less than 6 feet tall, with a big belly. He was pacing back and forth in front of the crowd, seemingly having walked for a long time, sweat dripping from his fat head and big ears. He was holding a brocade handkerchief in his hand, wiping the sweat from his forehead and neck from time to time. Suddenly seeing the 3 people walking over, the fat man was startled for a moment, but soon after, he was overjoyed and quickly stuffed the brocade handkerchief into his sleeve. Everyone behind him straightened their faces and assumed a welcoming posture. Yang Kai and the 2 blood warriors stopped about 5 meters in front of this group. Looking at the fat man, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. This fat man was clearly not a member of the Yang family, but rather a foreign member of the Yang family. His strength wasn't very high, but since he was waiting here, it must have been arranged by the family. Yang Kai didn't know what the family was up to. "Tu master, you've worked hard. The fat man first bowed to Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, his pair of small eyes narrowing into slits as he smiled, and turned to Yang Kai. Tu master, forgive this subordinate's ignorance, but which young lord is this? Tu Feng's expression remained unchanged as he replied faintly, fourth master's servant, the little lord. The young lords of the family rarely showed themselves when they were at home, so it wasn't surprising that this fat man didn't recognize them. Tu Feng naturally didn't intend to bother with him. The look on the fat man's face was slightly surprised, as if he hadn't expected that the first one to return to the family would be the little lord, but he immediately restrained himself and cupped his fists to the ground. Third-class steward Yin Tianyu, by order of the family, is here to welcome the little lord back to the family. The little lord must have worked hard on this journey and must have worked hard these past few years. A third-class steward status in the Yang family wasn't high, but it wasn't low either. However, this fat man Yin Tianyu's strength was unsightly, so he probably didn't have a martial background. The Yang family was such a big family that it always needed people who were proficient in various aspects of its territory to help manage it. For these people, strength wasn't the most important thing. What was important was their ability to manage their territory. Yang Kai didn't know what Yin Tianyu was responsible for, but he was actually arranged here to welcome the returning young lords. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he smiled amiably at Yin Tianyu and said, Steward Yin must have worked hard. You must have waited here for many days, right? Yin Tianyu was surprised to see Yang Kai so kind, but his small eyes became even more spirited as he smiled and humbly replied, It is this subordinate's honor to be able to welcome the young lords back to the family. Waiting here for many days is not a hardship. Yang Kai nodded slightly and asked, What arrangements does the family have for us? The Yang family was different from ordinary families. The tempering of the direct descendants was almost cruel, so the elders in the family basically wouldn't be too kind to the juniors. In the past, when the Yang family's direct descendants returned to the family, they would directly return to their respective residences and no one would come to receive them. But this time, there was a third-class steward waiting here. Obviously there was some kind of arrangement. When Yin Tianyu heard Yang Kai's question, he couldn't help feeling surprised and said, Little lord is really clever. This subordinate admires you. Tu Feng coldly said, There's no need for flattery, just answer the little lord's question directly. Yin Tianyu still had a smile on his face, not showing the slightest trace of embarrassment. It's like this, the family has ordered that the young lords who have returned to the family not be in a hurry to return to their residences, but instead go to the Dragon Transformation Pond first. Dragon Transformation Pond. Tu Feng exclaimed. Yang Kai was also stunned while Tang Yuxian's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly. None of them had expected that the family would prepare such a big gift for the returning young lords this time. Chapter 391. The Dragon Transformation Pool was a place where a fish could leap over the Dragon Gate and transform into a dragon. This was an important place for the Yang family, and also a treasure trove for the Yang family. The water in the Dragon Transformation Pool was of great benefit to a cultivator. It was said that soaking in it could cleanse one's marrow and transform one's body. If a cultivator could soak in it for a few days, their strength would definitely increase and their aptitude would improve. A cultivator's aptitude was the foundation and cornerstone of their growth. This aptitude determined how high a cultivator could grow and was generally difficult to change unless they took some particularly rare precious treasures. The Yang family's Dragon Transformation Pool had such an effect. It had always been a place where the Yang family members fought to enter. But even the direct descendants of the Yang family found it difficult to enter the Dragon Transformation Pool. They had to be reviewed by the family's elder court, and if the elder court felt that a direct descendant was worth investing in, they would be allowed to enter. As for the Yang family members who didn't share the same surname, it was even more difficult to enter the Dragon Transformation Pool unless they made some kind of extraordinary contribution. Little Lord, Yu Xian and I have both been to the Dragon Transformation Pool. It's a very good place. Tu Feng heard this and whispered excitedly. And when I was protecting young Lady Mei, I was seriously injured and almost lost my life. Fortunately, young Lady Mei asked Fifth Master to intercede on my behalf, allowing me to enter the Dragon Transformation Pool. Not only did my injury stabilize, but my strength also improved. Tang Yuxian also nodded. How could Yang Kai not know the value and efficacy of the dragon transformation pool? When he heard Yin Tianyu say this, he couldn't help smiling bitterly. When he was still at home, because of his congenital deficiency, his father, Yang Yingfeng, had applied to the Council of Elders many times to allow him to soak in the dragon transformation pool. He wanted to see if it could make up for his shortcomings. But no matter how many times Yang Yingfeng applied, he was always rejected by the Council of Elders. Why waste the efficacy of the dragon transformation pool for a cripple? As a result, every time his father Yang Yingfeng saw him, he would feel ashamed, as if it was because of his stubborn illness that he was congenitally deficient. During that time, his mother, Dong Suzhu, also felt sad all the time. She washed her face with tears. Yang Yingfeng's parents would often accept tasks from the family. He worked so hard just to earn some merits so that Yang Kai would have a chance to enter the dragon transformation pool. But no matter how hard they tried, they were unable to achieve their wishes. There will definitely be a chance next time. Every time he returned from the Elder Hall, Yang Yingfeng would say the same thing, seemingly trying to comfort himself. He also seemed to be comforting Yang Kai. The guilt and dejection in his eyes were still vivid in her mind. Back then, his parents had tried so hard but failed to achieve their goal. Who would have thought that today, the Elders Guild would take the initiative to open it up? That was their hard work and struggle back then. What was the reason? Thinking of this, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated slightly, and his eyes flashed. He nodded lightly. Yin Tianyu's smile was still plastered on his face. He cupped his hands and said, "Little young master, there's no time to lose. Should we head to the dragon transformation pool now?" Inexplicably, Kai Yang's heart gave birth to a feeling of rejection. He furrowed his brows, but before he could say anything, the crisp cry of an eagle suddenly rang out above his head. Hearing this cry, everyone couldn't help looking up at the sky, their expressions becoming strange. The golden feather eagle on Yang Kai's shoulder also flapped its wings and flew up into the sky in the blink of an eye. Today is a double blessing, another young lord has returned. Yin Tianyu laughed. He had been waiting here for many days, but no young lord had returned. Unexpectedly, two of them had returned today, naturally causing him to feel excited. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people appeared from the other side of the passage. At the head of the group was a young man about 25 or 26 years old. His eyes shone brightly and his appearance was extraordinary. Riding atop a cloud-treading colt, he leisurely strolled over. Behind him, there were also two blood warriors. Behind these two blood warriors, there were actually several other masters with decent strength. Not far away, Yang Kai and the young man's eyes met midair, the latter's eyes flashing slightly as he stared at Yang Kai with slight surprise. Immediately, the young man smiled and nodded gently to Yang Kai. Yang Kai also nodded in response. Seeing this young man's face, Yang Kai also knew who he was. Yang Zhao, the second oldest son of the family's direct descendants, was the son of Yang Kai's great-uncle Yang Yinghao. His great-uncle Yang Yinghao was the current patriarch of the Yang family. It was also because he had been wounded in the war with the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land that the family had recalled all the young lords who had gone out for life experience. Unlike Yang Kai's obscurity, although Yang Zhao had never been publicly known before, most people in the family, because of his relationship with Yang Yinghao, knew of his existence and even knew of his face. Yang Kai had only met him a few times but wasn't familiar with him. After seeing Yang Zhao, the fat man Yin Tianyu's expression immediately became dignified, even the people behind him holding their breaths. Regardless of Yang Zhao's own strength, regardless of his performance in the inheritance war, he was the son of the current patriarch, so they couldn't neglect him. "Little lord." Yin Tianyu was an astute person, first greeting Yang Kai with a respectful attitude. "I'll leave you to it." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Many thanks, little lord." Saying so, Yin Tianyu quickly straightened his clothes and waited for Yang Zhao to approach before quickly repeating what he had just said to Yang Kai. From beginning to end, Yang Zhao sat atop his cloud-treading colt, not moving at all. After listening to Yin Tianyu's report, he nodded gently. "I understand. Saying so, he turned his eyes to Yang Kai and smiled. Is it little brother Kai? Second brother. Yang Kai cupped his fists slightly and grinned. Sure enough, it's little brother Kai. Yang Zhao laughed loudly as he swept his eyes over Yang Kai. It said that a woman changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. I see that a man also changes 18 times. After not seeing you for a few years, second brother almost didn't recognize you. Where is that weak little brat from so many years ago? Now you're clearly a handsome young man, worthy of being a member of my Yang family. From his words, it was obvious that he was the patriarch of the Yang family. Second brother overpraises me. Kai Yang didn't seem to understand, but his expression remained indifferent as he replied. While the two were talking, the several masters behind Yang Zhao were also sizing up Yang Kai, but after a while, they couldn't help showing some disdain, seemingly looking down on Yang Kai. Only the two blood warriors didn't show any change in expression. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were also the same. The blood warriors were loyal to the Yang family, and since Yang Zhao and Yang Kai were both young lords of the Yang family, they naturally couldn't show any disdain towards either of them. However, they noticed the disdain of these strangers. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't help frowning. Both of them stared towards these people with cold expressions. The faces of these people suddenly changed and they quickly restrained their expressions. Yang Zhao's eyes flashed as he glanced over at Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian with some surprise. He hadn't expected these two to be so protective of Yang Kai. Even he hadn't received much respect from the two blood warriors who had escorted him back home. The two blood warriors had simply completed their escort mission and hadn't even said a word to him. After a moment of comparison, Yang Zhao immediately realized that there was something unusual about this situation. Yang Kai seemed to be quite liked by these two blood warriors. Why was that? Suppressing these doubts in his heart, Yang Zhao didn't show any expression, simply asking, did little brother Kai fly all the way back? He saw that Yang Kai and the others didn't even have mounts. Naturally, he would think so. Yang Kai nodded. Then it must have been a hard journey. Yang Zhao sighed sympathetically before dismounting his cloud-treading colt and walking straight over to Yang Kai, saying affectionately, if little brother Kai doesn't mind, how about we go to the dragon transformation pond together? While we're on the way, I'll let second brother hear about your glorious deeds these past few years. Yang Kai smiled. Let's go. Yang Zhao also laughed. After taking a few steps, Yang Zhao suddenly turned back and said, right, you go to the house and wait for me, I'll be back in 3 or 5 days. The strangers nodded together. The two blood warriors didn't respond. They were only responsible for safely escorting Yang Zhao back to the family. Now that they had arrived here, their mission was complete and they could naturally return to the Blood Warrior Hall. You two have worked hard. Yang Kai also smiled at Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. The two of them shouted in unison, Little Lord, take care. Such an affectionate attitude couldn't help causing Yang Zhao and the other two blood warriors to raise their eyebrows. After Yang Kai and Yang Zhao left, the 4 blood warriors glanced at each other but didn't say anything before flying off towards the Blood Warrior Hall. Halfway there, one of the 2 blood warriors asked, Tu Feng, why do you and Tang Yuxian seem to care a lot about the little lord? Did he do something special? Why don't you tell us about it? The blood warriors were all very familiar with each other. In front of outsiders, they wouldn't show it, but when there was no one else around, they naturally wouldn't hesitate. Tu Feng slowly shook his head. No, it's just that the little lord is very kind. Although he wasn't an outsider, Tu Feng wasn't stupid enough to betray Yang Kai. Because the people here could become Yang Kai's enemy at any time, if he talked about his good points now, it would only harm him. The man obviously didn't believe Tu Feng's words and couldn't help curling his lips. What about you two? How was the second young lord? Tu Feng changed the subject and asked. The 2 blood warriors looked indifferent, the one who had asked the previous question saying, nothing too special, his performance was quite normal. The 4 blood warriors suddenly glanced at each other and all of them smiled meaningfully. Everyone knew that the other party was talking nonsense. But even if they knew, none of them dared to expose it. At this time, no matter which blood warrior it was, they absolutely couldn't betray the young lords. Even if the patriarch or the elder council asked, they couldn't reveal anything. A blood warrior was a blood warrior, synonymous with loyalty. Yang Kai and Yang Zhao were leisurely strolling towards the dragon transformation pond at this moment. Along the way, the two brothers only talked about the tedious things they had experienced in the outside world over the past few years, not mentioning anything about the sect or their own accomplishments. Both of them knew that this was their brother, but also their enemy. If they didn't do anything right, this young lord would try to trip them up and beat them to a pulp. The inheritance war was a civil war between brothers, a battle of wits and courage. Chapter 392. The two brothers walked together in a harmonious atmosphere, as if they were close brothers. After a short while, they arrived at the location of the dragon transformation pond. Outside, there were countless cultivator guards, but in secret, there were many masters paying close attention to this place, their divine senses constantly spreading out. Once an outsider tried to approach this place, they would be ruthlessly and directly killed. There was no room for discussion. Once, a steward from a first-class family had come to pay tribute to the Yang family, but after delivering the tribute, he somehow lost his way and ended up 10 kilometers outside the dragon transformation pond. Before he had time to say a word, he was killed on the spot by the Yang family masters guarding this place. After this incident spread out, the first-class family not only didn't dare to question him, but instead sent someone to apologize with double the amount of gifts. The Yang family's treasure trove had always been a heavily guarded location. Even though it was inside the central capital, with the dragon transformation pond as its center, the surrounding several dozen kilometers had still been maintained in its most primitive state. At first glance, one would probably think they had stumbled into the great wilderness. Shrouded in clouds, it was impossible to see one's hand in front of one's face, covering a large area. Lush mountains and forests were looming, and from time to time, one could see a few silhouettes. In the deepest part of this place was the dragon transformation pond. When Yang Zhao and Yang Kai arrived here, they quickly closed their mouths. Yang Zhao stepped forward and cupped his fists. Disciple Yang Zhao has been ordered to come to the dragon transformation pond. May I ask which senior is guarding this place? From the clouds, a strange voice floated out. This old master is Xiao Jingqing, so it is young Lord Zhao. Young Lord Zhao, there is another person beside young Lord Zhao. Who is it? Before Yang Kai could answer, Yang Zhao quickly took over and said with a smile, "It's my little brother Kai." The voice in the clouds was silent for a while, seemingly pondering who this little brother Kai Yang Zhao was talking about was, but after a long time said, "Since you've come, 2 young lords may come in." As these words were spoken, the clouds in front of them seemed to be pushed aside by 2 giant invisible hands. The clouds rolled to the sides, revealing a clear passage in the middle. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai and Yang Zhao were shocked to discover this. On both sides of this passage stood many of the Yang family's masters. The one closest to the two of them was less than 5 meters away. Just now, these people were wrapped in clouds and mist. Unexpectedly, neither of the two brothers noticed it, and they didn't know what kind of mysteries were hidden within the clouds. These Yang family masters were obviously different from the people outside. Their auras were much calmer, and most of them were at the Yuan Qi boundary. Their cultivations were also much more vigorous than the average person. Occasionally, there were a few immortal ascension boundary masters scattered among them, but all of them stared at the two of them with solemn expressions. Yang Zhao and Yang Kai looked at each other for a moment before their expressions couldn't help turning solemn as they strode forward towards the entrance. "Greetings, young masters." "Please, young masters." Along the way, all the cultivator nodded slightly, greeting the two of them respectfully. Yang Zhao wore a smile on his face as he strode forward. Yang Kai didn't say a word, quietly releasing his divine sense to sense the surroundings, secretly surprised. Although he was also a member of the Yang family, and a direct descendant of the Yang family, Yang Kai still didn't understand what kind of capital the Yang family had. However, after probing around, he was surprised to find that the cultivators around him were undoubtedly much stronger and more powerful than the ordinary disciples from the first or second-class sects in the same realm. Their essence, qi, and soul. The strength of their physique, vitality, bones, meridians, and yuan qi all seemed to be much purer. Yang Kai estimated that the two people here would be enough to defeat 3 cultivators of the same realm outside. Of course, this was only a competition between ordinary disciples. Even so, it was enough to surprise him. Moreover, the surrounding clouds and mist were quite strange. When Yang Kai probed them with his divine sense, it was as if he was immersed in a pool of stagnant water. There should be some kind of spirit array operating here. After walking for a full stick of incense worth of time, the front suddenly opened up and the clouds and mist suddenly disappeared, giving the two of them a sense of relief. Beside a huge pool, 3 old men with white hair and beards sat cross-legged, their eyes shining brightly as they stared towards Yang Zhao and Yang Zhao. After seeing 2 people emerge from the mist, the old man in the middle smiled and asked, "Yang Zhao?" Yang Zhao's expression became serious as he quickly cupped his fists. Disciple greets 3 seniors. To be able to guard the dragon transformation pond, whether these 3 were surnamed Yang or not, their status in the Yang family was not low. They were even comparable to the elders of the family. This was why Yang Zhao was so serious. Xiao Zhengqing and the other 2 smiled slightly, seemingly very satisfied with Yang Zhao's attitude, turning their eyes to Yang Kai and asking suspiciously, "Are you the one who served the previous generation's 4th brother, Yang Yingfeng?" "Yes," Yang Kai greets 3 seniors. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Yang Kai was also shocked. These 3 were all peak immortal ascension boundary masters. In other words, any one of them was no worse than Ling Tai Su before he broke through. At this moment, they were actually guarding the dragon transformation pond, showing just how much importance the Yang family attached to this place. With these 3 here, along with the mysterious spirit array and countless hidden masters, it was likely only an above immortal ascension boundary master would be able to break through its defenses. After learning about Yang Kai's background, Xiao Zhengqing just nodded slightly while the other 2 didn't say anything. It seemed that for them, Yang Zhao was more interesting and could arouse their attention. Seeing how obvious their reactions were, Yang Kai wasn't too surprised. "Senior, why did the family arrange for us to come to the dragon transformation pond first this time?" Yang Zhao saw that Xiao Zhengqing was quite optimistic about him and couldn't help but ask, quickly asking the question in his heart. Xiao Zhengqing smiled lightly and said, "Naturally, it is to give you a better space to develop. You have been outside for a few years now. At most, you have entered a first-class force to gain experience. How could the resources there compare to our Yang families? The secret arts and martial skills you cultivate, the medicinal efficacies you absorb, and the many impurities your body produces. Once you enter the dragon transformation pond, you will be able to cleanse yourself of these impurities." Yang Zhao smiled happily and respectfully said, "I will definitely live up to the family's expectations." Xiao Zhengqing laughed. "Good, as expected of the patriarch's son, you are truly different from others. The dragon transformation pond is just below us. You can enter it yourself." Yang Kai couldn't help but frown slightly. Although he didn't expect Xiao Zhengqing to be so optimistic about him, these words still made him feel a little uncomfortable. Yang Zhao didn't say anything. Right now, he had no power or influence, so if he really tried to say anything, it would only be a thankless task and would only make him appear to be overestimating himself. If Yang Zhao wanted to change his mind, there was only one way. That was to establish himself above the entire Yang family. At that time, everyone would have to obediently follow his orders and act according to his mood. Yang Zhao nodded slightly and together with Yang Kai, the 2 of them looked down and suddenly saw a huge pond. Only its outline could be seen. It was impossible to see the water inside because above this pond was a thick layer of clouds. However, Yang Kai was keenly aware that this layer of clouds was different from the ones they had just passed through. The clouds from before were only used to confuse, but the layer above the dragon transformation pool was formed by the gathering of the energy of the world. It was as if the entire dragon transformation pool was a crystallization of energy. Dense steam rose into the air, condensing into a layer of clouds that covered the top. The dragon transformation pond is a place where one can cleanse their body. This opportunity is not easy to come by, so you should cherish it, Xiao Jingqing smiled. Another person interjected, the dragon transformation pond is also a place to test a person's aptitude. The longer one stays inside, the more outstanding their aptitude is. Yang Zhao, you need to perform well, you are different from the average young lord. You are the son of the current patriarch, many people are optimistic about you. Yang Zhao's face was filled with excitement, seemingly eager to prove himself, quickly cupping his fists and nodding, yes. Go. Xiao Zhengqing waved his hand and an invisible force wrapped around both Yang Zhao and Yang Kai, gently sending them into the dragon transformation pond. The clouds churned and the two fell into the pond at the same time, disappearing. Suddenly, a cold feeling washed over him. The water of this dragon transformation pond seemed to have some kind of magical effect. Yang Kai clearly felt some kind of energy pouring into his body's meridians and pores. As this energy entered his whole body became tingling with pain. But then, this pain suddenly disappeared as this energy drilled into his meridians and, under the burning of his true Yang Yuan Qi, converged into his unyielding golden skeleton. Yang Kai was stunned, suddenly feeling that this dragon transformation pond seemed to be a bit untrue. It didn't have any of the magical effects it was rumored to have. Turning his head to look at Yang Zhao not far away, Yang Kai's expression became even more strange. He found that his second brother seemed to be enduring a great deal of pain at the moment, his entire face red and his Yuan Qi madly circulating, drawing the energy from the dragon transformation pond into his body. Soon after, some impurities were expelled from his body, and some filthy substances were added to the clear pool water. Yang Kai quickly swam a little further away, lost in thought. Looking at Yang Zhao's current appearance, the dragon transformation pond clearly had some kind of effect and could really help people cleanse their body. But why couldn't he feel it? After thinking about it for a long time, Yang Kai suddenly realized something, a look of surprise filling his face. If his guess was right, it must be because of the myriad drug liquid. The myriad drug liquid, if taken over a long period of time, was able to cleanse one's body and fundamentally improve one's aptitude. Since obtaining the myriad drug liquid until now, as long as there weren't any unforeseen circumstances, Yang Kai had basically taken a drop of it every day. After such a long time, the impurities in his body should have been completely eliminated and his aptitude should have improved significantly. Now that he had entered the dragon transformation pond, what use would it have? The effect of the dragon transformation pond was definitely not as good as the myriad drug liquid. Understanding this point, Yang Kai's expression became disappointed. Influenced by his childhood beliefs, he had been looking forward to the effects of the dragon transformation pond, but now it had no effect on him, so naturally he was disappointed. The dragon transformation pond didn't have any effect on him, and now that he had just entered it, he couldn't just leave directly. Yang Kai suddenly felt bored and could only wait silently, circulating his true Yang secret art and absorbing and refining the energy in the dragon transformation pond. Chapter 393. Yang Family. The news that the two young lords had returned first quickly spread. The two golden feather eagles that had returned to the family were the best evidence. Two figures, one man and one woman, were quickly flying towards the dragon transformation pond. Both of their faces were filled with nervousness and expectation, as well as some guilt and heartache. The middle-aged man was a bit better, forcing himself to remain calm, but his muscular body couldn't help trembling slightly, a look of joy even appearing on his meticulous face. On the other hand, the woman was wiping the corners of her eyes as she ran, crying silently, her tears falling to the ground, her eyes red. After running for a while, the middle-aged man couldn't stand it anymore and muttered, "Su Zhu, what are you crying for? You should be happy that your son is back." Dong Suzhu continued to wipe her tears, but before she could speak, she began sobbing and stammering. "I just couldn't help it. You thought I wanted to cry. These tears, they just came out by themselves. Woo, it's so annoying." Yang Yingfeng was speechless. "If our son saw you like this, he would think I was bullying you at home." Dong Suzhu suddenly became sad. "You didn't bully me? Why don't you tell me what happened to that vixen last time?" Why did she keep calling me Big Brother Yang and calling me Big Brother Yang so intimately? She was extremely eloquent. Her tears seemed to have stopped flowing, and her incoherent appearance was nowhere to be found. Fourth Master Yang was so embarrassed that his face turned red, stuttering for a long time before muttering, "It was an accident. Last time was just an accident? An accident?" Dong Suju didn't give up and continued pitifully, "I married into your Yang family at the age of 18 and followed you for almost 20 years. After so many years of not being able to enjoy the good fortune of your Yang family, I've suffered a lot. At this age, I actually have to worry about my husband being seduced by another vixen. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come to the central capital to participate in the inheritance war and ended up meeting such a heartless man like you, woo-woo." As she spoke, she wiped the corners of her eyes, quietly observing Yang Yingfeng's reaction. What a surprise! Fourth Master Yang's forehead immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Although Dong Suju was not young anymore and had reached the age of a married woman, he did not know how she grew up. Even now, she looked no different from a 16-year-old girl. The long flowing time Great Emperor did not seem to have left any traces on her face. Moreover, not only did Dong Suju look young, but she was also very lively. She would often say things that only young girls would say and do things that made people not know whether to laugh or cry. When the husband and wife went out together, such embarrassing things often happened. The unfamiliar people immediately saluted respectfully. "Greetings, Fourth Master Yang." "Greetings, Miss Yang." Yang Yingfeng asked curiously, "Who is young Lady Yang?" The servant politely said, "Isn't this Fourth Master's daughter?" Sure enough, dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. As expected of the Fourth Master's daughter, Miss Yang's beauty is peerless and unparalleled. Flatter vigorously. The Fourth Master Yang's face darkened. Dong Suju, on the other hand, smiled and held onto Yang Yingfeng's arm, nodding repeatedly as if she was enjoying herself, as if she could not wait for others to say a few more good words about her. After experiencing this many times, Fourth Master Yang had also gained some experience, so whenever he visited an unfamiliar family as a guest, he would not hesitate to open his mouth. Not waiting for the host to open his mouth, he quickly introduced himself. "I am Yang Yingfeng. This is my wife, Dong Suju." The host immediately became depressed, thinking to himself that this Fourth Master Yang was a strange person. It was as if he was afraid that the world did not know he was an old cow eating young grass, actually introducing himself like this every time he met someone. Perhaps the temperament of the Yang family was just so strange. The thoughts of a direct descendant of a great family really were not something they could easily understand. The previous incident that Dong Suju mentioned actually happened 3 years ago, and the woman who had a good impression of Yang Yingfeng had long since disappeared. However, Dong Suju did not let go of this matter, bringing it up every time she felt depressed. What's more, Fourth Master Yang's temperament was dull, so he fell for this kind of trick. Obviously, he had not done anything wrong, it was just that the woman had been attracted by his elegant demeanor, but as soon as Dong Suju mentioned it, Fourth Master Yang would become like a grandson, repeatedly apologizing and embarrassing himself. "It was really an accident, Suju, don't think too much about it, I just helped her when she was in trouble. In fact, I didn't even say more than 3 words to her." Fourth Master Yang nervously explained as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. In fact, he did not know how many times he had explained this. "Really?" Dong Suju sniffled, tears streaming down her face. "You're not lying to me?" "I won't lie to you, I won't lie to you for the rest of my life," Fourth Master Yang said firmly, his expression solemn. "Fourth brother, you're so kind." Dong Suju suddenly broke into a smile. Fourth Master Yang grinned, a simple and honest smile appearing on his face, one that was quite similar to Yang Kai's, but without the wickedness of Yang Kai's. "You won't tell this to our son, will you?" Fourth Master Yang suddenly had a flash of inspiration and hurriedly asked. "And that will depend on how you behave in the future. If one day I'm not happy, perhaps I'll go talk to our son. You know what it's like to talk about things. Who knows what we'll end up talking about?" Kukukuku. Fourth Master Yang suddenly felt uncomfortable, thinking that if his high and lofty image were to collapse in his son's heart, that would be extremely bad. Speaking of his son, Dong Suju's expression became slightly more serious as she muttered, "I wonder if our son has brought back a wife for us these past few years." "I don't think so. I heard Tu Feng say that he came back alone. However, Tu Feng told me that there seems to be a woman who has a good impression of him." "How many women?" Dong Suju suddenly became interested. "How many?" The young family fourth master's thick eyebrows arched. Suddenly, his face filled with killing intent. "Only one. If he dares to be unfaithful, I'll break his legs." The expectation and smile on Dong Suju's face quickly faded as she snorted meaningfully, "If you dare do that, I'll break your legs." Yang Yingfeng's neck shrank as he suddenly wondered. Why was it that he had only said 3 words to a woman and this woman had been asking him for 3 years, yet his son had no problem being unfaithful? Was this some kind of double standard? Seeing that they were about to reach the edge of the dragon transformation pond, Dong Suju quickly said, Quick, fourth brother, help me take a look and see if my clothes are properly done. Is my hair messy? Is there any problem with my current appearance?" Fourth Master Yang asked curiously, "You're not going on a blind date. Why are you being so careful?" Dong Suju curled her lips. "Seeing our son is much more important than a blind date." Fourth Master Yang pondered for a while. Suddenly feeling that his wife's words made sense, he also straightened his clothes and asked, "Is there any problem with my appearance?" "Your beard is a little thick, but it's fine." Fourth Master Yang nodded with satisfaction. The husband and wife both stopped at the edge of the dragon transformation pond's forbidden area. They held their breaths as they stared at the thick clouds and mist. Their bodies were ramrod straight as they waited with solemn expressions. It was as if they were waiting for some kind of master to arrive. After waiting for a while, Fourth Master Yang suddenly said, "That's not right, Suju. Our son should be in the dragon transformation pond right now. It should take at least a day or 2 for him to come out. Why would we come here now?" "Why don't you go back?" Dong Suju suggested. "Good, there are still some things I need to take care of. I'll come find you when I'm done." Yang Yingfeng nodded, turned around, and left. After taking a few steps, suddenly he felt a murderous aura coming from behind him. 2 cold gazes pierced his spine and sent a chill down his spine. The fourth master couldn't help shivering and hurriedly came to a stop, a dignified expression on his face as he stood beside Dong Suju with his hands behind his back, looking straight ahead. His expression was solemn. "What's wrong?" Dong Suju looked at him with a sweet smile, gently biting her teeth. Fourth Master Yang sniffed and said in a muffled voice, "I suddenly feel that it's better to wait here. In any case, those things aren't important and can be dealt with at any time. I'll wait here alone." Dong Suju looked at Yang Yingfeng tenderly, her face filled with tenderness and understanding. "You go do what you need to do, don't worry about us mother and son. When my son comes out, I'll take him to the Dong family so he won't have to participate in the inheritance war." Fourth Master Yang shook his head like a rattledrum. "It's better for me to wait." Inside the dragon transformation pond, half a day later, Yang Kai really couldn't stay here any longer. The dragon transformation pond had no effect on him, so he could only wait here and circulate his true Yang secret art. His cultivation speed was faster than usual, but not by much. If it were any other time, he would have pretended to stay here for a while before leaving. But thinking about how his 2 parents were waiting for him in the house, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling like his but was on fire. Quietly glancing at the other side, Yang Kai found that Yang Zhao was still in the same state, shaking his head gently and leaping out of the dragon transformation pond. Midair, Yang Kai circulated his yuan qi, evaporating the water on his body before landing back down. Xiao Zhengqing and the other 2 all stared at Yang Kai in amazement. As they had said, the dragon transformation pond was a place that could test a person's aptitude. The better one's aptitude was, the longer they could stay in the dragon transformation pond and the greater the benefits they could obtain. The 3 of them had been guarding this place for many years and had seen many Yang family disciples enter the dragon transformation pool. Even the disciple with the worst aptitude who entered the dragon transformation pool had to persist for a full day and night before coming out. But this one in front of them, after entering for less than half a day, actually came out on his own. This kind of performance was really unsightly. Xiao Zhengqing and the other two were quite senior and their status in the Yang family was not low, so naturally they didn't need to give Yang Kai any face. What's more, the three of them weren't very optimistic about Yang Kai's chances. He came out just like that? One of them snorted, a look of disdain on his face. Yang Kai frowned, but although he was unhappy, he didn't answer, instead just asking, "Do you three have any other orders?" "None. You can return to the house," Xiao Zhengqing said casually. Yang Kai nodded, cupped his fists to the three, turned around, and strode away. Behind him, there seemed to be a chuckle, but Yang Kai turned a deaf ear. Chapter 394. Bastard, I've been reading Laughing Proud Wanderer for the past few days, but he hasn't updated. What a beast. It had been 5 or 6 years since he left the Yang family. When he left, he was just an ordinary person who couldn't cultivate, but now he had reached the Yuan Qi boundary 7th stage. It felt like a lifetime had passed. Yang Kai was also very worried about his two parents, but due to the family rules, he was unable to visit them. In addition, last time Dong Qinghan told him that his mother ran out to secretly see him, but was discovered by the family. Fourth Master Yang had taken her place and received 30 beatings, which made Yang Kai even more worried. He wondered how his two parents had been these past few years. His mood rose and fell as he hurriedly left the dragon transformation pool's forbidden area. He just left the expanse of clouds and mist when he saw two figures standing ramrod straight. They stood there silently and raised their heads in anticipation towards the forbidden area. Looking at each other, both of them were stunned. Yang Kai never thought that his two parents would be waiting here. After all, he had only returned to the family less than half a day ago. If no one had sent them a message, perhaps his two parents wouldn't have known that he had returned. Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suju also didn't expect that their son would appear in front of them so quickly. Both of them were still in a daze. Before, the fourth master had said that Yang Kai would need at least 1 or 2 days to come out of the dragon transformation pond, but that was because he had overestimated Yang Kai's aptitude as much as possible. From Tu Feng, they had learned about Yang Kai's current cultivation and that he had gotten rid of his congenital deficiency, but as for Yang Kai's aptitude, they didn't know. In their hearts, they didn't know. They estimated that if he stayed in the dragon transformation pond for 1 or 2 days, his aptitude would definitely not be good, but it was also normal. They never expected that after only half a day, Yang Kai would come out of the dragon transformation pond. Such a short time was enough to prove that Yang Kai's aptitude was very problematic. The three of them looked at each other for a moment. Then Yang Kai smiled, as if he had never smiled so peacefully and happily in all these years. Dong Suju's mouth suddenly became soft. Tears fell from his eyes, but without saying a word, he quickly stepped forward. He held his son in his arms. But now, Yang Kai was obviously not the same as before. After all these years, he had grown a lot taller. Dong Suju was actually half a head shorter than him. She had no choice but to stand on her tiptoes, put her small hands around Yang Kai's neck, and put his head on her slender shoulders. She stroked his hair with one hand and put the other on his broad back. He opened and closed his mouth several times. All of them were replaced by choking sobs. Her tears dripped onto Yang Kai's shoulder, and a warm feeling came over him. Smelling the fragrance that had made him infatuated when he was young, his entire mind was at peace. A sense of relaxation that he had never felt before exploded in his body and mind. The ship that had been sailing for a long time finally returned to the harbor of Wenning. Yang Kai felt like crying. Fourth Master Yang was a tough man, but at this moment, the rims of his eyes reddened. He quietly turned his head and squeezed his eyes. "Mother, I'm back," Yang Kai murmured softly. Dong Suju finally calmed down her emotional state. She gently patted Yang Kai's back and nodded repeatedly. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." After saying this more than 10 times, her voice gradually stopped trembling. In the end, she couldn't help but break into laughter. Only then did she let go of Yang Kai. She squeezed his shoulders with both hands and stood in front of him, looking him up and down. Her beautiful eyes were full of joy. He had grown taller and stronger. He was no longer the weak child of the past. Now that her son was standing in front of her, she actually felt like she could rely on him. Thinking of this, Dong Suju began to cry again. The growth of a person was always accompanied by trials and tribulations. Yang Kai becoming like this was inseparable from the hardships he had suffered in the past few years. Yang Kai was about to give fourth master a look, hinting for him to come over and comfort him, but he didn't expect his father to turn his head to the side and look at the sky at a 45-degree angle, as if there were birds flying in the sky. He stood there calmly with his hands behind his back. The corners of his eyes were wet. Yang Kai was helpless and could only open his mouth to comfort him. "It's okay, don't cry. And it's a joke." Dong Suju nodded gently, wiping his own tears, his eyes swollen like a peach. Yang Kai smiled and looked towards Yang Ingfeng. The fourth master still maintained his posture, not moving at all. "Father!" Yang Kai called out softly. Fourth master Yang didn't know what to think, but he quickly turned his head and cupped his fists towards Yang Kai with a serious expression on his face. Opening his mouth, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He was seeing his son, not an elder of the same generation. What was the point of cupping his fists? Was he supposed to salute him? His old face instantly flushed red. He reached out and flicked his sleeves without leaving a trace, flicking away the non-existent dust. Then, he put his hands behind his back and nodded slightly. With a calm expression, he said, "You're back?" Yang Kai sniffled and suddenly felt that this question was somewhat inexplicable, so he could only nod, "I'm back." "Well then, let's go home." The Yang family's fourth master was a bit shaken. He waved his hand and left, his ears completely red. Yang Kai and Dong Suju glanced at each other before following behind the fourth master, both of them giggling. Although Yang Ingfeng didn't show much expression when he saw Yang Kai, anyone could see that at this moment he was quite proud of himself, even his footsteps were lighter than before. Inside the fourth master's house, the three of them traveled quickly and returned home in a short while. The fourth master's house wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. After all, he was a direct descendant of the previous generation, so there were only a dozen servants and maidservants in the house. Compared to other places, it was a bit quieter. Entering the house, all the servants and maidservants they encountered along the way respectfully bowed to Yang Kai. Yang Ingfeng quickly ordered the servants to prepare a meal to welcome his son back, but Dong Suju pulled Yang Kai directly into his former bedroom. Pushing open the door to the room in his memory, Yang Kai slowly walked in. What he saw was no different from what he remembered, whether it was the placement of the things inside or the layout. There was not the slightest change, even the tables, chairs, and beds were spotless. Obviously, someone came to clean this place every day. Yang Ingfeng flashed in like a ghost and whispered, "After you left, your mother often came back here and looked after this place. It was as if she saw you were still at home." Dong Suju pinched Yang Ingfeng lightly, but the fourth master's skin was thick and he didn't say a word. He just glanced suspiciously at the madam. "Don't listen to your father's nonsense, I just came here occasionally to take a look," Dong Suju quickly said. Yang Kai nodded slightly. In his heart he knew better than anyone else. This room. It was likely that not only would his mother come here often, but even his father would often visit this place. The whole room was filled with the smell of the two old men in the family. It was easy to imagine Yang Ingfeng standing here, sighing. It was easy to imagine Dong Suju sitting on the bed, crying miserably. 5 or 6 years, more than 1,000 days and nights, not being a parent. They would never be able to understand how difficult these days were. Yang Kai's heart surged, his breathing becoming slightly rapid, but he didn't know what to say. "I'll have the food and wine delivered here, we'll eat here today." The fourth master found that he seemed to have said something wrong and quickly found an excuse to leave. "I'll go help. Son, you should rest for a while." After a short while, the servants delivered the food and wine. All of the dishes were personally cooked by Dong Suju. Fourth Master Yang even took out a bottle of good wine that he had kept for many years. A family of 3. For the first time in many years, they sat at the same table and ate in harmony. After a while, the fourth master drank himself to the point of intoxication. After a while, Dong Suju also drank herself into a daze. Only Yang Kai was still sober. That's all for today. I'll come talk to you again tomorrow. Although there were thousands of questions in his heart, Yang Yingfeng didn't ask Yang Kai anything on his first day back home and instead stood up shakily. Dong Suju supported her cheeks with her hands and said drunkenly, "You go back by yourself. I'm going to sleep with my son tonight. I haven't slept with him for a long time." Kai Yang turned pale with fright. The fourth master, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face. Hearing this, he nodded and walked out of the door. "Father!" Yang Kai hurriedly called out to him. "What's wrong?" Yang Yingfeng turned around and asked. "You don't think there's a problem?" Yang Kai's face was filled with black lines. The fourth master thought about it seriously for a while before frowning and asking, "What's the problem?" Yang Kai face-bombed. He knew that these 2 old men were probably really drunk. Did they think he was a child? No matter what he said now, they probably wouldn't listen. In desperation, Yang Kai could only call the maidservant from outside and help Dong Suju back to her room to rest. As the sound of footsteps gradually faded away, Dong Suju's muffled voice came from afar. "Don't make trouble. I'm going to sleep with my son tonight. If anyone tries to stop me, I'll stab them and curse them. In the future, I will never let these 2 get drunk." Yang Kai secretly decided in his heart. The next day, dawn. Yang Kai got up early and faced the rising sun to practice his unyielding golden skeleton secret art. The yuan qi in his body was restless, seemingly on the verge of a breakthrough. When he was in the Liu family, he had absorbed a large piece of yang crystal jade bed, and these days he had been using the myriad drug liquid to cleanse his body, so it was normal for him to want a breakthrough. His mind was calm, neither sad nor happy, just letting nature take its course. Half an hour later, sweating profusely, Yang Kai finished his cultivation. After breakfast, a servant came to report that the fourth master had summoned him. Yang Kai knew that his 2 parents must have a lot to say to him, so he wasn't too surprised. After tidying up a little, he hurried to the study. Unsurprisingly, not only was Yang Yingfeng waiting in the study, Dong Suju was also sitting nearby, staring at the door. Seeing Yang Kai enter, Dong Suju quickly stood up and pulled him over to sit next to him. After the 3 sat down, fourth master Yang coughed dryly and looked at Dong Suju. "Do you want to ask first, or should I?" "Go ahead and ask. What I want to ask are all trivial matters." Yang Yingfeng nodded, his expression becoming serious as he pondered for a moment. "My relationship with High Heaven Pavilion, did your Grand Master tell you about it?" "He did." Yang Kai nodded. "Then you should know why I asked you to go to High Heaven Pavilion." Yang Yingfeng took a deep breath. "Let me ask you, what is the current situation of High Heaven Pavilion?" Yang Yingfeng only knew that High Heaven Pavilion had been burned to the ground by the Chiu family's masters. Thousands of High Heaven Pavilion disciples had all been dismissed, and the whereabouts of the sect's elders were unknown. Chapter 395. High Heaven Pavilion was not only Yang Kai's sect, it was also the sect of the fourth Master Yang, so how could he not care? Yang Kai calmly recounted the various injustices that had happened to his sect, causing Yang Yingfeng's face to become gloomy and angry. But now, Chiu Yimeng is helping to rebuild High Heaven Pavilion, and that place is now under my name. Before the sect is officially established, that place is just one of my properties. Yang Kai's brow gradually relaxed. Chiu Yimeng? Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suju both looked at Yang Kai in amazement. The Chiu family's first young lady? Why would she help rebuild High Heaven Pavilion? The sect was burned down by one of her family's masters. That doesn't make sense. Yang Yingfeng frowned, puzzled, slowly shaking his head and asking, "Is there a reason for this?" "I helped her a little, so in return, rebuilding High Heaven Pavilion isn't a big deal for her." Yang Kai said lightly. "You helped her a little?" Fourth Master Yang's expression became more and more strange as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief, seemingly not having expected that after all these years, He would actually have a relationship with the Chiu family's first young lady. Dong Suju, on the other hand, smiled and looked meaningfully at Yang Kai. Son, are you very familiar with her? Not too familiar, but not unfamiliar either. Yang Kai nodded. Dong Suju pursed her red lips thoughtfully before giggling. The Chiu family's first young lady is an extraordinary character. If she were a man, she would definitely be the next patriarch of the Chiu family. Son, work hard. Take her in. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Regarding Chiu Yimeng, Yang Kai didn't have any thoughts about her at all. It was undeniable that this woman was very attractive and had a strong background. If he could obtain her favor, it would be like obtaining divine assistance in the inheritance war, but Yang Kai still instinctively rejected her. The feeling she gave off was too shrewd. This kind of shrewdness. It shouldn't appear in a young girl. Perhaps this was the tragedy of being born into a great family. Cooperation was fine, but it was absolutely impossible for anything to happen between them. Restoring the sect's name. Yang Yingfeng whispered to himself. Chiu Yimeng can't become the patriarch of the Chiu family, she really can't do this. If any of the central capital's 8 great families spoke up for High Heaven Pavilion, then the pot of shit that had been placed on High Heaven Pavilion's head could be removed without any hesitation. The evil sect name. It wasn't a big deal. The most important thing was Great Sect's Demon Lord. This was the sect's evil sect. Is there any news from Grand Master? Yang Kai quickly asked. Yang sect, grand sects, but several sects, and elders, several elders and elders, grand elders have disappeared. After a pause, Yang Yingfeng suddenly thought of something and asked expectantly, has your Grand Master really broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary? When the Chiu family masters sent back a message, Yang Yingfeng had also received the news immediately, but after all, this was only the Chiu family masters' side of the story. Perhaps they had fabricated it in order to shirk responsibility, so 4th Master Yang didn't dare fully believe it. Not to mention Yang Yingfeng. Everyone else who heard this news still held some doubts even now. How could such a super expert appear in a mere second-class sect? He really broke through. Yang Kai nodded firmly. After receiving Yang Kai's affirmation, Yang Yingfeng grinned widely, pacing back and forth in his study before suddenly coming to a stop. Patting his thigh heavily, he muttered, Good. I knew Master would definitely break through, but I didn't expect it to come so late. As he spoke, 4th Master Yang's expression relaxed, as if he had put down a big stone in his heart. In the past, Ling Tai Su was depressed because of the matter of his 2 disciples, and his heart was full of knots. After wasting more than 10 years in vain, now that he had finally made a breakthrough, it was definitely because he had resolved the knot in his heart, so Yang Yingfeng was naturally happy for him. Grand Master's misfortune was actually a blessing in disguise. Yang Kai suddenly thought of an idea. The Demon Lord emerged from the coiling dragon stream and fought with the masters of the sect. One of the elders was killed on the spot and Grand Master also suffered heavy injuries. That unworthy junior! Yang Yingfeng couldn't help cursing, his eyes filled with anger. The Demon Lord was still Yang Yingfeng's junior brother, but now he had betrayed his master and killed his fellow disciples, so the 4th Master was naturally enraged. Sooner or later, I'll make him kneel in front of Master, kowtow and admit his wrongs. Yang Yingfeng was annoyed for a while before hurriedly asking, and then? Later, Grand Master was surrounded by demonic qi and his life was in danger. Seeing that there was no way to save him, I tried to give him something. You gave him something? Yang Yingfeng's eyes widened to the size of a pigeon's egg while Dong Suju also covered her mouth, both husband and wife holding their breaths nervously. And it was a medicinal liquid I made myself. I didn't expect it would really work, not only pulling Grand Master back from the gates of hell, but also helping him dispel the demonic qi in his body. Yang Kai braced himself as he made up a story. After Grand Master recovered, he broke through. You made a medicinal liquid yourself? Yang Yingfeng's expression was one of fear, his face completely pale. Dong Suju patted her chest with her small hands, secretly rejoicing that nothing serious had happened. Otherwise, the title of Grand Master's murderer would not have been placed on the Demon Lord's head, but rather on Yang Kai. If that had really happened, her fourth brother would have died of guilt. Yang Kai sniffed and said, "Actually, I know a little about medicine. I studied it in Medicine King's Valley's hidden cloud peak." "So that's how it is?" Yang Yingfeng suddenly realized. "You know about it?" Yang Kai was stunned, but the two old men didn't show the slightest surprise, as if they had long been aware of this matter. "And Qing Han secretly sent us a letter to tell us." Dong Suju nodded. This could be explained. Dong Qing Han was her mother's nephew, so it wasn't strange for him to send a letter. Grandmaster Xiao is truly worthy of being called a grandmaster. Yang Yingfeng sighed. "You didn't need to do anything personally, just teaching you something actually had such a magical effect." Sighing with emotion, Yang Kai nodded solemnly, "I'll have to thank Grandmaster properly some other day." Yang Kai chuckled and nodded, "Of course. When I have time, I'll personally go to Hidden Cloud Peak. My master's life-saving grace is equivalent to my life-saving grace. I can't help but thank him." Fourth Master Yang said sincerely with a grateful expression. Yang Kai suddenly felt depressed. If the fourth master went to Hidden Cloud Peak and the two sides confronted each other, wouldn't his lie be exposed? Quickly saying, "Father, you shouldn't go. Grandmaster's temper is a bit strange. Even if you go you may not be able to see him. It's better for me to go alone." Yang Yingfeng thought about it for a moment and felt that what Yang Kai said was true. Over the years, many people from the 8 great families had tried to go to Hidden Cloud Peak to ask Xiao Fusheng to refine alchemy pills, but no matter how many people went back and forth, only a few of them were able to succeed. Quickly nodding, Yang Yingfeng said, "That's good. When you go, prepare a few gifts." "And I understand." Yang Kai secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Dong Suju suddenly became excited and asked softly, "Son, do you still remember the method to concoct the medicinal liquid?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Naturally I remember." Then, Dong Suju's heart couldn't help beating faster as she looked at Yang Kai expectantly and nervously. How could Yang Kai not know what she was looking forward to? The fourth Master Yang had been injured by the Demon Lord and suffered from a chronic illness. Even now, there was still some residual demonic qi in his body. If not for this reason, how could Yang Yingfeng still be an immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage cultivator? Even Dong Suju was now an immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivator. At that time, the 4th Master Yang was Ling Taisu's eldest disciple while the Demon Lord was the 2nd disciple. The Demon Lord's aptitude was heaven-defying, and now he had reached the above immortal ascension boundary. Yang Yingfeng was Ling Taisu's brother, so obviously his aptitude wasn't any worse than the Demon Lord's. If it weren't for that incident, how could he still be an immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage cultivator? At the very least, he would be an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage cultivator. The demonic qi in Yang Yingfeng and Ling Taisu's bodies came from the same source, but the latter was much denser. Since that magical medicinal liquid was able to resolve the demonic qi in Ling Taisu's body, it didn't necessarily mean it couldn't resolve the demonic qi in Yang Yingfeng's body. If he could cure the 4th Master's chronic illness, his future would be bright and he might even be able to break through to the above immortal ascension boundary. In the past, Yang Yingfeng's aptitude was one of the highest in the Yang family, even better than the current patriarch, Yang Yinghao. This medicinal liquid can be prepared, and the required materials aren't too complicated. Yang Kai nodded slightly. The 4th Master Yang and his wife's breathing suddenly became rapid. "Father, I want to take a look at your condition first." "Good." Yang Yingfeng nodded, sat down next to Yang Kai, and stretched out his hand. Yang Kai flicked his finger and placed it on his palm, circulating his yuan qi slightly and carefully examining it. When the yuan qi entered his body, Yang Yingfeng's expression suddenly became startled as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. He hadn't expected his son's yuan qi to be so pure and vigorous. Although it was only a strand of yuan qi, it was easy to see the whole picture. The yuan qi in his son's body was obviously extraordinary, comparable to his own over the years. Yang Kai was only at the 7th stage of yuan qi, If he was given enough time to accumulate and improve his cultivation, to what extent could his yuan qi reach? This child seemed a bit mysterious. Was this really his own son? The Yang family's fourth master had a surreal feeling in his heart. After a long time, Yang Kai withdrew his hand with a solemn expression. "How is it?" Dong Suju asked with a trembling voice. "Compared to Grandmaster's condition, it's better and can be cured, but because too much time has passed, that strand of demonic qi has attached itself to the dantian and is not easy to resolve. Father must drink this medicinal liquid all year round until it is completely eradicated. It's good that it can be cured." When Dong Suju heard him say this, he couldn't help feeling overjoyed. Exchanging a glance with Yang Yingfeng, they both saw the joy in each other's eyes. Over the years, the husband and wife had searched everywhere for famous doctors and tried all kinds of methods, but they were still unable to resolve the strand of demonic qi in the dantian. Even the Yang family's dragon transformation pond had no effect. But now, the worries that had plagued the husband and wife for many years had been resolved with the return of their son. They suddenly felt that no one in this world was as amazing as their son. Chapter 396. Over the next 10 days, Yang Kai closed himself in his room and told his two old men that he needed to refine the medicinal liquid. A variety of precious materials were sent to his room, and all of them were stored in the black book space by Yang Kai. These materials were not from the Yang family but were instead found by Yang Yingfeng and his wife. Although they weren't precious treasures, their grade wasn't bad either, the highest of which was mysterious grade low rank. Yang Kai wanted to give them the illusion that this medicinal liquid was extraordinary, otherwise, if he could just casually refine it, it would be impossible to explain its magical effects. It wasn't that Yang Kai intended to conceal the myriad drug liquid from his two old men, it was just that this thing's origin was very strange. Since it was related to the Medicine King's Valley Pill Saint statue, letting them know would only add to the danger, so it was better not to tell them. 10 days later, Yang Kai brought 2 large water bags filled with myriad drug liquid and gave them to Yang Yingfeng, ordering him and Dong Suju to take a drop every day. He also gave them a lot of myriad drug milk, which was the key to dispelling the demonic qi. The myriad drug liquid was only for them to cleanse their bodies. As for the highest grade myriad drug cream, Yang Kai didn't use it. This thing could help one comprehend the heavenly way, so Yang Kai wanted to wait until his two old men reached the peak immortal ascension boundary to help them break through. Although that may take a long time, Yang Kai could afford to wait. The fourth master didn't know how precious the myriad drug liquid was, so he simply accepted it and put it aside, glancing at Yang Kai with a slightly strange expression, frowning as he asked, "The inheritance war, you want to participate?" Yang Kai felt like he had something to say, so instead of answering he asked, "What do you mean?" Yang Yingfeng sighed, "Your mother and I didn't expect you to grow up in these past few years, so we didn't want you to participate in the inheritance war. What your mother means is, you don't want to participate." Yang Kai stared at him with burning eyes. A slight smile appeared on his face. He had asked his father for his opinion, but his father had told him his mother's, so what his father's opinion was, there was no need to ask. "I want to participate." Yang Yingfeng quickly said, "Only by winning the position of patriarch can I restore the sect's name." "That's what I thought too." The father and son looked at each other and laughed. He laughed and laughed. Yang Yingfeng's expression suddenly became gloomy. "Don't blame your father for being a little selfish. Back then, I owed your Grand Master too much, now I can only count on you to repay him. High Heaven Pavilion cannot lose its inheritance in the hands of your Grand Master." "I know. Mother, I'll tell her. You don't have to worry about it." Yang Yingfeng waved his hand and spoke in a heroic tone. Yang Kai nodded, letting go of the worries in his heart. Although the fourth master had always shown himself to be very henpecked, when it came to family matters, the fourth master was still able to make decisions. Dong Suju would only tease and oppose him on some trivial matters. Yang Kai suddenly thought of something. "I want some people who are well-informed, flexible, and loyal. Father, do you have such a person in mind? Do you have something to do?" Yang Yingfeng raised his thick brow. The fourth master pondered for a while before tossing something to Yang Kai and saying, "Go to the North City District's Clear Sky Inn and find a man named Pang Chi. He should be able to help you." "Who's that?" Yang Kai played with the object in his hand. Suddenly, he discovered that it was a piece of cyan bamboo about the length of a finger. It was shaped like a flute, and if one gently blew into it, it would make a sound. However, Yang Kai didn't recognize the material of this bamboo. It was neither gold nor jade. It was also not an ordinary material. Bamboo Not Gang's sect leader. Yang Yingfeng smiled lightly. "This is a force I cultivated myself. Although the strength of the people inside isn't very high, they are first-class experts in gathering information. If you can really subdue them, it will be of great benefit to you in the inheritance war." "I understand." Yang Kai nodded. Fourth Master Yang said somewhat guiltily, "Although I also control some of the family's forces, I can't give them to you. Because in the inheritance war, except for those allowed to participate by the family, no one else is allowed to participate. Even if I give them to you, you won't be able to mobilize them, let alone use them." Yang Kai nodded gently, also understanding this point so naturally he wouldn't say anything. "There's still some time before the inheritance war. You can use this time to familiarize yourself with them." Yang Yingfeng smiled meaningfully. Yang Kai also grinned, a dangerous grin on his face. Fourth Master Yang stared at him blankly. He had never seen Yang Kai have such an evil side to him. Suddenly, an eagle cry sounded outside the house, causing Yang Yingfeng's brow to wrinkle as he asked suspiciously, "Golden feather eagle?" Yang Kai, on the other hand, smiled happily and listened carefully. A moment later, another eagle cry sounded, and sure enough, it was a golden feather eagle. Yang Yingfeng was suddenly confused. How did a golden feather eagle end up in our house? The Yang family's eagles had always been managed by a family with a different surname. This family was very small, with only a few people, but their ancestors had passed down a special method to enslave monster beast. With this method, they were able to live in the Yang family and raise and take care of the dozen or so rare and precious beasts. After Yang Kai returned to the Yang family, the golden feather eagle that had followed him all the way here had returned to its cage. It hadn't appeared for more than 10 days, but now it had come here on its own. Yang Yingfeng didn't know why the golden feather eagle had come here, but Yang Kai was well aware. It was likely that this eagle missed the taste of the myriad drug liquid, so it had come looking for it. The father and son pair quickly walked out and saw a few people standing under a tree, holding some meat in their hands as they teased the golden feather eagle perched on the treetops. The meat was extremely fresh and had always been the favorite food of the golden feather eagle, but at this moment, its pair of eagle eyes didn't even bother to look at them, instead staring straight into the room where Yang Kai was. Seeing Yang Kai appear, the golden feather eagle actually spread its wings and leapt down, landing on Yang Kai's shoulder in a flash, its hook-like beak rubbing against Yang Kai's hair affectionately. The group of people watching this scene couldn't help marveling, and even Yang Yingfeng was amazed as he stared at Yang Kai. The golden feather eagle's intelligence was very high, and it had a very bad temper. Even the family that raised them, if they were provoked, would find it difficult to appease them, but this golden feather eagle had actually flown onto Yang Kai's shoulder and acted so intimately. This was something that had never happened before. The golden feather eagle was still crying out, its clear cries echoing for several kilometers, seeming somewhat urgent, as if it was urging something. "Don't be noisy!" Yang Kai shouted. To everyone's surprise, the golden feather eagle immediately closed its beak and stood obediently on Yang Kai's shoulder, not moving at all. Young Master's methods are really amazing. One of the maidservants covered her mouth as she stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes, her face filled with excitement and worship. Another old servant also smiled and said, "I've been in the Yang family for so many years, but I've never seen anyone who can make a golden feather eagle so obedient. This time it's really an eye-opener." "Kai, how did you do it?" Fourth Master Yang frowned and asked. "It's probably because it followed me all the way here." Yang Kai chuckled and didn't say much. Yang Yingfeng was stunned, obviously not believing this. Golden feather eagles were notoriously difficult to train, otherwise, they wouldn't have been handed over to another family's disciples. The previous generation of Yang family young masters had also been found by a golden feather eagle. Yang Yingfeng had also lived with a golden feather eagle for a long time, but no matter how hard he tried, that golden feather eagle's attitude towards him had always been lukewarm. When had there ever been such intimacy and dependence? At that moment, a servant came in from outside and reported, "Master, young master, there is a man named Du Qingbai outside asking for an audience." Fourth Master Yang pondered for a moment before nodding, "Let him in." Du Qingbai, Yang Yingfeng didn't know who he was, but he knew that the family that raised and trained the Yang family's golden feather eagle was surnamed Du. Du Qingbai had probably chased the golden feather eagle all the way here. Otherwise, in the Yang family's territory, no outsider would dare run around casually. Not long after, the servant led an old man into the room. Before he arrived, Du Qingbai cupped his fists and said with a flattering smile, "The Du clan's eagle keeper greets Fourth Master Yang and Little Lord." Yang Yingfeng nodded and asked casually, "Are you here to look for the golden feather eagle?" Du Qingbai's face was full of embarrassment. This eagle's beast nature is difficult to tame. It accidentally entered Fourth Master's mansion and disturbed Fourth Master and Little Lord. I beg Fourth Master's forgiveness. It's fine, it was this monster beast that brought me back. Yang Yingfeng shook his head. Since that's the case, take this eagle back and keep an eye on it. Du Qingbai nodded repeatedly, "Many thanks for Fourth Master's magnanimity." Saying so, he smiled awkwardly at Yang Kai before turning his attention to the golden feather eagle, his expression becoming serious, and blowing a string of clear but inexplicable tunes. This was the method of communication between the eagle keeper and the golden feather eagle. In the past, whenever Du Qingbai blew this tune, the golden feather eagle would obediently listen to his instructions, but this time it obviously didn't work. The eagle seemed to be more intelligent than before and was actually looking at him with its head tilted, its sharp eyes seeming to contain a hint of ridicule. A group of servants were watching from the side, wanting to see the means of the eagle keeper. Coupled with the serious expression on Yang Yingfeng's face, Du Qingbai's mood was both tense and complicated. After blowing for a while, the golden feather eagle didn't seem to hear, but Du Qingbai's mouth was sour. Cold sweat dripping from his forehead, Du Qingbai became even more embarrassed, coughing dryly and saying to Yang Kai, "Little Lord, please excuse my offense." Saying so, he took a few steps forward and made a gesture to grab the golden feather eagle standing on Yang Kai's shoulder. "It's very dangerous." Yang Kai grinned at him. Du Qingbai didn't understand what Yang Kai meant, but before he could recover, the golden feather eagle suddenly let out a sharp cry and a golden light shot towards Du Qingbai. Du Qingbai's strength wasn't very high, only around the Yuan Qi boundary 7th stage, but it was enough to block this attack from the golden feather eagle. Hurriedly waving his hand, Du Qingbai summoned an Yuan Qi barrier in front of him, offsetting the golden light. Du Qingbai quickly jumped back a few steps and stared at the golden feather eagle in disbelief. He had raised this eagle for so many years, but he had never been attacked by it before. Never had he expected that today he would almost fail. Chapter 397. Speaking of which, due to the heavy snowfall, some of his relatives didn't have time to leave, so today and tomorrow they would have to go out during the day, one in the morning and one in the evening. Staring at the golden feather eagle for a long time, Du Qingbai could only see the hostility in its eyes. As the Yang family's eagle keeper, now that he couldn't do anything about this eagle he had raised for more than 10 years, if this news were to spread, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? Du Qingbai suddenly felt extremely embarrassed and stood there, not knowing what to do. Seeing his awkwardness, Yang Kai smiled lightly and quietly took out a drop of myriad drug liquid from the black book space, then stroked the eagle's beak and fed it some myriad drug liquid. "Don't hurt people." The eagle shook its wings and cried out a few times as if it didn't want to. "Be obedient," Yang Kai frowned. The golden feather eagle immediately folded its wings and became extremely obedient. Du Qingbai couldn't help feeling shocked as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement, his eyes filled with disbelief as he asked, "Little Lord, you can communicate with this eagle?" "Pretty much." Yang Kai nodded. Du Chengbai suddenly showed a look of worship. His Du family had relied on a set of beast enslavement secret arts passed down by his ancestors to enter the Yang family and become an eagle breeder specializing in raising and training golden feather eagles. Originally, he thought that his beast enslavement secret art was enough to be unparalleled in the world. But now, compared with Yang Kai's magical means, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Du Chengbai asked himself if he could reach the same level as Yang Kai, even if he cultivated his beast-taming secret art to its peak. It was impossible for him to achieve such a miraculous feat for a moment. Du Chengbai was shocked and aghast. There was actually someone in this world who could communicate with the monster beast to such an extent. Yang Yingfeng's eyes lit up even brighter as a look of pride appeared on his face. Yang Kai was his son, so the more outstanding Yang Kai's performance was, the happier he would be. Although communicating with the monster beast wasn't something to be proud of, it was still a skill. Senior Du. Yang Kai glanced over at Du Chengbai. Du Chengbai's expression became solemn, quickly saying, "I wouldn't dare, little lord can just call me by my name." No one knew better than Du Chengbai how difficult it was to train the golden feather eagle. Yang Kai being able to make the eagle behave so obediently, he had to respect for him. "If I want this eagle, what? How can I obtain it?" Yang Kai asked Du Chengbai. "You want this eagle?" Du Chengbai was surprised and stared at Yang Kai suspiciously. Yang Yang's of the of course, Yang Kai's is of the family. Du Chengbai immediately understood what he meant. Lane. T. But this little lord of the fourth master's house was different. He could directly communicate with the golden feather eagle. If he could get his hands on such a strange beast, it would be of great use to him. At the very least, it would be a good choice for him to send messages. After hesitating for a moment, Du Chengbai said, "Little lord, please forgive me, this eagle belongs to the family. This Du is just an eagle breeder, I can't give it to you." "I know that, but now I just want to know how I can take it for myself. You've been raising eagles for the Yang family for so many years, has no one ever taken a few from you?" Du Chengbai slowly shook his head. "No one has ever succeeded even if the family allowed it. Even if the family allowed it, the eagle wouldn't leave its cage." Yang Yingfeng frowned and interjected, "If it were any other time, I would be able to use my merits to help you exchange for an eagle, but right now I can't. During this sensitive period, you have to prepare everything yourself." Yang Kai nodded and expressed his understanding. In a few days, the inheritance war would begin. The family would not allow the relatives of these young lords to assist them in any way. Du Chengbai nodded. As fourth master said, "I can use my merits to exchange for an eagle." After a pause, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. "But little lord, you've only just returned to the Yang family, you have no merits to offer the family." "Merits?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "What kind of merits can be exchanged for an eagle?" Fourth Master Yang didn't know much about this, so he could only turn his eyes to Du Chengbai. The latter said, "Merits that can bring obvious benefits to the family, such as convincing an entire force to swear allegiance to the Yang family, or offering the family some artifacts, martial skills, precious pills, and precious treasures." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "Mysterious grade martial skills, is that enough?" As soon as the statement came out, not only did Du Chengbai's expression change, but even Yang Yingfeng was taken aback. He had never expected that his son would actually be able to practice a mysterious grade martial skill in these past few years. In his memory, High Heaven Pavilion only had a single mysterious grade low-rank martial skill, and all of it was in the hands of Ling Tai Su and the other elders. Ordinary disciples simply couldn't practice it. You can't be." Yang Yingfeng frowned. "No, I haven't practiced any martial skills in the sect." Yang Kai shook his head, knowing that his brother was worried about him revealing the sect's secrets. Yang Yingfeng was even more surprised now. If he didn't learn these martial skills in the sect, then where did he learn them? Could it be that his son had wandered outside these past few years? On the other hand, Du Chengbai nodded repeatedly. "A mysterious grade martial skill is enough." Mysterious grade martial skills were generally the most powerful martial skills of any force. Only the next generation could learn them. Exchanging a mysterious grade martial skill for a fifth-order golden feather eagle, the family had no reason to refuse. Little Lord, do you want this do to help you apply to the family? Generally speaking, I'll be the one to handle the golden feather eagle. Du Chengbai volunteered. Good, then I'll leave it to old man Du. Little Lord is too polite. Du Chengbai's old face blushed slightly as he cupped his fists. This Du only hopes that little Lord can give this Du some pointers on the beast enslavement method in his spare time. This Du would be extremely grateful. Very well. Yang Kai nodded. In fact, he was also interested in seeing the Du family's beast enslavement method. He didn't know if he could comprehend anything from it and use it to enhance the power of his beast enslavement seal. Since the Du family was able to become the Yang family's eagle keeper, they definitely had a way of enslaving demonic beasts that no one else could. Otherwise, the Yang family would have already snatched the demonic beast enslavement technique from the Yang family. How would the Du family be able to raise an eagle here? Then this Du will go back and deal with this matter. The shortest will be 1 or 2 days. At most, we'll have news in 5 or 6 days. After Du Chengbai received Yang Kai's promise, his face filled with joy as he stared at Yang Kai expectantly. Glancing at the hostile golden feather eagle, Du Chengbai felt slightly embarrassed. Little Lord, this eagle will have to go back with this Du for the time being. Otherwise, if the family investigates, this old master won't be able to bear the consequences. Yang Kai nodded and gave the golden feather eagle a command. The golden feather eagle immediately spread its wings and soared into the sky, quickly returning to its cage. Don't lock it up, it will come to me once a day. Yang Kai ordered. This Du will remember. Du Chengbai nodded and left in high spirits. Not bad. Yang Yingfeng smiled and couldn't help but praise his son. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head. Little tricks. I'll be heading to the North City District first and probably won't be back for a few days. Father, you should tell Mother. Yang Yingfeng nodded. Yang Kai didn't stop him. The central capital was simply too big. If he had to walk, it would have taken him at least a few days to reach the North City District. Moreover, it was not convenient to fly in the central capital, so Yang Kai could only bring out a cloud-treading colt from his mansion. Riding it he left. That night, when Dong Suju returned, she found that Yang Kai had already left and couldn't help complaining to Yang Yingfeng. Her son had only been back for 2 days before he went into retreat for more than 10 days, but when he finally came out, he actually went to the North City District. Dong Suju was naturally sad. The fourth master didn't say a word as he let Dong Suju complain. After Dong Suju calmed down, the fourth master said, Kai has already prepared the medicinal liquid and told us to drink a drop of it every day. Saying so, he took out the myriad drug liquid that Yang Kai had brought over and placed it on the table. A drop? Dong Suju looked confused. Didn't he say it was for you to heal your wounds? Why do I have to drink it? Said that if we take it all year round, we can retain eternal youth. I want it, I want it. Dong Suju's face filled with excitement, not waiting for the fourth master to finish speaking before shouting excitedly, all of her previous depression completely forgotten. The husband and wife obviously didn't believe that Yang Kai's medicinal liquid could really preserve one's youth, but in any case, this was their son's kind intentions. Even if it was just a cup of water, it was still sweet. Bringing over a wine cup, Yang Yingfeng carefully poured a drop into his wife's cup before pouring a drop into his own. Then, the two of them looked at each other and frowned. A drop at a time, it really didn't taste good. Once they wet their lips, it would be gone. Why don't we pour a bit more? It's not poisonous anyway, and it smells quite good. Dong Suju suggested, her face filled with eagerness. That's fine. Yang Yingfeng didn't object, pouring a bit more into his wife's cup before pouring it into his own. Fill it up, since it can dissolve the demonic qi in your body. Drinking more won't do you any harm. Following his wife's instructions, fourth Master Yang filled his cup to the brim. The two of them picked up their wine cups, Dong Suju naughtily linking her and the fourth master's arms and drinking a toast. The fourth master smiled slightly, and just like on their wedding night, the husband and wife downed the wine in one gulp. As the myriad drug liquid entered their stomachs, the two of them smacked their lips and carefully tasted it. This medicinal liquid smelled very fragrant and tasted very good. They really didn't know how their son had managed to make it. It was a wonderful aftertaste. Smiling at each other, Fourth Master Yang didn't even have time to speak when suddenly his complexion changed greatly, his whole face turning red. In the next moment, the yuan qi in Dong Suju's body began to madly circulate uncontrollably, and at the same time, a terrifying burst of energy erupted from his abdomen. The faces of the two men became extremely aghast. It was as if a gust of wind had swept through the entire room. In that instant, the tables and benches were reduced to dust. On the surrounding walls, there were thousands of marks left behind by sharp blades. These were the marks left behind by the raging true essence. Not daring to hesitate, the two of them quickly sat down cross-legged and began circulating their secret arts, guiding the massive amount of energy in their bodies through their meridians. Chapter 398. Central Capital, North City District, Clear Sky Inn. Yang Kai wore a set of blue robes, his hands clasped behind his back as he strode forward with his head held high. The slightly chubby shopkeeper's eyes lit up as he immediately smiled and asked respectfully, "Does this young lord wish to stay or eat?" Yang Kai's appearance was extraordinary and he was riding a cloud-treading colt, so the shopkeeper had seen countless people and naturally knew that this young man's background was not low, so how could he dare slight him? "I'm looking for someone." Yang Kai's expression was indifferent as he placed the piece of blue bamboo on the table. Seeing the blue bamboo, the shopkeeper's expression suddenly became dignified and he quickly ran out from behind the counter and whispered, "Young lord, please follow me." Yang Kai put away the token, nodded slightly, and followed behind the shopkeeper with a calm expression. Although Clear Sky Inn also did some business, that was just a cover. The real face of Clear Sky Inn was actually the headquarters of the Bamboo Knot Gang. In the central capital, there were more than just the 8 great families. There were also countless forces that were hidden in the dark and could not be seen in public. These forces, large and small, were all supported by the 8 great families. They were mainly responsible for matters that the 8 great families were not convenient to deal with, and the Bamboo Knot Gang was just one of them. Compared to the other forces, the Bamboo Knot Gang was relatively small. After passing through the entire Clear Sky Inn, they came to a huge courtyard. Inside the courtyard, many cultivators were competing in martial skills, either one-on-one or in groups of 3 or 5. Yang Kai secretly glanced around and found that the strength of the people here was indeed not high. At most, they were at the peak of Yuan Qi boundary, most of them were still around the separation and reunion boundary, with some even at the Qi transformation boundary. Inside the central capital, the better cultivators were generally taken in by the 8 great families, so the remaining ones were naturally a mix of good and bad. Yang Kai didn't care about this, but the cultivators who were fighting, when they saw the chubby shopkeeper leading Yang Kai in, all of them looked over in surprise and began to comment. After passing through the huge courtyard, the two arrived in front of a large hall. In front of the hall, there were some very fierce-looking cultivators. They were looking around vigilantly, and after the two appeared, all of them cast their eyes towards them. He stopped in his tracks. The fat shopkeeper cupped his hands towards them and said with a smile, "The 4th master has sent someone here. Please go and inform the gang leader." One of the cultivators, sizing up Yang Kai from head to toe, he couldn't help but frown and ask suspiciously, "Why does he look so unfamiliar? Is he one of the 4th master's people?" The fat shopkeeper nodded repeatedly. "Of course, he has 4th master's token on him." The man nodded. "Let's wait." After saying that, he turned around and walked in. After a while, that person came back and said to Yang Kai, "Faction leader said that you should go to the side hall to rest first. He will come after he finishes his discussion." Yang Kai frowned. Who would have thought that he would actually be rejected? This was interesting. Inside the main hall, there seemed to be an argument going on. The voices of several people could be heard. Yang Kai released his divine sense. Not only did he instantly see through the cultivation levels of the people in the hall, he also heard some things. His expression gradually turned cold. He couldn't help but snort. "Young master, Why don't you go to the side hall and wait for a while? The fat shopkeeper suggested cautiously. No need, I will go in by myself. Yang Kai shook his head and stepped inside. Sir, please wait. The cultivator who went in to report hurriedly stood in front of Yang Kai. As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly flew out. In mid-air, a hot yuan qi burst out of his body, rampaging through his meridians. Before he landed, he directly passed out. With a few muffled thuds, the cultivator guarding in front of the main hall all fell to the ground. Before the fat shopkeeper came to his senses, Yang Kai had already arrived in front of the door. With a squeak, the closed door opened. Yang Kai slowly walked in from the outside. There were about a dozen cultivators sitting around a several dozen-meter-long table. Each one of them had a gloomy face and red neck. It seemed that the argument they had just had was quite intense. The yuan qi in their bodies was showing signs of tumbling. Yang Kai's eyes turned slightly and fixed on the person sitting at the head of the table. This person had a refined face and a slender figure. He was dressed in a scholarly manner and had the temperament of a mature man. His appearance was quite interesting. However, at this moment, there was a faint trace of sadness and helplessness between his eyebrows. The Bamboo Knot Gang's sect leader, Pang Chi. It was difficult to associate his imposing name with his refined temperament. The sound of Yang Kai pushing open the door naturally alarmed them. The moment Yang Kai walked in, the sound of the fierce argument came to an abrupt end. All of them turned their heads in surprise, several of them frowning slightly, their expressions displeased. But more than that, there was fear. In any case, Yang Kai was now someone sent by Yang Yingfeng and his identity was obvious. Pang Chi quickly got up and waved his hand to dismiss the fat shopkeeper who had followed him in. Putting on a forced smile, he cupped his fists and asked, "May I ask what your excellency's name is?" "Yang family Yang Kai." As soon as these words came out, everyone couldn't help feeling horrified. They had thought that Yang Yingfeng would at most send one of his subordinates this time. In the past, the Bamboo Knot Gang and Yang Yingfeng had relied on the fourth master's subordinates to handle matters. But as soon as the name Yang Kai was announced, they realized that the situation was different from what they had imagined. This young man was obviously a young lord who had just returned to the Yang family. It was likely that he was one of the subordinates of the fourth master Yang. Realizing that Yang Kai's identity was noble and extraordinary, everyone quickly stood up. Pang Chi quickly stepped down from the table and respectfully said, "Pang Chi did not know young lord had arrived and failed to welcome you. Please forgive him." "Please forgive us, young lord." Everyone shouted in unison. "It's fine." Yang Kai waved his hand faintly, not showing any sign of concern. Pang Chi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had acted recklessly just now and had actually allowed Yang Kai to rest in the side hall while waiting for him. If this young lord had really blamed him, he feared he wouldn't be able to see the sun rise tomorrow. For a moment, Pang Chi's back was drenched in cold sweat as he secretly rejoiced. "Young lord, please sit." Pang Chi hurriedly said. Yang Kai didn't act polite. Walking directly to the highest position, Yang Kai sat down. Pang Chi let out a hollow laugh as he stood to the side, unable to help feeling a bitter taste in his mouth. Everyone else was the same, all of them standing in place, their hearts in turmoil. They had never been in contact with any of the Yang family's young lords. At this moment, they naturally felt some psychological pressure. Moreover, they didn't know what Yang Kai's purpose for coming here was. Thinking back to the quarrel just now, several of them couldn't help breaking out in cold sweat. Their hearts began to feel uneasy. Yang Kai grabbed a fragrant fruit from the table, leaned back in his chair, and put his two big feet on the table. Assuming a comfortable posture, he began to eat. Finding that he didn't understand etiquette, acting no different from a hooligan, the expressions of the people present relaxed, no longer as nervous as before. Their backgrounds were all very low, so when they saw Kai Yang acting so lazy, they naturally felt their tension disappear. "The taste is good." Yang Kai ate a few mouthfuls before throwing the fragrant fruit back on the table, looking up and saying, "Sit down." The group of people turned their eyes to Pang Chi, the latter nodding slightly. Everyone sat down. Gently coughing twice, Pang Chi carefully asked, I don't know if young lord came to the bamboo knot gang this time because fourth master gave you some instructions? Yang Kai shook his head. I just came to play, you don't need to pay attention to me, it seems you were discussing something important. Go on, I want to listen. Saying so, he swept his eyes over the crowd with a smile. The faces of the people present couldn't help changing slightly as they bowed their heads and closed their mouths. Pang Chi smiled dryly and said, in fact, it's just some trivial matters, young lord might get tired of listening to them. It's fine. Go on. Yang Kai indicated that he didn't mind. Pang Chi's expression became bitter, he really hadn't expected this young lord to be so difficult to deal with. Yang Kai sat up straight and smiled. When I was outside the hall, I seemed to have heard someone say something about the Hua family. What happened to the Hua family? Tell me, I've been away from the central capital for so many years, so I'm not very well informed. I'm very interested in the Hua family. Everyone's expression changed at the same time as they were overwhelmed with shock and fear. Don't dare speak? Yang Kai shouted, his eyes suddenly becoming cold. Young lord, the matter is actually like this. Pang Chi quickly opened his mouth. He knew that if he didn't speak now, this young lord had clearly heard something just now, which was why he was acting so aggressive. Before Pang Chi had time to finish speaking, Yang Kai had already taken action, his yuan qi surging and a large number of blood-red petals suddenly fluttering around the hall. These sharp petals carried a cold, murderous intent as they flew towards the four people present. 3 of them were unable to react in time and were pierced through by the 1,000 blossoming blood begonia, leaving countless invisible wounds on their bodies, killing them instantly. Only an immortal ascension boundary first stage master managed to escape with a hurried counterattack, but just as he stood up from his chair, a blood-red sword chi flew towards him. With a loud bang, the entire hall suddenly became filled with chaotic yuan qi. The man was struck by this sword chi and his face went pale, apparently having been injured. Realizing Yang Kai's terror and unreasonableness, he didn't dare remain and quickly flew out of the hall. But before he could reach the hall's entrance, countless petals appeared in front of him, blocking his path. In the next moment, like 10,000 arrows, the 1,000 blossoming blood begonia fiercely struck him. The man's complexion changed again as he hurriedly leapt backwards. A purple light burst out midair, and the man's expression froze as he felt an intense pain in his knowledge sea. Just like that, he slammed into Yang Kai's attack with his back facing him. Yang Kai stood in place, holding the scarlet blood sword in his hand, motionless. Poo. The man actually hit the scarlet blood sword directly and his whole body was pierced through like a thin sheet of paper. Slowly pulling out the scarlet blood sword, the immortal ascension boundary first stage cultivator slumped to the ground, unable to get up. Sweeping his eyes over the remaining people, Yang Kai's face became gloomy as he coldly said, "The Hua family's recruitment? I'm afraid you won't have the life to spend the money." Everyone's expression changed when they heard his shout. Pang Chi stared at Yang Kai in horror, his eyes trembling violently as a cold wind blew up his spine. Chapter 399. Of the 4 people who had been killed, except for one who had reached the immortal ascension boundary first stage, the other 3 were all yuan qi 8th or 9th stage cultivators. This kind of cultivation was unremarkable in the entire central capital, but to the bamboo knot gang, it was already a rare talent. The people here were all from humble backgrounds and did not have good secret arts or martial skills. Being able to improve their strength to this level was already quite difficult. But in the blink of an eye, these 4 people had died one after another. The ruthlessness and decisiveness of the young lord under the command of 4th Master Yang was obvious. The faces of the other people in the hall changed dramatically as they all stared at Yang Kai in horror, their hearts filled with fear. It seemed that only now did they truly understand the tyrannical strength of the 8 great families' direct descendants. Among the people present, the strongest was Pang Chi, a trivial immortal ascension boundary second stage cultivator. He knew that he would not have been able to kill these 4 people in such a short time, but Yang Kai had done it. Didn't this mean that if they really fought, even he wasn't his opponent? Such a terrifying young man. A Yuan Qi 7-stage cultivator actually had such powerful combat strength. Who else wants to submit to the Hua family? I don't mind sending him on his way. Yang Kai coldly swept his eyes around. Everyone's faces were calm, without the slightest trace of guilt. Young lord, please be merciful. Pang Qi pleaded in a trembling voice. The 4 people who had intended to submit to the Hua family had all been killed, and the remaining people had strongly opposed this during the discussion just now. Pang Qi was afraid that Yang Kai would kill the wrong people, which would be difficult to clean up. But, just now, this young lord had clearly been outside the hall, so how could he have so accurately found the location of these 4 people? This kind of method was really incomprehensible. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not intending to kill again. Taking back the 2 artifacts, Yang Kai slowly sat down, and the remaining people couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Pang Qi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and shouted towards the outside. Not long after, someone rushed in and respectfully asked, "What is sect master's order?" "Drag these ungrateful bastards out and bury them," Pang Qi pointed to the 4 corpses and ordered. The guards stared blankly, but after seeing the blood on the ground, his face suddenly paled. He quickly nodded. He ran out and called some helpers, trembling as they dragged the corpses out. The smell of blood still lingered in the hall, and no one dared to breathe, all waiting for Yang Kai. "From today onwards, the Bamboo Knot Gang will be taken over by me." Yang Kai swept his eyes around. "Does anyone have any objections?" The Bamboo Knot Gang was secretly supported by the 4th master. "Since you are young lord, we should follow your orders." Pang Qi quickly. "Okay, tell me about the Hua family." "Just now, outside the palace." "Yang Yang's groups?" Pang Qi pondered for a moment before he truthfully recounted the contents of the argument. Family sect sex masters, and family was another force. To eyes. Masters. Yang I. In the hall, a group of people began to quarrel. The people led by Pang Qi didn't want to betray Yang Yingfeng, but the other 4 didn't. People wanted to climb higher and water flowed lower. Although Bamboo Knot Gang was supported by 4th Master Yang, they had never even seen Yang Yingfeng's face for so many years, so naturally they weren't loyal to him. With some external interference, it was inevitable that they would be tempted. Moreover, even if they betrayed Yang Yingfeng with the 4th Master Yang's dull personality, he probably wouldn't pursue the matter, but if they refused the Hua family's olive branch, they would be in trouble. Thinking about it, it was inevitable that these 4 people would want to seek refuge with the Hua family in order to develop better. But now, these 4 people had been killed, so naturally no one dared to make any more noise. After listening to Pang Qi's story, Yang Kai nodded secretly, knowing that he wasn't deceiving him. After he finished speaking, Pang Qi also stood quietly beside Yang Kai, no longer speaking. Everyone else also stared at Yang Kai, seemingly waiting for some kind of instruction. After a long silence, Yang Kai said, "Before I came here, Father's intention was for me to convince you with virtue and make you all willingly submit to me. But I don't have the time or inclination to do so. I want to participate in the inheritance war. If you follow me, it means you will also participate in the inheritance war. This is an opportunity, but at the same time, it will also be dangerous. None of you are children, you should understand this." Everyone nodded in unison. None of the people present were over 30 years old. In front of them, Yang Kai was just a child, but now, hearing him say such words, they couldn't help feeling a little depressed. "You can choose for yourself. If you don't want to participate in this inheritance war, you can leave now, I won't hold you accountable. But this is your only chance, if you don't leave now, you won't have another chance in the future." Saying so, Yang Kai waited quietly. Everyone looked at each other. Yang Kai being so open and honest was really beyond their expectations. Coupled with his decisive slaughter just now, everyone couldn't help but realize that this Yang family young lord seemed to be a decisive person who didn't like to drag his feet. For a while, no one dared to get up and leave. Pang Qi smiled faintly and said, "Although we have never seen 4th Master's face before, for so many years, we have been sheltered under the shade of 4th Master's shadow. Now that young lord has a need, we are naturally duty-bound to help. His words were neither salty nor light. Obviously he didn't recognize Yang Kai from the bottom of his heart. How could Yang Kai not be clear about this? It was just that he really didn't have the time or inclination to subdue the bamboo knot gang like he had subdued the two blood warriors. Nodding indifferently, Yang Kai grinned. I can tell you clearly, following me is not necessarily a good thing, but if you don't follow me, there will definitely be bad things. Yang Kai's smile was filled with an evil aura, causing everyone who saw it to feel a little creepy. Everyone in the room. Quickly getting up, they shouted in unison, "We are willing to serve young lord like dogs and horses." Yang Kai had spoken so straightforwardly, if they didn't respond now, they would really be a group of fools. Sit down. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Pang Chi, you also sit. Pang Chi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, thinking that this young lord and his fourth master really didn't have the same temperament. They were two completely different people. How many people does the bamboo knot gang have now? Yang Kai asked lightly. About 600 people. 600 people? Yang Kai frowned. This number was indeed a bit small. But it wasn't too shabby. How strong are they? Pang Chi smiled bitterly, his face filled with shame. Most of them are separation and reunion boundary, 30% are Yuan Qi boundary, as for immortal ascension boundary, there are only 3. But just now, one of them has already. Of the 3 immortal ascension boundary masters, one had already been killed, leaving only 2. One was an immortal ascension boundary first stage cultivator, the other was a second stage cultivator. Such strength was really shabby. However, Yang Kai didn't show a look of disappointment. He didn't need the bamboo knot gang to fight for him. These 600 people, are they all in the central capital right now? Yes, if young lord needs them, just give the order. All of them can be summoned. Pang Chi nodded. Send out 200 people, I need to inquire about the whereabouts of a group of people. Young lord, please give us your orders. Yang Kai explained the number of people in Su Yan's group and the characteristics of several key figures. Pang Chi quickly memorized them. Also, find me 50 clever messengers and have them be on standby. Yes. Although Pang Chi didn't know what Yang Kai wanted so many messengers for, since he had given the order, he simply did as he was told. Right, what does the bamboo knot gang do for a living? Yang Kai asked. Pang Chi smiled awkwardly. Our main business is running some inns, tea houses, restaurants, and other such businesses. The gang's disciples often take on some work in the city, but it's mostly small businesses. What about the surplus? Pang Chi became even more embarrassed, hesitating for a long time before replying. So far, we only have 500,000 taels in reserve. So poor? Yang Kai was stunned. Everyone's face went red. Pang Chi helplessly said, making a living in the central capital is really not easy. The 8 great families were in too much of a limelight. Those forces in the dark, with the support of a good master, would often receive rewards from him, but the bamboo knot gang wasn't so good. They were supported by Yang Yingfeng. 4th Master Yang's status in the Yang family wasn't very high. These years, in order to treat his hidden illness, he had spent a lot of money searching for famous doctors, so he didn't have much resources or money on hand to reward the bamboo knot gang. It was no wonder that the 4 young lords were biased towards the Hua family. After thinking about it, Yang Kai took out a stack of silver notes and handed them to Pang Chi. Take this money and use it first. Looking at the large stack of silver notes, everyone's breathing couldn't help becoming slightly rapid. With so many silver notes, it was at least a few million taels of silver. This new master was really generous. Pang Chi was startled, but he didn't refuse and simply accepted the money with a grateful expression. Looking at him, Yang Kai smiled softly. Do what I told you, I'll come back another day. Saying so, Yang Kai stood up and walked out. The group of people quickly sent him off. After Yang Kai left, all the cultivator in the hall looked at each other. Gangmaster, how much did that young lord give? Someone couldn't help asking curiously. Pang Chi carefully counted the money and exclaimed, a full 3 million taels. 3 million taels of silver, those were the silver notes that Lu Liang had given to Yang Kai, and now they had all been transferred to the bamboo knot gang. Many people exclaimed, some of them excitedly saying, "The fourth master's son is much more generous than the fourth master." Although this young man is ruthless and straightforward in his way of doing things, he seems to be quite a good person. Pang Chi calmly said, "Now that we've taken his money, no one can say anything about betrayal. That young lord is a master who kills without batting an eyelid." Everyone was shocked, thinking about the 4 cultivator who had died before. They couldn't help nodding. Chapter 400. Regarding the bamboo knot gang, Yang Kai didn't care much about them. All he wanted was for them to gather intelligence and deliver information. This gang, to put it bluntly, was nothing more than a motley crew. Any master could easily destroy them. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have enough strength to mobilize, Yang Kai wouldn't have had any ideas about them. Pang Chi didn't refuse and accepted the huge sum of money, obviously showing his loyalty. This was something Yang Kai was well aware of. Leaving the bamboo knot gang, Yang Kai quickly returned. Halfway back though, he suddenly heard someone calling out to him. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw Yang Zhao on the second floor of a nearby restaurant waving towards him with a smile. "Little brother Kai, come up and talk." Yang Kai frowned, not having expected to meet him here, but he didn't refuse, jumping off his cloud-treading colt and walking straight into the restaurant. Going up to the second floor and arriving at the private room where Yang Zhao was staying, Yang Kai felt several sharp gazes land on him as soon as he entered. "Second brother." Yang Kai cupped his fists in greeting as he glanced around, his heart slightly moved. Although he didn't know most of the people present, from the way these young lords and young ladies dressed, Yang Kai could tell that their backgrounds weren't small. Come. Yang Zhao enthusiastically pulled Yang Kai over, pointing to a young man who was sitting in a chair, rubbing his chin with one hand and smiling towards them. "Do you know who this is?" Yang Kai glanced over and smiled. "Fifth brother." The Yang family's younger generation was ranked 5th, Yang Kong. Yang Zhao and Yang Kai were blood brothers, so Yang Kai naturally recognized him, but he hadn't expected that he would also return to the central capital. Yang Kong swept his eyes over Yang Kai but didn't say anything, simply nodding lightly, a faint smile on his face. When brothers met, it was only natural that they wouldn't act so indifferently. However, Yang Kong didn't say anything. His contempt for Yang Kai was obvious. Everyone else in the room stared at Yang Kai playfully, seemingly trying to find some kind of embarrassment on his face. However, seeing that his expression remained unchanged, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Yang Zhao didn't seem to notice this and continued to enthusiastically introduce everyone to Yang Kai. As expected, they were all people with powerful backgrounds. All of them were disciples of the 8 great families. The Kong family's Kong Zhan, the Gao family's Gao Rangfeng, and the Yi family's Yi Xen Ro, these 2 men and 1 woman were all leading figures of their respective families' younger generation. At this moment, meeting with the Yang family's direct descendants was obviously their intention to participate in the inheritance war. However, it was hard to say who they would choose in the end. After the introductions, everyone took their seats. Yang Kong suddenly smiled and looked at Yang Kai. "Little brother Kai, I heard that you only stayed in the dragon transformation pool for half a day before coming out?" Yang Kai nodded. "Yes, his aptitude is too poor. He won't get any benefits from it." Yang Kong chuckled and said, "For you, it's already very good." "Fifth brother," Yang Zhao shouted. Glaring at him, Yang Zhao immediately patted Yang Kai's shoulder and comforted him. "Your 5th brother is frank and outspoken, he can't keep his mouth shut. Don't lower yourself to his level. The dragon transformation pool isn't as magical as the rumors say. At the very least, I stayed in there for 4 days and didn't get any benefits." "Second brother is amazing," Yang Kong said in amazement. "I only stayed in there for 3 days before I couldn't bear it." "I heard that your Yang family's dragon transformation pool is a place to test a person's aptitude." Yixen Ro pursed her lips and asked with a smile. Kong Zhan and Gao Rangfeng also showed interested looks, Kong Zhan even interjecting, "I also heard that the longer one stays in there, the better their aptitude." Yang Zhao glanced over at Yang Kai with some embarrassment before nodding slightly. "That's what they say, but no one really knows. How can a person's aptitude be tested by a trivial dragon transformation pool? But the shorter one stays in there, the worse their aptitude is, that's for sure. Yang Kang's face was full of smiles as he turned to Yang Kai and said, "Little brother Kai, you really don't need to care too much. In the past, you couldn't practice martial arts at all, but now I heard that you've broken through to the Yuan Qi boundary. This is already a great blessing. People should always be content with what they have. You also need to know your limits, don't you think so, fifth brother?" Yang Kai replied indifferently. Yang Kang's words were directed at him. How could he not see it? Towards his cousins, Yang Kai didn't have much affection for them, but he also didn't have much malice towards them either. However, Yang Kang's words were full of hidden threats, making him feel very uncomfortable. Yang Kai didn't want to waste even half a sentence, so he didn't bother to look at these people's faces. Seemingly not having expected that Yang Kai would dare speak to him like this, Yang Kong was stunned for a moment. The three young lords from the 8 great families were even more stunned, none of them having expected their youngest young lord to be so domineering. Yang Zhao's eyes flashed as he laughed. "Enough of that. The dragon transformation pool is just a pool. The future of my Yang family's young lords is not something it can decide." Kang Zhan nodded slightly before shaking his head and smiling bitterly. "Your Yang family's young lords are all wolves and tigers. The central capital used to be our 7 great families' world, but now that your Yang family has returned, we have no choice but to stand aside." "What is Brother Kong saying? The central capital is so big, my Yang family can't swallow it all. The future of this place is the future of our entire generation." Gao Rangfeng frowned and asked, "How many of your Yang family's young lords have returned?" For Yang Zhao's face dimmed slightly as he said, "In addition to the 3 of us, 4th brother Yang Xenwu has also returned, but on the way back, he was seriously injured and almost lost his life. Now, the family's elders are treating him, but we don't know how he's doing." Yang Kai's expression became slightly cold while Yang Kang's face also became extremely ugly. On the way back, both of them had been ambushed by masters, but the 2 of them had been lucky enough to escape unscathed. However, the 4th brother, Yang Xenwu, had not escaped his fate. A tall tree attracts the wind. Yang Zhao smiled bitterly as his expression shook. "However, the family has already sent out more masters to greet them. I believe the people behind them won't have any problems. There's also news that big brother Yang Wei will be returning soon." "Eldest brother is coming back?" Yang Kong asked in surprise. Yang Zhao glanced at him with a smile. "The shortest he'll be back in 2 to 3 days, the longest he'll be back in 5 or 6 days. Yang Kang's expression suddenly became bitter, seemingly quite afraid of Yang Wei. The central capital is about to become lively. Yi Xen smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes glittering. The Lu family's Lu Qingyao won't be lonely anymore, ha. Speaking of Lu Qingyao's name, everyone present couldn't help looking solemn. Even Yang Zhao's expression became serious. The Lu family's Lu Qingyao was the former first young lord of the central capital. It was rumored that at such a young age he had already reached the immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage. Such aptitude was basically a once-in-a-century occurrence. This person also had an unparalleled influence in the central capital. In the inheritance war, whoever could win him over would definitely be of great help. I really hope the inheritance war will begin as soon as possible so we can see the true strength of the Yang family's young lords. Kang Zhan smiled slightly, looking forward to it. Brothers fighting against each other? Yang Zhao smiled bitterly. I've become a joke to the world. Gao Rangfeng said, I only hope that if I become an enemy of all of you in the future, you will show me mercy. Likewise. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai got up and left. Looking at his disappearing back, the Kang, Gao, and Yi family young lords were all slightly dazed. Although Yang Zhao and Yang Kong didn't say anything to them, nor did they show any intention to win them over, all 3 of them knew that since they were sitting here, they naturally had such intentions. In terms of their words, there was more or less a friendly tone. But this Yang Kai was a bit more interesting. He didn't say anything, so in the inheritance war, where would he find support? Was this arrogance or self-confidence? Or was he simply feeling hopeless? The three young lords' brow furrowed slightly as they pondered. Perceiving the looks of the three young lords, Yang Kong snorted, "Second brother, it's not that I'm targeting little brother Kai, it's just that I think a person like him shouldn't participate in the inheritance war, lest he disgrace himself." Yang Zhao chuckled, "Fifth brother, don't underestimate little brother Kai, he has his own means." "Means? Why can't I see it?" Yang Zhao's expression became serious as he asked softly, "Let me ask you, the two blood warriors who escorted you back, what was their attitude towards you?" Yang Kong said impatiently, "Don't mention them, just mentioning them makes me angry. Those two were like wooden statues all day long, completely ignoring my questions, as if they were the young lords." Yang Zhao smiled and said, "Although my two blood warriors weren't like that, they were pretty much the same. However, the two blood warriors who greeted little brother Kai back were extremely respectful and polite to him. Don't you think that's strange?" "That's impossible, right? All blood warriors have eyes above their heads, how could they be respectful to him?" "Second brother, are you sure you're not mistaken?" Yang Kang's face was filled with disbelief, shaking his head as he spoke. "That's why I said little brother Kai has his own means." Yang Zhao quickly said. Yang Kang's expression froze as his brow furrowed, not knowing what to think. After a long time, he muttered, "Second brother, you think too highly of him, his aptitude is so poor, he's destined to have no great achievements." When the two brothers were talking, the other three just smiled slightly and listened, none of them interjecting. They just faintly felt that Yang Kai's performance today was too ordinary, so ordinary that it didn't seem like a young family young lord who was about to participate in the inheritance war. This discovery made them both confused and suspicious, wondering what kind of performance their youngest young lord would have in the inheritance war. Inside the fourth master's house. By the time Kai Yang returned, the sky had already turned dark. Just as he entered the house, the housekeeper's face was filled with shock. He hurriedly ran over and said with a sobbing tone, "Young master, you finally returned." Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he asked anxiously, "What happened?" "Something happened to master and madam," the housekeeper said as he hurriedly pulled Yang Kai inside. "You should go take a look." "What happened?" Yang Kai's expression suddenly became cold, at the same time releasing his divine sense and quietly covering the entire house, instantly finding the location of fourth master Yang and Dong Suju. Chapter 401. The housekeeper gave a brief account of what happened after Yang Kai left. Yang Kai listened carefully, and with what he had learned from his own investigation, he began to understand what had happened. After arriving at the door, Yang Kai carefully probed himself and found that the yuan qi of his two old men was circulating fiercely, their auras surging wildly and radiating outwards. Obviously, something had happened. However, the situation the husband and wife were facing at the moment was slightly different. Dong Suju had broken through, but her aura had not yet stabilized, and the energy in her body had not yet been fully absorbed. As long as she finished absorbing the remaining energy, she would be able to completely consolidate her immortal ascension boundary 8th stage cultivation. However, what Yang Yingfeng was facing was somewhat dangerous. The fourth master had also broken through a minor realm, but now he was facing signs of breaking through again. The shackles in a cultivator's body were like a lock. Every time a cultivator broke through, a lock would be opened and a door would be opened. Any cultivator would need to accumulate years of cultivation before they could open this lock. During this period, they could take some precious treasures to speed up their progress. However, the huge amount of energy contained in the myriad drug liquid had not only allowed fourth Master Yang to open the first lock and open the first door in a short period of time, but he was also on the verge of opening the second lock. Breaking through two minor realms in a row was both a happy event and a disaster. Yang Kai had often broken through several minor realms in the past, but at that time his strength was very low, so breaking through several minor realms in a row was not dangerous. However, fourth Master Yang was different. He had a chronic illness and was originally an immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage cultivator. Now that he had broken through to the 4th stage, he should have been able to consolidate his cultivation for a period of time, but under the influence of the myriad drug liquid. He had not been given any buffer time at all. If his understanding of the martial Tao was not enough, it was very likely he would not be able to break through to the immortal ascension boundary 5th stage. At that time, the huge amount of energy in his body would have nowhere to vent and would only explode. On the other hand, if his understanding of the martial Tao had reached a certain level, not only would this not be a disaster, it would also have great benefits. The key was whether his understanding of the martial Tao was good enough. Spreading out his divine sense. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Yang Kai's slightly panicked expression gradually calmed down. He waved to the housekeeper and said, "It's okay. You can leave now. I'll keep an eye on this place. If anyone comes to visit in the next few days, I'll tell them. Just say that my father has relapsed and is recuperating." "Yes." The housekeeper bowed slightly and retreated. He obeyed Yang Kai's orders. His invisible divine sense was released and retracted, wrapping up the entire area where his parents were, cutting off all the auras inside from leaking out. In this way, the people outside would not be able to detect the commotion inside. After doing this, Yang Kai stood quietly outside the house and waited. He wasn't worried at all because he had enough confidence in the 4th master. If it weren't for what happened back then, the 4th master Yang's strength wouldn't have been so low. His improvement in strength was indeed very slow, but the accumulation of the flowing time Great Emperor was enough for him to comprehend martial arts that was not inferior to others. Moreover, the 4th master Yang's own aptitude wasn't bad. After so many years of accumulation, he had only broken through to the immortal ascension boundary 5th stage. For him, this wasn't a big deal. However, Yang Kai had never expected that his 2 parents would actually cause such a commotion because of the myriad drug liquid. Half a day later, of the 2 auras in the house, the one belonging to Dong Suju stabilized. He should have finished absorbing the world energy and consolidated his cultivation. On the other hand, Yang Yingfeng's aura. It had been slowly climbing upwards, as if there was no end. Another half a day passed, and this aura suddenly soared as if it had pierced through the sky. It soared up to 90,000 miles, and it carried a carefree feeling as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The energy in the heaven and earth was in chaos. Yang Kai grinned. Inside the house, Dong Suju also let out a low cry. The ecstasy and excitement in the cries were obvious. The aura that had reached its peak was quickly withdrawn, and a moment later, everything was calm. "Come in." Yang Yingfeng's majestic voice called out from inside the house. Yang Kai pinched his nose and stepped inside. The 4th master's tone was somewhat strange, so Yang Kai estimated that he would have to be interrogated. This wasn't surprising. The effects of the myriad drug liquid were simply too heaven-defying. How could his 2 parents not be suspicious? After entering the house, Yang Kai just smiled meaningfully, looking around, not saying a word. Dong Suju looked at Yang Kai with a funny and distressed expression, biting her red lips and also not speaking. Yang Yingfeng furrowed his brow and broke the silence. "Tell me honestly, what exactly did you give us?" Before Yang Kai could open his mouth, the 4th master continued, "Don't tell me you used the materials I gave you to refine this medicinal liquid. I know what grade those materials are. It's absolutely impossible to refine such a heaven-defying treasure." 4th master is wise. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he quickly flattered. Dong Suju almost laughed out loud, and Yang Yingfeng also couldn't help smiling, but he still kept a straight face as he stared straight at Yang Kai, unwilling to give up. "This thing is called myriad drug liquid. It's the essence of tens of millions of different grade pills, and through some special spirit arrays, it took thousands of years to condense." Yang Kai pondered for a moment before casually explaining. The 4th master and his wife couldn't help feeling shocked as they stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Tens of millions of pills, thousands of years. At first, it sounded like a fantasy story. But the look on Yang Kai's face told them that this was true. No wonder it had such a powerful effect. The accumulation of time and quantity had allowed this medicinal liquid to transcend the level of this world. It was likely that even Yang Kai had not been able to obtain such a thing. Thinking so, the husband and wife pair felt a little distressed. It wasn't that they were distressed about the preciousness of this myriad drug liquid, but rather the hardships Yang Kai had gone through in order to obtain it. Is it very valuable? Yang Yingfeng stared at him deeply, not asking about the origin of these things. A lot. Yang Kai comforted him, but couldn't help feeling a little confused. How much did you drink? Fourth Master Yang couldn't help blushing, and Dong Suju also wore an embarrassed expression. After a long time, Dong Suju stretched out his hand and said, I only drank the bottom of a cup, but your father, he drank the whole cup. Yang Kai couldn't help letting out a hollow laugh. He really hadn't expected his two elders to be so courageous. He couldn't help blaming himself for not explaining the efficacy of this medicinal liquid, only telling each of them to drink a drop a day. However, his two elders had thought the myriad drug liquid was made from some heaven-grade materials. How could they have known it had such a powerful effect? As a result, one of them had broken through a minor realm while the other had broken through two. This wasn't a bad thing. In the future, you can't drink like this, Yang Kai said. The two elders nodded together, their expressions serious. This breakthrough could be said to be a pleasant surprise. Needless to say, Dong Suju breaking through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage was tantamount to saving her several years of hard work. Fourth Master Yang's benefits were even greater. Not only did his strength increase by 2 minor realms, reaching the Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage, even the demonic qi which had been clinging to the dantian seemed to show some signs of loosening. Not daring to neglect, Yang Yingfeng immediately chose to enter retreat and use the myriad drug liquid to expel the demonic qi which had clung to the dantian for many years. Dong Suju also entered retreat to consolidate her current cultivation. The fourth master's mansion suddenly became extremely quiet, with only Yang Kai and the dozen or so servants moving about. The golden feather eagle came once a day to beg for food from Yang Kai. 5 days later, Du Qingbai came to visit and excitedly told Yang Kai a piece of good news. Yang Kai's application to exchange a mysterious grade martial skill for a golden feather eagle from the family had been approved, so he was asked to quickly go to the Elder Hall and present the martial skill. This was indeed good news for Yang Kai. The only thing that made Yang Kai somewhat hesitant was which mysterious grade martial skill to exchange for the golden feather eagle. He didn't have many martial skills, only 2 mysterious grade martial skills. In addition to the star mark, he only had the 9 star sword sect's 10,000 swords returned to 1. When facing an enemy, he mostly relied on Yuan Qi's flexibility and reflexes. At the beginning of a martial artist's cultivation, martial skills could indeed increase their battle prowess, but at Kai Yang's level, unless it was a mysterious grade martial skill, other grades of martial skills would not be able to fundamentally change his strength. The yang liquid and unyielding golden skeleton's demonic qi were more than enough. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai decided to hand over the star mark to the family. First, the drawbacks of this martial skill were not small. When using it, one needed ample time to prepare. Moreover, even if an outsider learned it, it would be troublesome to store enough energy to use the star mark, so Yang Kai didn't need to worry about others using the skill to threaten him. Secondly, the 10,000 swords returned to 1 was one of the 9 star sword school's secret techniques. If others were to learn that Yang Kai had mastered this technique, they would inevitably link him to the death of the 9 star sword school's disciple, Wu Chengyi. The 9 star sword sect's strength was not weak, so Yang Kai didn't want to be enemies with it. In the Yang family, as long as you had a bargaining chip in hand, your efficiency would always be high, unlike in other families where you needed to establish relationships. What the Yang family valued the most was profit. After arriving at the Elder Hall and handing over the star mark martial skill, the white-haired elder immediately gave Yang Kai a document. Taking this document to Du Qingbai, the golden feather eagle that had followed Yang Kai back was now in his hands. From now on, it belonged only to Yang Kai, not to the Yang family. On the day he obtained the golden feather eagle, Yang Kai took it to the bamboo knot gang and had Pang Qi and the others take good care of it. This way, Yang Kai didn't have to run back and forth. 3 days later, Yang Wei, the eldest of the Yang family's younger generation, returned to the central capital. On the same day, the other 2 Yang family direct descendants also returned. Another 2 days later, another person returned. The loud cry of the golden feather eagle resounded throughout the central capital, seemingly setting off an undercurrent. Everyone knew that most of the Yang family's direct descendants had returned and the inheritance war was not far away. The Yang family direct descendants who returned to the central capital frequently contacted the young lords and young ladies of the other 7 families, but only Yang Kai remained unmoved, as if the inheritance war had nothing to do with him. The most popular of the Yang family direct descendants were undoubtedly the Lu family's Lu Qingyao and the Qiu family's Qiu Yimeng. So far, the two of them had received countless invitations, but at the same time, neither of them had clearly stated which Yang family descendant they wanted to stand with. On the other hand, it was rumored that Lu Qingyao had once declared that he would ally with anyone who could defeat him. The young Immortal Ascension Boundary Third Stage Master's words caused the Yang family's young lords to roll their eyes. Chapter 402. Of the Yang family young lords who returned, only Yang Wei had reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary First Stage while the rest were mostly at the Yuan Qi boundary. It wasn't that the aptitude of the Yang family young lords wasn't as good as Lu Qinyao's, it was just that after all these years, the Yang family young lords hadn't been able to get any help or support from the family, so their cultivation environment was slightly inferior. If they had the same resources, Yang Wei's cultivation might not have been worse than Lu Qinyao's. But in any case, Lu Qinyao's strength and aptitude were unquestionable. Winning him over was tantamount to winning over the Lu family. With such a great support, everyone was eyeing it, but no one had the ability to swallow it, so everyone's depressed mood could be imagined. As for Qiu Yimeng, she had never said such a thing, but the several Yang family young lords who had been in contact with her could see that she didn't seem to have any interest in them, so they didn't dare force her and could only put it aside for the time being and make plans later. That night, the sky was dark and gloomy, as if a storm was about to arrive, making it slightly difficult to breathe. The moon was dark and the wind was strong, so even the air was slightly cool. Yang Kai sat in his courtyard with his eyes closed, an invisible spiritual energy swirling around him, condensing it into a stream and sending it towards the void. His 2 old men were in retreat, and after a few days of hard work, Yang Kai's Yuan Qi Boundary 7-stage cultivation had reached a bottleneck. Although he knew that this bottleneck would be broken sooner or later, Yang Kai didn't want to wait for it to happen. Yuan Qi's cultivation hadn't made much progress, so he could only cultivate his divine sense to see if he could find some inspiration. Yang Kai had already cultivated his divine sense long ago. But what was strange was that even now, he still hadn't formed his knowledge sea. A divine sense without a knowledge sea was like a tree without roots, water without a source. Fortunately, he had the assistance of the soul-warming lotus, otherwise, his divine sense would have long since dissipated. It was for this reason. The power of Yang Kai's current soul skill wasn't quite ideal. He was only 3 minor realms away from the Immortal Ascension boundary, so Yang Kai wanted to know what would happen after he formed his knowledge sea. What kind of situation would that be? Therefore, during this period of time, he cultivated even more diligently than before, as long as he had free time. There would definitely be no delay. Using divine soul attacks without limit consumed his spiritual energy very quickly. In just a little over 2 hours, Yang Kai began to feel weak. He quickly stopped and closed his eyes to rest. In the middle of the night, it started to drizzle. The sound of wings flapping could be heard. Yang Kai frowned and looked up at the sky. A faintly discernible golden light rushed down like a bolt of lightning. It landed on Yang Kai's shoulder. The golden feather eagle let out a few soft cries. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he sensed the meaning behind its cry. He quickly rose into the air and flew towards the North City District. For the past few days, the golden feather eagle had been staying with Bamboo Knot Gang's Pang Chi. It would only return once a day to ask for the myriad drug liquid from Yang Kai, but now it had actually flown back in the middle of the night. Obviously something had happened to the Bamboo Knot Gang. The Bamboo Knot Gang wasn't a big force, and the strength of its members wasn't high, so generally no one would have any ideas about it. But tonight was obviously different. Thinking back to the Bamboo Knot Gang's internal quarrels a few days ago, Yang Kai already had a plan in his mind. Disregarding the consumption of his yuan qi, it only took half an hour for Yang Kai to arrive at the North City District. Inside the Bamboo Knot Gang's headquarters, the sound of battle could be heard, and it was very lively. Pang Chi led several of the gang's masters to retreat under the siege of a group of people. All around them, various martial skills and artifacts bloomed, and from time to time, someone would fall to the ground. Blood flowed everywhere, and the rain couldn't wash away the red stains on the ground. The Bamboo Knot Gang didn't have many people, and at this moment, the number of enemies had more than doubled. On top of that, the other side's masters weren't all on the field, with some of them even standing on the sidelines. In just a few moments, the Bamboo Knot Gang had suffered countless casualties. If this continued, it was likely everyone present would die. Pang Chi's body was also riddled with scars, but he grit his teeth and struggled to hold on. When the enemy attacked, he had released the Golden Feather Eagle, so now he could only hope that his new master would bring reinforcements to rescue them. No matter what, he was still a young lord of the Yang family, so he should have some masters under his command, right? The only thing that made Pang Chi uncertain was whether Yang Kai would be willing to come to his rescue. Wu Qian. Pang Chi shouted towards a middle-aged man in the enemy camp. Your Profound Light Gang and our Bamboo Knot Gang have always minded our own business. Why are you attacking us today? Wu Qian heard this and sneered coldly. Pang Chi, why do you ask when you already know the answer? My young lord said that if you don't surrender, only death awaits. Do you know who is behind my Bamboo Knot Gang? How dare you point your sword at us? Pang Chi roared as he parried the attacks. Wu Qian curled his lips in disdain. The 8 great families have never interfered in the disputes between small forces like us. Life in the central capital is simply too boring. They can't wait for us to fight so they can have some fun. Do you think that after you die today, the one behind you will avenge you? In your dreams. Pang Chi's expression became bitter, knowing that what Wu Qian said was not a lie. The 8 great families really would not intervene in the fights between small forces like them. For the 8 great families, if these small forces were destroyed, it was not a big deal. At most they would just support another one. Every year, there were countless small forces that were destroyed, but these small forces were like bamboo shoots after the rain. Once one group was destroyed, another would emerge. It was for this reason that he did not dare hope that Yang Kai would come to his rescue. After the two spoke, on the roof of Clear Sky Inn, a young lord was overlooking the battlefield below with a smile on his face, his eyes full of interest, as if he was enjoying a good show. Beside him, several other masters from the Profound Light Gang were quietly accompanying him. These masters were not stingy with their yuan qi, actually releasing their yuan qi to push away the raindrops that were attacking him. So even though he was standing on the roof like this, his clothes were still neat and tidy, not drenched in the slightest. When he saw something wonderful, this young man would even clap his hands and laugh, the several masters beside him carefully accompanying him, not daring to complain in the slightest. Young Lord Hua, the Bamboo Knot Gang is on the verge of collapse. Do you want to kill these people, or accept them? Mu Nando, the steward of the Profound Light Gang, asked softly. The young Lord Hua heard this and a cold smile appeared on his face, but he did not answer directly, instead saying lightly, this young lord has a habit, that is, if I want something, I must get it as soon as possible. If I can't get it, then I don't want it anymore. So, do you understand? Mu Nando's expression turned cold as he quickly nodded. This subordinate understands. The Profound Light Gang was supported by this young Lord Hua when he was bored. How could Mu Nando dare not listen to the orders of his master? Before, this young Lord Hua wanted to take over the Bamboo Knot Gang, but was rejected by Pang Chi, which obviously made him unhappy. Since that was the case, there was no need to keep them. Mu Nando bowed slightly, his figure flashing, wrapped in a blue light as he quickly shot down. But before he could reach Pang Chi and the others, a ray of light suddenly shot down from the sky. Feeling the destructive energy contained in this attack, Mu Nando's complexion changed greatly and he hurriedly changed direction, dodging to the side. At the same time, several people from the Profound Light Gang shouted from the roof, Young Lord, be careful. When Mu Nando landed on the ground and looked back, he couldn't help narrowing his eyes. He found that a young man had jumped out of nowhere and was actually in front of the several masters of the Profound Light Gang. His target was the young Lord Hua, who was surrounded by them. After a momentary daze, Moon and Do quickly flew back. At this time, naturally the safety of his master was more important. While he was still halfway there, Moon and Do's eyes widened. This was because this young man was incredibly strong. With a blood-red sword in hand, sword chi wreaked havoc and countless blood-red petals flew out. None of the several masters from the Profound Light Guild were able to withstand this attack, all of them dodging again and again. In the blink of an eye, only young Master Hua was left standing in place. Lu Qingyao is here? Moon and Do only had time to think this before he saw the young man walk up to the young Lord Hua and capture him. As if he was pinching a conch, the young Lord Hua didn't even have time to react. It wasn't until this moment that two tyrannical divine senses suddenly appeared and two majestic figures appeared, standing mid-air, their eyes extremely cold. Yang Kai gripped the young Lord Hua's wrist in one hand and held his sword across his neck in the other, not even sparing a glance at the Profound Light Gang cultivator, just staring at the two figures in mid-air with a sneer. The opposite party was a pair of Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Masters, their strength not inferior to a blood warrior. The Hua family was one of the 8 great families, and since this young Lord Hua was a member of the Hua family, naturally there were masters guarding him. However, in such a battle between small forces, these two masters were too embarrassed to show themselves. They were confident that under their supervision, no one would be able to harm their young lord, so they had quietly hidden away. However, they hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so fierce, not even giving them time to react before capturing their young lord. By the time they arrived, it was already too late. The two divine senses wandered around Yang Kai, hesitating for a moment before slamming into Yang Kai's mind. When these two divine senses entered his mind, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, unable to produce the slightest ripple. Yang Kai's sneer only grew wider. The two masters both paled, only now realizing that the other party wasn't an ordinary young man. As a Yuan Qi cultivator, being able to withstand the divine sense attacks of these two masters meant he definitely had a soul-type artifact on him. Being able to possess such a high-grade artifact meant his status wasn't low. Fortunately, the two masters' attacks just now hadn't contained any killing intent. They had simply wanted to save their young lord from the other party. Even if he couldn't resist, it wouldn't cause any harm to him. Therefore, this enmity wasn't too deep, so there was still a possibility of resolving it. Looking at Yang Kai again, the eyes of the two masters became dignified, with a hint of dread. It wasn't until this moment that the Hua family young lord recovered, but his courage wasn't bad, not showing the slightest change in expression, simply sneering, "Daring to put your sword against my neck, you're interesting, really interesting." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, "Is that so? Do you know who I am?" Hua Stars chuckled, a playful look on his face. "Have you asked?" Hua family Hua Stars. Chapter 403. Hua Stars, the Hua family's only son. Speaking of which, Hua Zheng was quite a tragic figure. As one of the 8 great families' patriarchs, he had countless wives and concubines, but after so many years he only had Hua Zheng as his only son. On the other hand, he had a large number of daughters, enough to form a pink army. In this regard, he and the Blood Battle Gang's leader, Hu Man, had a different approach but the same result. However, he was much luckier than Hu Man as he finally had a son to carry on the family line. Because he was the only son of the family, Hua Stars had enjoyed endless favors since childhood. Whatever he wanted, the entire Hua family revolved around him, cultivating his unique personality. Before the Yang family's younger generation returned to the central capital, there were 3 youngsters who were the most famous. The first was the Lu family's Lu Qingyao, the one with the strongest cultivation and the best aptitude. The second was the Qiu family's Qiu Yimeng. Not only was she extremely beautiful, but her aptitude and methods also surpassed many others. Such a peerless beauty was naturally eye-catching. The third was Hua Stars, the central capital's #1 playboy young lord. Drinking, gambling, and making merry were his specialties. Bullying the weak and stirring up trouble and brawling were his true colors. The other families would not let their own people manage the underground forces, nor would they get involved in the fights between these forces. However, because this young Master Hua was too bored, every time there was a fight between the forces under his command, he would definitely be there personally and stand at a safe place to watch the fight to relieve his boredom. With 2 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters not inferior to his blood warriors guarding him, Huastars didn't need to worry about his own safety, but this time he had unexpectedly failed. Under the watchful eyes of his 2 guardians, a sword was placed against his neck. Not only did Huastars not feel depressed, but he also wore a look of excitement. While talking to Yang Kai, he even secretly condensed his Yuan Qi, waiting for an opportunity to escape from Yang Kai's grasp. This thrilling feeling of his life hanging by a thread caused his blood to boil and roar, making him unable to restrain the urge to open his mouth and roar. Feeling this strange movement, Yang Kai's expression became slightly strange as he exerted some force with the scarlet blood sword in his hand, opening a deep red wound on his opponent's neck. F***CK. Huastars couldn't help but curse. I already said that I'm one of the stars of the Hua family. How dare you treat me like this? As he spoke, he was also shocked. He quickly dispersed the power that he had gathered, afraid that the person behind him would really kill him. He did like excitement, but he didn't care about his own life. Who are you? Huastars also realized that something wasn't quite right. His name resounded throughout the central capital, so how could the other party dare to treat him like this without any status? On the other hand, the 2 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters finally understood what was going on. One of them cupped his fists and asked, "May I ask which young Master Yang you are?" This young man in front of him was very unfamiliar. He had never seen him before, but judging from his performance, he was definitely someone from the 8 great families. Only the younger generation of the Yang family would be unfamiliar to him. Yang Kai. So it is young Lord Kai. The 2 suddenly realized and quickly cupped their fists. Yang Kai's expression was cold as he nodded slightly. While these people were talking, the battle down below had come to a stop. With the life of their young master in his hands, how could the people from the profound light gang dare to make any moves? All of them withdrew from the battle and waited for further instructions. Pang Qi and the others who had just survived the calamity gasped for breath as they gathered together. Their gazes were filled with astonishment as they looked towards the roof. Their faces were filled with tears and tears. They had never expected that this new young master, who had just slaughtered everyone in the hall a few days ago, would really come to rescue them, and even come alone. What was even more incredible was that he had actually succeeded. Although he had long recognized Yang Kai's strength, Pang Qi now discovered that he seemed to have underestimated his ability. Young Master Kai. One of the Hua family's masters hesitated. Can you release my young master first? Rest assured, we won't make any more moves. The other man also nodded heavily, his expression solemn. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled, but after thinking for a moment he took back his scarlet blood sword. He wasn't worried that the other party would go back on their word, nor would they have such thoughts. Both sides were well aware of this point. Gaining his freedom, Huastars quickly stepped forward a few steps before turning back to look at Yang Kai carefully. After seeing his face, he couldn't help shouting, "Damn, so young. How old are you?" There was a deep sense of frustration in his voice, as if Yang Kai could instantly restrain him. How could he be younger than him? Yang Kai just stared back at him coldly and didn't answer. "Hey, this young master is talking to you." Huastars' stomach was filled with depression as he kept shouting, "Young master." The Hua family's master helplessly pulled him to his side. Before knowing what kind of temper this Yang Kai had, the Hua family's master didn't feel comfortable letting his young master continue to provoke him. "Let's talk about the situation here." Yang Kai chuckled. "Young Master Kai, please speak, these 2 old masters are all ears." Pang Qi. Yang Kai waved his hand. Pang Qi's body shook as he quickly flew up and cupped his fists. "Subordinate is here. Count the number of casualties." "Yes." Nodding, Pang Qi quickly flew down and began to organize the situation. After the battlefield was a mess. The members of the Profound Light Gang and Bamboo Knot Gang were clearly divided. Although there was still hostility in each other's eyes, they could no longer fight. Hua Stars looked at Yang Kai with interest, a faint smile on his face. Yang Kai just stood there, waiting quietly. The two Hua family elders were secretly surprised by his calm demeanor. After a while, Pang Chi flew up again, a trace of sadness on his face as he reported, 68 of the gang's disciples died and 189 were injured. Yang Kai turned his eyes to Hua Stars, his expression indifferent. The latter shrugged his shoulders indifferently. "We'll pay you back. 50,000 silvers per person for the dead, 10,000 for the injured. You can pay with spirit medicines or precious treasures as collateral. Are you trying to rob us?" Hua Stars shouted. Although he was the only heir of the Hua family, Yang Kai's price was a bit too much for him to bear. According to his calculations, this time he would have to pay a few million silvers. "Young Master Kai, isn't this price a bit too expensive?" One of the Hua family's masters also didn't quite agree. He hadn't expected Yang Kai's appetite to be so big. "There's no room for discussion." Yang Kai firmly shook his head. "Father won't pay," Hua Stars stubbornly declared. After so many years, he had never been afraid of anyone. Yang Kai silently smiled strangely. "Do you think you have a chance to bargain?" As soon as his voice fell, a faint floral fragrance suddenly lingered at the tip of everyone's nose. Hua Stars' chest suddenly bloomed with a red light, and immediately this red light scattered into hundreds and thousands of rays that directly wrapped around him. Shwa shwa shwa, thousands of petals fluttered around Hua Xingchen's body, wrapping him in an airtight formation. Each petal was incredibly sharp and exuded a cold aura of death, causing Hua Xingchen's forehead to instantly drip cold sweat. The two Hua family masters couldn't help paling. They hadn't noticed when Yang Kai had tampered with Hua Star's body. These 1,000 petals were obviously some kind of killing artifact, and without their knowledge, this Yang family young master had placed them on their young master's body. The two masters no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai, nor did they dare to compare him with ordinary young people. This kind of method was truly terrifying. "You dare kill me?" Hua Stars still refused to admit his mistake even now. "I'll let you lie in bed for a year and a half." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Hua Stars suddenly became silent. Perceiving the coldness and impatience in Yang Kai's eyes, one of the Hua family masters quickly said, "Young Master Kai, we admit defeat, we'll compensate you as you say. Please let go of my young master first. Don't test my patience again." Yang Kai sneered, clearly warning him. "Absolutely not." The man nodded solemnly. The 1,000 petals suddenly condensed into a red light and flashed back into Yang Kai's body before disappearing. The three Hua family masters couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Hua Star's face was gloomy, but no one knew what he was thinking. One of the Hua family masters glanced at Yang Kai thoughtfully and said, "Young Master Kai seems to be showing signs of a breakthrough." Glancing at him, Yang Kai nodded calmly. He was already at a bottleneck, and although today's battle didn't seem to be very dangerous, deciding the outcome in just a few breaths, in front of these two Hua family masters, Yang Kai still felt a lot of pressure. He hadn't expected that under this pressure, his bottleneck would actually be broken. Seeing him admit it, the two Hua family masters couldn't help taking a deep breath while Hua Stars was even more shocked. Di Zong glanced over at him, a look of envy flashing across his eyes. "Young Master Kai's breakthrough is more important. You don't have to worry about this matter, it was just my young master's boredom, the two of us will handle it." Listening to him say this, Pang Chi and Moon and Do glanced at each other and couldn't help shaking their heads. Both forces had suffered casualties, but it was all because of a single young master's boredom. In the eyes of these young masters, human lives really weren't important. But Yang Kai nodded. His breakthrough was imminent, so he didn't have time to waste here, quickly flying towards the Bamboo Knot Gang's main hall. "Yang Kai!" Hua Stars suddenly shouted behind him. Yang Kai paused and turned around. "Are you going to participate in the inheritance war?" Hua Stars asked with a smile. "Yes." Good. Hua Stars laughed. "Just you wait, I'll remember you, I'll also participate. Yang Kai didn't deny this and quickly disappeared into the hall. After Yang Kai's figure disappeared from sight, Hua stars sneered, "Interesting, very interesting." One of the Hua family masters quickly comforted, "Young master doesn't need to be angry. As long as you stand in the right position in the inheritance war, you can always regain your face. At that time, he will know that offending you today was not a wise decision." Chapter 404. Hua Xing nodded slightly, "There's no need for you to tell me. Besides, I'm not angry, it's been a long time since I've been so happy. This kind of trivial matter really can't satisfy this young master's appetite." Pausing for a moment, he asked, "Right, do you have that much money on you?" The two Hua family masters were both embarrassed and slowly shook their heads. Who would carry a few million silvers on them? Owing people money isn't a good thing. Hua Xing muttered to himself as he pinched his chin. In the bamboo knot gang's main hall, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the ground, condensing his yuan qi to break through his bottleneck. After an hour, the shackles on his body shattered and the tumbling yuan qi slowly subsided. His cultivation had broken through to a new realm. Yuan qi 8th stage. At the moment of his breakthrough, Yang Kai seemed to see a brilliant 5-colored lotus flower flash in front of his eyes. The 5-colored soul-warming lotus. Since obtaining it, Yang Kai had not seen it again. Although he knew it existed in his mind and constantly nourished his soul, because he had not yet opened his knowledge sea, he had never been able to see it with his own eyes. Now that such a situation had occurred, Yang Kai was a little happy and couldn't help wondering if it was because his knowledge sea was about to open, so he had seen it for a moment. Regarding the strength of his soul, Yang Kai only had a general understanding. It was no worse than an ordinary Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master, basically equivalent to an Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage Master, and this was only the case for Yuan Qi. If he could really break through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary, then with the protection of his knowledge sea, how strong would his soul become? Yang Kai was more and more looking forward to the upcoming Great Realm. Immortal Ascension Boundary had always been the highest threshold for a cultivator. In this world, with the exception of a very small number of people who could break through and reach a higher realm, the rest of the cultivator could only reach the Immortal Ascension Boundary in their lifetime. Entering the Immortal Ascension Boundary. This meant that a cultivator had embarked on the road to becoming a master. In order to achieve this goal, countless cultivators cultivated tirelessly, forgetting to eat and sleep. They searched day and night, bitterly searching for it. There were even some people who lived deep in the mountains and forests all year round just to comprehend the true meaning of power, to pry into the mysteries of realms. However, there were still many cultivators who were blocked outside this threshold for their entire life. They could only sigh helplessly and feel regret for their entire life. However, even if one was lucky enough to break through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary, there were 9 stages to the Immortal Ascension Boundary, and the martial Tao was still a long way off, not to mention that there was still a higher realm that the world did not understand. After breaking through to the 8th level of Yuan Qi state, Yang Kai did not immediately get up. Instead, he sat where he was and slowly comprehended the changes brought to him by this new realm. They had been cleansed by the myriad drug liquid. Every time he broke through, there would be some obvious changes in Kai Yang. At the very least, he now felt much stronger than before he broke through. This was an indescribable feeling. If one had to make an analogy, it would be that the current him could easily defeat his previous self before his breakthrough. One day later, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. His eyes glistened with divine light. He was silent for a long time before he stood up. Opening the door to the hall, he stepped out. Outside the hall, more than a dozen people were divided into 2 rows. All of them were looking forward to Yang Kai's arrival, so when they saw him, they quickly saluted, "Subordinate greets young lord." Yang Kai swept his eyes around and couldn't help being startled. He found that the people standing on the left were the several high-level members of the Bamboo Knot Gang led by Pang Chi, while the people standing on the right were the several high-level members of the Profound Light Gang led by Moon Endo. Wu Qian, who had fought with Pang Chi and the others before and had even almost killed Pang Chi, was also present. The people on both sides bowed their heads and respectfully said hello, but Mu Nando's face was filled with helplessness. On the other hand, Pang Chi's face was flushed with pride, even feeling a little elated. Yang Kai frowned and glanced suspiciously at Mu Nando. "Why are your Profound Light Gang's people still here?" Mu Nando quickly replied, reporting to young Lord Kai, "From now on, the Profound Light Gang will obey young Lord's orders." "What's the situation?" Young Kai was even more puzzled. "Young Lord, it's like this." Seeing this, Pang Chi quickly stepped forward and explained to Yang Kai. Last night, after he entered the hall to break through, Hua Xingxing and the two masters had pooled their money together but only managed to gather a few 100,000 silvers. Pang Chi saw that Hua Xingxing's expression was somewhat ugly at that time, so he proposed to let him sign an IOU. In any case, he was the Hua family's young lord, so he wasn't afraid he would renege on his debt. Originally, it was a kind gesture, but Hua Xingchen had unexpectedly refused, even going so far as to beat Pang Chi. Finally, after thinking about it, he decided to pawn the entire Profound Light Gang. After giving Mu Nando an order to submit to Yang Kai, Hua Xingxing led the two masters from the Hua family away, leaving behind the Profound Light Gang's group of people who didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The Profound Light Gang had more than 1,000 people and was a small force developed by Hua Xingxing himself. They were usually used to relieve his boredom, but now they were being sold like an object, so Mu Nando and the others naturally felt sour in their hearts. Even though he was bitter and unwilling, Mu Nando didn't dare to have the slightest complaint and could only lead a group of people to stand here and wait for Yang Kai to come out. After Pang Chi finished speaking, Mu Nando's heart couldn't help pounding as he secretly observed Yang Kai's reaction and expression, wondering what he would do with them. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai remained silent and his expression was extremely dull. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Mu Nando couldn't help feeling a little scared and quickly said, "In fact, young Lord Hua doing this, young Lord Kai won't suffer a loss." "Why do you say so?" Yang Kai glanced at him. Mu Nando was overjoyed and quickly said, "The Profound Light Gang has accumulated a lot of property over the past few years. If it is pawned, it should be enough to compensate for last night's losses." "How much?" "A few million silvers. Over the years, young Lord Hua has also rewarded us with some, so we've saved it all up." Yang Kai nodded and suddenly asked, "How does your Profound Light Gang compare to the other forces in the central capital?" "It's not enough to compare to the top, but it's more than enough to compare to the bottom." Mu Nando gave a hollow laugh. "It's not too big of a force. What if you merge with the Bamboo Knot Gang? Then we can definitely become one of the top 15 forces." Mu Nando said confidently. "Then we'll merge and there will be no more Profound Light Gang from now on." Yang Kai glanced at Pang Chi. "This person will be your deputy in the future." Pang Chi was overjoyed. Although Mu Nando's expression was bitter, he didn't dare complain and could only smile. The Profound Light Gang had accumulated so much wealth. Yang Kai suddenly found that he seemed to have underestimated these small forces. Not every small force was as poor as the Bamboo Knot Gang. Grinning, Yang Kai said, "I want you to get familiar with each other as soon as possible, and then nibble away at those small forces whose strength is not as good as yours." Pang Chi couldn't help being surprised, but Mu Nando's expression remained normal. This isn't appropriate, right?" Pang Chi hesitated. In the past few years, the Bamboo Knot Gang had never had any ideas about others. They had always prioritized self-preservation. Now that they were suddenly turned into bandits, Pang Chi inevitably hesitated. "What do you think?" Yang Kai glanced at Mu Nando. The latter hurriedly said, "There's nothing inappropriate about it, it's just the law of the jungle. Last night, if it weren't for young Lord Kai, the Bamboo Knot Gang would have been gone. In the central capital, this kind of struggle between small forces is not uncommon. Pang Chi, your ideas are too old-fashioned." Pang Chi blushed and hesitated for a while, but didn't say anything. "It seems that your Profound Light Gang often does this kind of thing." Yang Kai stared at Mu Nando meaningfully. The latter smiled awkwardly. "It's mainly to accompany young Lord Hua to relieve his boredom. So far, I've only done it twice." However, I've already inquired about the forces that can be nibbled away, so when one day young Lord Hua is bored again, I'll take him to watch the fun, ha. Now that he had a new master, Mu Nando naturally intended to perform well. Seeing that Yang Kai was quite interested in this matter, he quickly began to talk. Pang Qi immediately realized that if he allowed Mu Nando to continue talking, the position of gang leader might not be his, so he immediately declared, "With Brother Mu's help, I think we can really nibble away at others." "Then let's do it." Yang Kai nodded. "Leave a part of the wealth you obtain for your own development, the rest, exchange it all for alchemy and artifact refining materials, the grade of which must be at least Earth-grade high rank." Pang Qi and Mu Nando respectfully responded, glancing at each other, knowing that Yang Kai was preparing for the inheritance war. Not daring to neglect, the two of them quickly excused themselves and led their respective people into the main hall to conspire. Standing in place for a moment, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling. He hadn't expected that Stars Hua would come up with such a plan. However, this wasn't a loss. The number of people he could use had increased, and in the future, it would only snowball. Fourth Master's Mansion. As soon as Yang Kai returned, the housekeeper immediately greeted him. "Young master, old master wants you to hurry to his study. There is something important to discuss." "Understood." Kai Yang nodded and hurried over to the study. His heart was a bit strange. He didn't know what the fourth master wanted to discuss with him. Arriving at the study, before he entered, he heard Dong Suju's voice. "Don't worry, Kai should be back soon." Yang Yingfeng complained, "You're his mother, yet you don't even know when your son left the house?" Dong Suju retorted, "You don't know either, and now you're complaining about him. Don't be unreasonable." Fourth Master Yang suddenly felt helpless. From inside the room, two dry laughs sounded. Yang Kai's expression changed, a smile appearing on his face as he pushed open the door and stepped inside. Seeing Yang Kai return, Dong Suju quickly stood up and grit her teeth. "You little bastard, where did you go last night? You didn't even come home last night, only coming back now, causing me to be scolded by your father." As he spoke, he moved closer and sniffed the air with his nose. "What are you sniffing for?" Fourth Master Yang asked suspiciously, checking to see if he went drinking with prostitutes last night. Dong Suju's expression was serious, sniffing for a while before nodding with relief. "Fortunately, there's no smell of alcohol or rouge. Don't make trouble." Yang Kai helplessly gestured to the side. "There are outsiders here." "Oh." Chapter 405. Today, a guest had come to his house and he had been dragged along to play mahjong with them all afternoon. Tomorrow there would be more guests coming, so it should be the last batch of guests this year. Inside the study, Fourth Master Yang was sitting upright while Dong Suju was giggling. There was also a man and a woman sitting nearby. The man was tall and sturdy while the woman was pretty. They were the two blood warriors who had welcomed him back to the central capital, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. Seeing Yang Kai return, Tu Feng quickly got up from his chair and cupped his fist to Yang Kai. "Little lord." Yang Kai responded with a smile. "Sit down." Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian sat down and glanced over at Yang Kai. Both of them couldn't help feeling surprised. They discovered that Yang Kai had actually broken through another minor realm and reached the Yuan Qi boundary 8th stage. How long had it been? It had only been less than 2 months since his last breakthrough. This speed was a bit too fast. The last time Yang Kai broke through to the Yuan Qi boundary 7th stage, they were also present. At that time, all of them had met for the first time. At that time, the two blood warriors had only thought that the little lord's aptitude was good, but now, looking at him again, it was not just good, it was simply too good. So why was it that he had only spent half a day in the dragon transformation pond before coming out? Thinking about this, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both shook their heads secretly, somewhat unable to understand. "Kai, you also sit down." Fourth Master Yang quickly said, "There are some things I need to discuss with you." Seeing him speak so seriously, Yang Kai also realized that this matter was somewhat unusual and quickly sat down with Dong Suju. After taking a seat, everyone fell silent. Only Yang Yingfeng's brow furrowed, a moment later saying, "Let's talk about the first thing first. Yesterday, the elder court issued an order to all the main houses related to the inheritance war. This is good news. The blood warriors of the Blood Warrior Hall will participate in the inheritance war. Yang Kai's brow rose and he couldn't help showing a happy expression. The blood warriors of the Blood Warrior Hall. Each one of them was a master among masters. Basically, in the immortal ascension boundary, it would be difficult for them to find an opponent, unless they were a master from a great force with a strong background. With the help of the blood warriors, the inheritance war would become much easier. That's a good thing. Yang Kai was surprised, not understanding why Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, as well as Fourth Master Yang, all looked so sad. It's a good thing. Yang Yingfeng nodded. However, the Elder Court has ordered that the blood warriors of the Blood Warrior Hall will participate in the inheritance war, but their task is only to ensure the safety of the young lords. They will not be responsible for anything else. Yang Kai frowned. He thought for a while and said, in other words, they can only be passive and can't take the initiative to attack, right? And the strength of the blood warriors is too strong. If we were to take the initiative to attack, we would be able to kill them. It's very easy to deal with an opponent. Yang Yingfeng nodded. This is also because we were worried that you wouldn't be able to win over too strong a backer. I understand. Yang Kai glanced over at Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian with a smile. But if I want to obtain the help of a blood warrior, is there any other condition? The two blood warriors couldn't help feeling surprised. They hadn't expected Yang Kai to be able to guess this. Yang Yingfeng also smiled and nodded. There are conditions. You must contribute a certain level of merit to the family. For example, the strength you've learned in the other sects these past few years. The Elder Court had issued this order, undoubtedly forcing the Yang family's direct descendants to hand over all their sect's secret arts and techniques. This was also something the family would do before every inheritance war to collect the world's most precious treasures. This was why the Yang family had so many martial skills and secret arts and secret arts. In terms of the number of martial skills and secret arts and secret arts and secret arts and secret arts, the Yang family was absolutely number one. Even the other 7 great families couldn't compare with the Yang family in this regard. The more things you hand over, the more powerful the blood warriors you can obtain, the more options you'll have. Although the blood warriors were all very powerful within the Blood Warrior Hall, there were still differences in strength. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were relatively strong existences within the Blood Warrior Hall, but above them, there was an even stronger blood warrior, an immortal ascension boundary 9th stage master. Moreover, each person can only obtain a maximum of 2 blood warriors. That's the limit. Yang Yingfeng added. Heh. Yang Kai grinned. Father, are you worried that I don't have enough things to exchange for the help of 2 blood warriors? Yang Yingfeng nodded. Last time, Yang Kai had handed over a mysterious grade martial skill to the family in exchange for a golden feather eagle. In Yang Yingfeng's opinion, his son had been away for so many years, learning a single mysterious grade martial skill was already good enough. How could he possibly be rich? You don't have to worry about that, I'm prepared. Yang Kai smiled confidently. There were no outsiders here, so there was no need for him to hide anything. Yang Yingfeng suddenly thought of the myriad drug liquid and frowned. Do you want to use that thing? The myriad drug liquid was simply too miraculous. If Yang Kai exposed it, he would definitely be able to obtain the help of the 2 blood warriors, but the family wouldn't just sit idly by. Perhaps it would cause some trouble, so as his father, 4th Master Yang, was naturally worried. Yang Kai shook his head. Yang Yingfeng finally understood. Only now did he realize that he didn't understand how much his son's heritage was. Glancing over at Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, Yang Kai smiled and said, Tu Feng, Yuxian, it seems that we really need to work together. He had thought that the 2 blood warriors had come here this time for this matter. On the way back to the central capital, Tu Feng and Yuxian had already stated that if the family allowed the blood warriors to participate in the inheritance war in the future, they would definitely follow Yang Kai. The agreement from that day was still fresh in their minds. Tu Feng and Yuxian would never forget it, so naturally, Yang Kai wouldn't forget it either. Now, it was time to redeem his promise. Unexpectedly, after Yang Kai finished speaking, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian didn't show the slightest joy, instead wearing bitter smiles, their eyes flashing, neither of them daring to meet Yang Kai's eyes. The smile on Yang Kai's face slowly converged as his eyes gradually became cold, snorting softly, "Shouldn't the two of you give me an explanation?" The look on the two's faces already explained a lot. However, whether it was Tu Feng or Tang Yuxian, neither of them were the kind of people who would go back on their word. Although Yang Kai was a little unhappy, he still wanted to hear what they had to say. Why were they showing such far-fetched expressions and avoiding his gaze? "Kai, Fourth Master Yang whispered, trying to smooth things over, "It's not what you think, don't misunderstand." Dong Suju also hurriedly said, "That's right, son, don't talk like that. I have a good relationship with Yuxian in private and often discuss martial skills together." Knowing that she was the one who brought you back this time, Mother couldn't have been happier. Seeing Yang Kai show signs of anger, Dong Suju couldn't help feeling startled. She had never seen Yang Kai show such an expression before. The previous Yang Kai was extremely well-behaved, completely different from the current him. Seeing his expression, Dong Suju couldn't help feeling a little scared, knowing that her son had really grown up and had his own views and ideas. For a moment she felt both sad and happy. Seeing his two old men pleading for him, Yang Kai's expression became slightly gloomy, taking a deep breath and saying, "If I misunderstood, I would only drive them away now, I wouldn't say anything." After hesitating for a moment, he added, "However, you still have to give me an explanation." Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian smiled bitterly, glancing at each other before slowly standing up and kneeling on the ground, their faces filled with shame. "It's not that Yuxian and I don't want to serve the young lord, but if possible, we are willing to go through water and tread on fire for the little lord." His voice was sonorous and powerful, causing Yang Ingfeng to feel a wave of shock in his heart. Tu Feng actually called himself a subordinate in front of his own son. Tang Yuxian also didn't refute. The Blood Warrior Hall was a very special organization in the Yang family. Blood warriors not only represented status, but also glory and loyalty. However, their loyalty was to the entire Yang family, not to any one person. In the past, two blood warriors had welcomed him back to the family, but their attitude towards him had been neither warm nor cold, only fulfilling their assigned tasks. Not to mention the past, even now, Fourth Master Yang hadn't received such respect from any of the blood warriors, nor had any blood warriors shown him any intention of submitting to him. But what he himself couldn't do, his son had actually accomplished, so how could Yang Ingfeng not be shocked? On the other hand, Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, without the slightest trace of honor or disgrace. His performance was quite ordinary. For a moment, Fourth Master Yang couldn't help feeling a sense of frustration, but also a bit of happiness. No wonder Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian had hurriedly come to his house. Originally, Yang Ingfeng didn't understand why, but now it seemed it wasn't without reason. "So what's the reason why you can't serve me?" Yang Kai asked coldly. "It's not that we can't." Tu Feng's expression was pained and ashamed. Tang Yuxian quickly took over, "But before that, these two subordinates have a request." "Let's talk about it." Yang Kai frowned, suddenly realizing that what Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were struggling with was definitely related to the request they had for him. This discovery made Yang Kai feel gratified. These two really weren't ungrateful people, but his performance just now had been a bit too impatient. However, it was also related to his expectations of them. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian slowly got up, both of them wearing awkward expressions, Tang Yuxian's delicate face blushing slightly. "We shouldn't have bothered little lord with this matter, but we had no other choice but to shamelessly ask. I hope little lord won't take offense." Tu Feng sighed deeply. "What's the matter?" "I've already told Fourth Master about this matter. Subordinate is a bit inarticulate right now, so I'll let Fourth Master speak." Tu Feng finished speaking and sat back down. Yang Kai turned his eyes to Yang Ingfeng, who took a sip of tea before asking, "Kai, do you know how many of our brothers have returned to the central capital now?" Suddenly asking such a question, Yang Kai was quite confused, but he wasn't worried and just nodded, "Pretty much." "Then what happened to your fourth brother, Yang Xanwu, do you know?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment before remembering what Yang Zhao had said in the restaurant last time and nodded, "I've heard." Yang Yingfeng was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that Yang Kai, who didn't seem to care about the outside world, would actually be so well informed. Knowing that he was also doing some preliminary work and inquiring about various things, Yang Yingfeng couldn't help feeling somewhat gratified. Chapter 406. A Yang family direct descendant, Yang Xinwu, who was ranked 4th among the younger generation, was ambushed on his way back to the central capital and was seriously injured. The 2 blood warriors who had come to welcome him had used their mad tyrant blood skill but were still unable to protect him. They had hurriedly brought him back to the family for medical treatment, but his condition had only become worse and worse. No matter what pills they took, there was no improvement. Finally, the day before yesterday, Yang Xinwu passed away. So far, of the Yang family young lords who had returned to the central capital, a total of 5 had unfortunately been ambushed. In addition to Yang Kai, there was also the eldest brother Yang Wei, 5th brother Yang Kong, and 7th brother Yang Ying. However, these 4 had all come out unscathed. Besides Yang Kong and Yang Ying, who had suffered minor injuries at that time, Yang Wei and Yang Kai were all unscathed. They were much luckier than Yang Xinwu. The inheritance war had not yet begun, but one of the family's young lords had already died. This was something that had never happened before. The Yang family was furious and was determined to find the culprit and destroy all 9 generations of their family. The reason Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian had come to Yang Kai this time was precisely because of the 2 blood warriors who had come to welcome Yang Xinwu back to the family. Does the family want to execute those 2? Yang Kai frowned, thinking of a possibility. 4th Master Yang slowly shook his head. The family has no such intention. After all, the 2 of them had exerted their full strength at that time and were covered in scars. Even now, they still haven't fully recovered. As blood warriors, they have already fulfilled their responsibilities. The family won't execute them. Every blood warrior was not easy to cultivate, and they were all loyal to the Yang family. As long as the elder hall still had some sense, it was impossible for them to execute these 2 blood warriors for this reason. If they really did so, it would only disappoint the other blood warriors. However, a certain punishment cannot be avoided. 4th Master Yang shook his head helplessly. Tu Feng sighed. These 2 brothers have not yet fully recovered from their injuries, and now they have each been beaten 100 times, breaking countless of their meridians. I'm afraid their achievements in life will come to an end. The planks the Yang family used to beat people were not ordinary planks. Instead, they were special artifacts that could be beaten 100 times. Even a blood warrior in peak condition would not be able to withstand such a beating, not to mention they were already injured. That year, the 4th Master Yang was beaten 30 times and had to lie in bed for several months. Beside him, Tang Yuxian also wore a sad expression, her face filled with worry. Not being able to protect the 4th young lord, they are already feeling very guilty, and now that such a thing has happened, the 2 brothers are somewhat disheartened. Tu Feng pursed his dry lips, his face filled with sadness. If you can't even bear such a small blow, what kind of blood warrior are you? Yang Kai snorted. Kerr. Yang Yingfeng snorted and shook his head. You don't know how loyal the blood warriors are to the family. They were not disheartened because they could not improve their strength. They would care. It's just that your 4th brother's death made them feel like they had let down the family's nurturing. If your 4th brother hadn't died, they might have felt better. But now, Yang Kai glanced at the 4th master for a moment before nodding. Perhaps I underestimated the loyalty of the blood warriors. Turning to look at Tu Feng, Yang Kai asked, Then what did you come to me for this time? Cure those 2 people? I don't have that kind of skill. Tu Feng shook his head. Tu Feng gently shook his head. Yu Xian and I would like to ask little lord to let those 2 brothers serve you in the inheritance war. Yang Kai was stunned. Why? Tu Feng replied, although they didn't say anything, we can feel that in this inheritance war, if young lord doesn't use them, they will definitely lose their lives. Perhaps the 2 of them will waste their cultivations, apologize to the family, and retire into the mountains. The two blood warriors had failed to protect young Xan Wu, causing the younger generation of the Yang family to have a bad impression of them. Now that they were injured, who knew how long it would take them to heal? This time, in the inheritance war, it was likely that no one would use them. Ridiculous! Yang Kai shouted. The family spent so much financial and material resources to cultivate them to their current level, how can they just say they waste their cultivation? Since the blood warriors are loyal to the Yang family, their cultivation also belongs to the Yang family, it's not up to them to decide. Although the words were harsh to the ears, Tu Feng could hear some unusual meaning from them, so he quickly asked excitedly, "So, little lord is willing to use them?" Tang Yuxian also hurriedly said, "As long as they feel that they are still useful, they won't be so pessimistic." "When did I say that?" Yang Kai couldn't help rolling his eyes, suddenly realizing that Tu Feng actually knew how to climb up a pole. However, Yang Kai finally understood why Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian had come to him today, and why they had said that if possible, they would be willing to follow him and serve him like a dog or horse. If he really agreed to Tu Feng's request, he could only choose the two blood warriors. As for Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, who he was familiar with, they were destined to fall into the hands of others. It's a presumptuous request, but among this generation's young lords, only Yuxian and I are familiar with Little Lord. The other blood warriors have only exchanged a few words with the other young lords, let alone have any kind of friendship, so we could only shamelessly ask. Who told you blood warriors to act so high and mighty, each of you thinking you're some kind of master? Yang Kai curled his lips. Tu Feng laughed dryly. The other young lords don't have the means or ability to subdue us. Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suju heard this and exchanged a glance, both of them seeing a look of surprise and joy in each other's eyes. In other words, Yang Kai had already subdued Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. Little Lord. Tu Feng rubbed his big hands together, his face filled with hope. Tang Yuxian also stared at him from the side, her beautiful eyes filled with pleading. Yang Kai didn't say anything, his expression gloomy as he tapped his fingers on the back of his chair, making a tapping sound. The room was silent for a while. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian felt their hearts jump into their throats as they stared at Yang Kai, waiting for his decision. The fourth master picked up his teacup and sipped, his expression serious, not showing any intention to speak. Dong Suju also lowered his head, twirling his two fingers, seemingly bored. The two old men obviously didn't want to interfere with Yang Kai's decision. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Yang Kai suddenly stopped, causing Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's expressions to turn solemn as they quickly held their breath. What if I say I don't want to use them? Yang Kai looked at the two of them. He asked seriously. Tu Feng smiled bitterly and said, Little Lord is willing to consider. That's enough. At the very least, Yu Xian and I know that Little Lord is more inclined to let us follow you. This is our honor. Tang Yuxian nodded heavily, her expression filled with gratitude. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly became as sharp as an eagle's as he stared at the two of them and asked, Are you willing to become my enemy? Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's expressions became solemn as they replied, I hope that day never comes. Pray that you won't be chosen by another young lord. Yang Kai grinned, immediately filling his cheeks with self-confidence. But even if you are chosen by someone else, I'll still snatch you back. Both of them understood the meaning behind Yang Kai's words. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were overjoyed and hurriedly stood up from their chairs. Does Little Lord agree? Yang Kai nodded and said somewhat reluctantly, Actually, I don't like those two people, but since you've come to ask, I'll accept. Then I'll reluctantly allow them to follow me. On behalf of the entire Blood Warrior Hall, we thank Little Lord. Many thanks for Little Lord's grace. Tang Yuxian's pretty face also blushed as she smiled happily. Go, tomorrow I'll discuss this matter with the Elder Hall. Yang Kai waved his hand. Both of them excitedly walked out the door, apparently wanting to convey this good news to the Blood Warrior Hall. When they reached the door, Tu Feng turned back and said, Right, Little Lord, although those two brothers are seriously injured now and can't provide you with much help, but their aptitudes are quite outstanding. Quite outstanding? How are they compared to you? Yang Kai asked curiously, Better than us. Tu Feng said solemnly. Hall Master once said that if those two brothers had enough opportunities, they would likely break through to the above immortal ascension boundary. I know. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not showing any surprise or expectation. Tu Feng nodded lightly before leaving with Tang Yuxian. When there was only the family of 3 left in the room, Yang Yingfeng said, I've heard the names of those two. It is said that they are indeed the 2 blood warriors with the best aptitude in the Blood Warrior Hall. If because of this incident they were forced to withdraw from the Blood Warrior Hall and live in seclusion, it would be a loss to the Yang family. Over the years, only one master from the Blood Warrior Hall had broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary and was now the Yang family's grand elder. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Father, you may not like to hear this, but I don't care if the Yang family loses or not. Yang Yingfeng smiled wryly. I understand. It was precisely because the Yang family's influence was too great and the familial ties within the family thin that every direct descendant didn't have much of a sense of belonging to the family when they first returned, otherwise, there wouldn't have been such a fratricidal inheritance war. But Kai, this time you've made a big profit. Yang Yingfeng smiled with relief. Yang Kai nodded indifferently, a little bit. But I still hope that Tu Feng and Yu Xian will follow me. After all, they're already familiar with each other. What's there to gain? You father and son don't speak in riddles. Dong Suju couldn't help feeling confused. No matter how you look at it, it's our son who suffered a loss. The 2 unknown blood warriors were seriously injured and wouldn't be able to provide any help to Yang Kai in the short term. Even if they were able to recover, they wouldn't necessarily play a greater role than Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. Yang Kai and the 4th master smiled at each other, the former slowly getting up and saying, You tell mother about this. I need to make some preparations first. Tomorrow I have to go to the Elder Hall. Yang Yingfeng waved his hand, staring at Yang Kai's strong back and couldn't help feeling a sense of unreality. He's grown up, he's really grown up. Whether it was scheming or methods, he seemed to be much stronger than his own father, and he also had so many mysterious things on him. Yang Ying really didn't know what he had experienced these past few years. Inside the house, Dong Suju was still pestering his father, his body flickering as he sat down on the 4th master's lap, his hand grabbing onto his not-too-long beard as he asked, Tell me, what did my son gain? The 4th master smiled faintly and began to explain the mysteries behind it. Chapter 407. I'm very sorry, someone from my family came to delay me. Hurry up, hurry up. Yang Family Elder Hall. The hall was huge and spacious. The floor was covered with a thick soft blanket. The 4 walls were engraved with many exquisite paintings of mountains and rivers. In the middle of the hall, there was an incense burner burning with a calming incense. The room was warm and comfortable. The ceiling of the hall was inlaid with many gems, sparkling like stars. Several gray-haired old men dressed in simple robes were sitting or standing. Some were studying chess records in front of them, some were comprehending the mysteries of secret arts, all of them enjoying themselves. These elders all looked ordinary, and their essence, chi, and spirit were restrained to the extreme. They were not much different from the ordinary old men outside, but in fact, all of them possessed consummate skills and were famous for their fighting prowess. In the middle of the hall, Yang Zhen was sitting in a chair. Although he was over 70 years old, he still had a youthful complexion, vaguely showing his youthful spirit. As one of the people in charge of the Elder Hall, coupled with his old age, it was inconvenient for him to go out, nor could he travel north and south to contribute to the Yang family. Therefore, Yang Zhen sat in the Elder Hall all year round, dealing with some affairs together with several other elders of the same age. At this time, Yang Zhen's eyelids drooped, looking quite listless, his hands tucked into his sleeves as he listened to a young man in front of him. After a while, the young man finished speaking and then stared at Yang Zhen, waiting for a reply. Slowly opening his eyes, Yang Zhen's seemingly turbid eyes overflowed with light. Yang Zhen stared at the young man coldly, his face filled with impatience. Good for nothing. Yang Zhen snorted. After going out for so many years, all you've brought back for the Yang family is this garbage? Did this kind of garbage want to exchange for a blood warrior's loyalty? I think you're even more senile than I am. Being reprimanded by Yang Zhen, the young man's face suddenly turned red. Go back, I'll record these merits for you, but it's not enough to exchange for any blood warrior. Yang Zhen waved his hand. Impatiently, Yang Zhen said, wait until you have enough merits, but the inheritance war is about to begin. I'm afraid you won't have time to prepare. You should give up the inheritance war as soon as possible, lest you become a laughingstock. The young man looked dejected. He sighed helplessly, seemingly unwilling to give up, and pleaded, Elder, I'll change to the one with the lowest strength. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Zhen interrupted, if it's not enough, then it's not enough. What are you blabbering on about? Hurry up and scram. With a furious roar, an invisible shockwave hit the young man and sent him flying out of the elders' hall. The entire hall of elders was buzzing. The few white-haired elders who were bored didn't move at all. It was as if they were all deaf. They didn't pay any attention to this side and were still focused on the matter at hand. Outside the palace, the young man crawled up in a sorry state, his face filled with humiliation. Her face flushed red, and she left angrily. Yang Kai, who had just arrived at the entrance of the hall, saw this scene and couldn't help but have an indescribable feeling in his heart. That young man was Yang Kai's third brother, Yang Tai, who was ranked third among the younger generation of the Yang family. After the family's order to allow blood warriors to participate in the inheritance war was passed down to the various young lords, the younger generation of young lords quickly took action. All of them had used their years of experience outside in exchange for blood warriors to follow them. However, it now seemed that Yang Tai hadn't obtained anything too valuable these past few years, so he had been kicked out by the elders. Third brother won't make it. A voice suddenly came to Yang Kai's ear, carrying a sense of regret. Yang Kai followed the voice and saw Yang Zhao standing there with a sad look on his face, shaking his head as he stared at Yang Tai's departing back. Second brother. Yang Kai walked over and greeted him. Little brother Kai. Yang Zhao chuckled. Yang Kai then turned his eyes to the other person next to him. This person's figure was as straight as a sword, and just by standing there quietly he gave off a calm and steady feeling, as if the heavens would collapse and the earth would crack. His expression was indifferent, not changing in the slightest from beginning to end. Only when Yang Zhao called out to his younger brother did he turn his eyes towards him. Big brother. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. The only young master of the Yang family who had reached the immortal ascension boundary, eldest brother Yang Wei. Little brother Kai? Yang Wei's eyes flashed with some surprise. When Yang Kai greeted him, his true qi had inexplicably fluctuated uncontrollably. This kind of situation would only occur when he felt some kind of pressure. Using his newly cultivated divine sense, Yang Wei swept Yang Kai and found that he was only at the 8th stage of Yuan Qi. Yang Wei couldn't help frowning, secretly wondering why Yang Kai would cause his Yuan Qi to fluctuate. After not seeing you for a few years, little brother Kai has also grown to this point. Yang Wei nodded gently, a touch of approval flashing across his eyes. Just as he finished speaking, a trace of horror and amazement flashed across his face. 5 or 6 years ago, this youngest brother of his couldn't cultivate and was just an ordinary person without the strength to truss a chicken, but now he had actually reached the 8th stage of Yuan Qi. Although his cultivation was 2 minor realms lower than his own, the time he had spent cultivating was 7 or 8 years shorter. Yang Wei hadn't thought of this at all. Yang Wei finally realized that the other party's pressure wasn't unwarranted. Yang Wei was afraid that given some time, this little brother would one day surpass him. Are you also here to turn in your treasures? Yang Zhao chuckled and looked at Yang Kai. The latter nodded slightly and smiled wryly. There's no other way, the family has made such a move, I had no choice but to come. Ha! Yang Zhao laughed and patted Yang Kai's shoulder affectionately. Why else do you think the family has so many treasures? All of them were stolen by us from outside. They're all the family's possessions, one day you'll need them yourself. Yang Wei seemed to be born with a cold expression. In Yang Kai's memory he had never smiled, was a man of few words, and appeared relatively dull, but his style of action was swift and decisive. Listening to him say this, Yang Zhao and Yang Kai quickly stopped talking about this matter. Does little brother Kai want to swap with the 2 blood warriors you brought back? I see they're quite interested in you. Yang Zhao asked, intentionally or unintentionally. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I have someone else in mind. Yang Zhao couldn't help feeling stunned. He hadn't expected Yang Kai to not want Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. However, Yang Kai obviously didn't want to say anything more. Turning his head, he asked, Where's 5th brother? How come I don't see him? Yang Zhao and Yang Kong were blood brothers and had always been inseparable. Generally, they would never separate. Yang Wei snorted. With me here, would he dare show himself? Yang Zhao and Yang Kai glanced at each other and couldn't help shrinking their necks. Not only was Yang Kong afraid of this naturally cold-faced big brother, all of his brothers had a sense of awe towards him. This wasn't just because he was the oldest. I'll go in first. Yang Wei motioned to the 2 of them and walked into the elder hall with his hands behind his back. After a while, he walked out again. Yang Zhao strode away. Yang Zhao smiled bitterly. Big brother still doesn't like to talk. Even if we want to get close to him, we can't. It's all because of his personality. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. In fact, he quite appreciated Yang Wei's personality. No nonsense, no sloppiness. What was on his mind? 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 2nd brother will also go in first, little brother Kai. Wait a moment. After a long time, Yang Zhao walked out with a smile on his face, apparently very satisfied with this trip. After he walked out of the elder hall, Yang Kai walked in. Seeing Yang Kai come in, Yang Zhao stared at him with a pair of eyes. Yang Zhen's eyes shone as he stared at him, waiting for him to come closer. After saluting him, Yang Zhen chuckled, I remember you, brat. Last time, you used a profound grade martial skill to exchange for a golden feather eagle. Yang Kai nodded gently. Last time, when he switched to the golden feather eagle. When he had exchanged the golden feather eagle, it was Yang Zhen who had given him the document and allowed him to take it back from Du Chengbai. It hadn't been long, so Yang Zhen naturally remembered. Smiling gloatingly, Yang Zhen said, Do you regret it now? Ha! This old master knew you would definitely regret it at that time. You actually wanted to exchange a mysterious grade martial skill for a useless beast. You've suffered a big loss in this transaction. That was a bargaining chip that could have been exchanged for a blood warrior. It seemed that seeing Yang Kai regret his decision made this old man quite happy. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and smiled mysteriously. I don't regret it. Besides, regret is useless. It'll only add to my troubles. Yang Zhen coldly snorted and curled his lips. So stubborn. He obviously thought that Yang Kai was pretending to be generous, but in fact, his intestines were turning green with regret. Then I'd like to see what kind of surprise you can bring me this time. Yang Zhen's hands were still tucked into his sleeves, his expression indifferent. Tell me, how many blood warriors do you want to exchange for? At most, I can only exchange for 2, so 2 it is. The smile on Yang Zhen's face slowly converged as he stared at Yang Kai coldly, his expression gradually becoming serious. Even the white-haired old men nearby, who seemed to have gone deaf, stopped what they were doing and turned their heads towards Yang Kai. In an instant, all eyes in the room were fixed on Yang Kai, the old men all showing looks of interest, all of them eagerly anticipating what would happen next. The Yang family's young lords who went out for life experience were at most sent to first-class forces. The resources in first-class forces weren't that great, so there were even fewer that could be opened to the Yang family's young lords. To exchange for a blood warrior, one would need at least a mysterious grade or 3 heaven grade top-rank martial skills and secret arts. Last time, Yang Kai had used a mysterious grade martial skill, but this time he actually wanted to exchange it for 2 blood warriors. That meant that he would need at least 2 mysterious grade martial skills. Did he have any? That was simply impossible. If mysterious grade martial skills and secret arts were so easy to obtain, then their value wouldn't be high. Everyone in the room didn't think that Yang Kai would be able to get what he wanted, only thinking that he didn't understand the rules and had overestimated his own chips. Each and every one of them assumed a posture of watching a good play. After a long silence, Yang Zhen smiled disapprovingly and said casually, "Let's talk about your chips. This old master will evaluate whether you can exchange for 2 blood warriors." Yang Kai nodded slightly, taking out 2 white jade pieces from his sleeve and placing them on the table in front of Yang Zhen. Yang Zhen frowned and glanced at him, a wisp of impatience surging on his face. With a cold snort, he withdrew his hand from his sleeve. Without seeing him do anything, he picked up one of the pieces of jade and probed it with his divine sense to examine it. Chapter 408. Using Yuan Qi to carve a mark on a piece of jade to convey some information that was inconvenient to express in words was not a very powerful method. All it required was strict control over Yuan Qi. So when Yang Zhen saw Yang Kai take out 2 pieces of jade, he knew there must be something inside. Using his divine sense, Yang Zhen carefully examined them. Suddenly, Yang Zhen frowned and his expression became dignified. After a while, his eyes filled with doubt, which then turned into surprise and astonishment. As his eyes changed, the expression on Yang Zhen's face became extremely interesting. The old men who were prepared to watch a good show couldn't help but be stunned when they saw Yang Zhen's expression, wondering if he had discovered something extraordinary. After a while, Yang Zhen took a deep breath and slowly withdrew his divine sense from the jade. Looking at Yang Kai strangely, he picked up the other piece of jade with a dignified expression. Just like before, he continued to investigate, and like a replay, the various expressions on Yang Zhen's face played out again. At this moment, the white-haired elders in the hall could no longer sit still. Unbeknownst to them, they all stood up and quietly gathered in this direction. After a while, Yang Kai was pushed out of the outer circle and the old men gathered around, waiting for him to withdraw his divine sense. "What is inside?" An elder couldn't help but wonder what Yang Kai had brought that could cause Yang Zhen to pay so much attention to it. As he spoke, he reached out to grab the piece of jade on the table. Before he could grab it, he was grabbed by Yang Zhen, causing the other party to glare at him. "That little brat, come here!" Yang Zhen waved his hand and unceremoniously pushed the elders who were poking their heads out to the side. "Disciple is here." Yang Kai stepped forward. Yang Zhen should be a character from his grandfather's generation, but in the Yang family. Generally, they would not refer to each other as relatives unless they had a good relationship. Holding the 2 pieces of jade, Yang Zhen frowned and his old face couldn't help blushing as he asked, "What is this? What is it that made your performance so wonderful?" A white-haired elder was stunned and the others slowly shook their heads, the expectations in their hearts suddenly reduced. 2 sets of spirit arrays. "Nonsense," Yang Zhen shouted, "this old master is not a fool." Of course, he knew that there were 2 sets of spirit arrays. "What I'm asking is what this spirit array is for." As he spoke, his face turned even redder. He was already so old and his knowledge and experience were extremely rich. At this moment, he actually couldn't even appraise something brought back by a youngster of the younger generation. Naturally, he felt a little embarrassed. Yang Kai pinched his nose. "A spirit array for alchemy." Yang Zhen was stunned. "For alchemy?" As he spoke, he shook his head and said, "This old man has seen many spirit arrays used in alchemy. But there has never been a spirit array as complex and profound as yours. Just engraving such a spirit array on a pill furnace is a rather troublesome matter, especially if it is used to refine pills. It will definitely consume more of the alchemist's energy and Yuan Qi. Are you sure these 2 spirit arrays are effective? Tell me, what are they used for?" Yang Zhen frowned and asked. He didn't understand much about alchemy, so naturally he couldn't see the mysteries hidden in these spirit arrays. He just subconsciously felt that these 2 spirit arrays were a little too complex and mysterious. Although they were definitely good things, there were definitely drawbacks. One of them, it can increase the success rate of alchemy. Yang Kai calmly explained. In other words, if an alchemist's usual success rate is only 60%, then with this set of spirit arrays, it can reach 90%. Yang Zhen couldn't help feeling shocked. 90%. Even if he didn't understand alchemy, he knew how outstanding an alchemist who could guarantee a 90% success rate was. An ordinary alchemist could only guarantee a 60% to 70% success rate, and with 10 sets of alchemy materials, they could only refine 6 or 7 pills. A good alchemist could only achieve around 80% success rate, and most of the disciples from Medicine King's Valley were at this level. But now, this spirit array could increase the success rate by 30%. Didn't this mean that as long as a slightly better alchemist used this spirit array, they could guarantee a 100% success rate? Over the years, how much materials could be saved, and how much time and effort could be saved? In an instant, Yang Zhen realized the preciousness of this spirit array. Of course, the premise was that Yang Kai was telling the truth. What about the other set? Yang Zhen suppressed the shock in his heart and tried to ask in a calm tone. It has a chance to increase the quality of the pills. Yang Kai said lightly. What do you mean? Yang Zhen subconsciously raised his brow and hurriedly asked, holding his breath. If his understanding was correct, then the value of this spirit array was even greater than the previous one. Originally, when refining a furnace of heaven-grade mid-rank pills, using this spirit array, there is a chance that a heaven-grade high-rank pill will appear. Yang Kai explained patiently before adding, the probability of this happening isn't very high, but it's bound to happen. The breathing of the elders suddenly quickened. They could also see the value of this set of spirit arrays. One of them asked nervously, what if you want to refine a furnace of mysterious grade high-rank pills? Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and smiled, perhaps a spirit-grade pill will appear. Spirit grade. These two words were like a drum beating in the ears of the several elders, causing their eardrums to tremble. All of them stared at Yang Kai incredulously, trying to see if he was joking. Yang Kai was calm. These two spirit arrays were the result of his comprehension of the true alchemic way, so it was obviously impossible for them to be useless. The entire elder hall instantly fell silent as the group of old men froze in place, not knowing what to do. All of them were thinking about the value of this spirit array and whether Yang Kai's words were true or not. After a moment, Yang Zhen suddenly recovered and glared at Yang Kai sternly, coldly saying, do you know what kind of crime it is to fool the elder hall? Even if you are a direct descendant of the Yang family, if you dare to speak nonsense here, I can make sure you die without a burial. Whether or not I'm fooling around, find someone who knows how to verify it, Yang Kai frowned. Your courage isn't bad. Yang Zhen sneered and shouted, go invite Cheng Bai Lian from the pill room. A fat elder responded. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Cheng Bai Lian, the Yang family's chief alchemist. His attainments in alchemy were also well known throughout the world, but compared with Xiao Fu Sheng, he was slightly inferior. Xiao Fu Sheng was a mysterious grade top-rank alchemist, the only one in the entire Great Han Dynasty. Cheng Bai Lian was only a mysterious grade mid-rank alchemist. Although there was only a one-step difference, this difference was like a chasm between Cheng Bai Lian and Xiao Fu Sheng, forcing the latter to only be able to look up to the Grandmaster. It's not too late for you to regret now. When Cheng Bai Lian comes here and changes your mind, this old master won't indulge you any further. Yang Zhen snorted, making a final test. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he said with a displeased expression, Elder, I offered these 2 spirit arrays in exchange for 2 blood warriors to follow me, and secondly, I wanted to give them to the Yang family to bring some benefits. After all, this is the place where I was born. If I only wanted to exchange for 2 blood warriors, with the value of these spirit arrays, 1 would be more than enough. Why would I need to offer 2? As for the truth and lies, I believe Elder can distinguish between them. Yang Zhen's expression froze, but after thinking about it carefully he felt that what Yang Kai said made sense, nodding slightly, you're right, perhaps this old master is being too cautious, but as for the truth, let's wait and see. What's true can't be false, and what's false can't be true, heh. After saying so, Yang Zhen frowned and carefully examined the 2 sets of spirit arrays in the jade, but no matter how he looked at them, he couldn't see anything special about them. After a full 2 hours, the fat elder who had rushed over dragged a man who looked to be in his 50s over here. When he entered the elder hall, This man's face was gloomy and obviously not very happy. Entering the hall, before Yang Zhen could even speak, Cheng Bai Lian angrily shouted, "Yang Zhen, what are you doing?" This old master was refining a furnace of profound blue pills and was just about to start, yet you called this old master over at this critical moment. If you don't compensate me for that furnace of pills, this old master won't refine any more alchemy for the Yang family for 3 months. Compensate, compensate. Yang Zhen's face went black as he nodded repeatedly. Although he was so old, yet he was still being called by his name in front of his face, and was even being shouted at like this. Yang Zhen couldn't afford to be angry. After all, the person in front of him was the chief alchemist of the Yang family. Many high-quality pills were refined by him, so even if the gap in strength was huge, Yang Zhen could only swallow his anger. Alchemists were not to be trifled with, especially those with high skill. Cheng Bai Lian lightly snorted and said, "That furnace of heaven-grade top-rank pills, although it wasn't very expensive, it still cost me a lot of effort. Seeing that you're pleasing to the eye, 500,000 taels is enough." Yang Zhen's face became even darker as he suppressed his anger and said, "Let's not talk about this, let's get down to business first." Cheng Bai Lian nodded, glancing over at Yang Kai who was standing next to him and said, "I heard on the way here that this little brat brought back these 2 sets of spirit arrays? Take a look and see if they're really useful." Yang Zhen handed over the 2 pieces of jade. Cheng Bai Lian casually took them and smiled contemptuously. "This old master has been practicing alchemy for so many years and has even studied many spirit arrays, but I have never heard of such a magical spirit array in this world. I think the older you get, the more muddle-headed you become, being deceived by others and even dragging this old master into the water. If word gets out, I'd like to see where your old face goes." "Don't talk nonsense, take a look first." Yang Zhen was annoyed by Cheng Bai Lian's words, but he had nowhere to vent, so his old face turned purple. He secretly decided that if Yang Kai really lied to him, he would not let him off lightly. Only then did Cheng Bai Lian calmly find a place to sit down. With a casual expression, he released his divine sense into the jade to investigate. Everyone in the Elder Hall, except for Yang Kai, was staring at him, wanting to know how he would evaluate these 2 spirit arrays. However, just as Cheng Bai Lian released his divine sense into the jade, he suddenly let out a strange cry and stood up, a look of disbelief on his face. Everyone was holding their breaths, waiting nervously, so when they heard his shout, they couldn't help being startled. Chapter 409. What are you doing? Yang Zhen snorted, glaring at Cheng Bai Lian with displeasure. "You're already so old, how can you be so flustered?" Cheng Bai Lian, on the other hand, didn't seem to hear this, his eyes widening in shock and excitement as he stared at Yang Kai. In the next moment, his figure flickered and he appeared directly in front of Yang Kai, grabbing him by the shoulders and binding him tightly, as if he was afraid Yang Kai would run away, asking in a slightly trembling voice, "Boy, this spirit array, where did you get it?" Yang Kai frowned, faintly aware of something, but still calmly replied, "Medicine King's Valley, Hidden Cloud Peak." Cheng Bai Lian's body shook slightly, a look of understanding appearing on his face as he nodded repeatedly, I knew it. Saying so, he stared at Yang Kai solemnly and asked, "What is your relationship with Grandmaster Xiao?" "It's nothing, I just spent 2 months on Hidden Cloud Peak." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, speaking in a very low-key manner. Cheng Bai Lian's expression suddenly became gloomy as he glared at Yang Kai, a cold light flashing across the depths of his eyes as he coldly asked, "Did you steal this spirit array?" Yang Kai shook his head. "Grandmaster taught me this." Cheng Bai Lian was startled, not understanding why this young man in front of him had been taught 2 sets of such spirit arrays if he had nothing to do with Grandmaster Xiao, but soon he smiled and said, Good, alchemy can't be stolen. Since Grandmaster taught you this, there's no problem." He obviously thought that Yang Kai was holding back and didn't want to admit his relationship with Xiao Fu Xing in public. Although the conversation between the two was only a few words, it was enough for the white-haired elders in the Elder Hall to smell a trace of unusualness. The 2 sets of spirit arrays that Yang Zhen couldn't identify, seem to have a great origin. Does Senior recognize this spirit array? Yang Kai felt a little strange. If this Cheng Bai Lian didn't recognize this spirit array, he wouldn't have lost his composure like this, but this was something he had learned from the true alchemic way, so how could he recognize it? Hearing Yang Kai's question, Yang Zhen and the others all turned their gazes to Cheng Bai Lian. The latter's face was dejected as he shook his head and smiled bitterly. There was a hint of reminiscence in his eyes as he seemed to have fallen into deep thought. Say something, *CK. Yang Zhen had a fiery temper. After waiting for a long time and not seeing Cheng Bai Lian give an explanation, he couldn't help but curse. In normal times, this chief alchemist of the Yang family had long since lost his composure. But at this moment, he was a little dispirited. After pondering for a while, he said, 30 years ago, at an alchemy convention in the Valley of the Medicine Masters, I was fortunate enough to see it once. Unfortunately, it was only half an array. Yang Kai's expression changed. He suddenly understood what was going on. That alchemy conference. Geniuses came forth in large numbers, and stars gathered in the sky. This old man has defeated dozens of opponents in a row. All the way to the finals, my momentum was like a rainbow, but in the end, I was defeated by a single person. That person is today's Xiao Fu Sheng. Cheng Bai Lian looked at Yang Kai with a wry smile. Grandmaster Xiao is a genius born for alchemy. Being defeated by him is not an injustice. Yang Zhen rolled up his sleeves and curled his lips. As a cultivator, he naturally didn't understand the Tao of alchemy, nor did he understand the admiration and friendship between alchemists. Later, our outstanding young alchemists were arranged to enter the Pill Saint's Peak to look at the Pill Saint's portrait and comprehend the alchemic way. Cheng Bai Lian recounted the events of that year. Xiao Fu Sheng and I both saw half of the spirit array in the Pill Saint's portrait at the same time, but we were never able to see the full picture, which was a great regret at the time. Later, I came to the Yang family while Xiao Fu Sheng entered Medicine King's Valley. Cheng Bai Lian smiled. Over the past 30 years, I have exchanged many letters with Grandmaster Xiao. When I had free time, I would also go to Medicine King's Valley to study the half of the spirit array with him in an attempt to complete it, but after 30 years of effort, I still failed. The ash-gray cloud evil land wantonly attacked Medicine King's Valley and destroyed the Pill Saint's portrait. This old master thought he would never have the opportunity to see the full picture of this spirit array again in his life, but unexpectedly, today, my wish has finally come true. Cheng Bai Lian looked up to the sky and laughed, a bitter look appearing on his face as he muttered, Xiao Fu Sheng is worthy of being called Xiao Fu Sheng, always walking ahead of this old master. Unexpectedly, he has already completed this spirit array. This old master is far inferior to him. The world's #1 alchemist is truly worthy of his title. Yang Kai hadn't expected that the spirit array he had brought out would actually involve these past events. Even a character like Xiao Fu Sheng was only able to glimpse half of the spirit array, so it was easy to imagine just how profound the true alchemic way was. The appearance of this spirit array seemed to have resolved a 30-year knot in the hearts of the world's two great alchemists. Although there had been some misunderstandings, Yang Kai wasn't ready to say anything. He just wanted to use Grandmaster Zhao's name to act. You've said so much, so are these two spirit arrays useful or not? Yang Zhen asked somewhat impatiently. Nonsense, Cheng Bai Lian snorted. How could they be useless? These spirit arrays originated from the Pill Saint statue. They are supreme treasures left behind by the Pill Saint. Of course they are useful. And their value? Yang Zhen sniffed. Immeasurable. Cheng Bai Lian's expression became extremely serious. All the elders couldn't help showing strange expressions. Yang Kai taking out these two spirit arrays was truly a huge contribution to the Yang family. Even Yang Zhen didn't know how to record this merit. In the palm of his hand. Take them, but don't divulge them. You know the rules of the Yang family, Yang Zhen said solemnly. Cheng Bai Lian rolled his eyes. This old master has been in the Yang family for 30 years, his entire family has lived here. How could I not understand the importance of these rules? Yang Zhen nodded slightly, expressing his satisfaction. Cheng Bai Lian turned to look at Yang Kai, no longer showing any of his previous contempt, asking kindly, "Little brat, what's your name?" Yang Kai reported his name. Cheng Bai Lian patted him affectionately on the shoulder. "I'll remember you. If you have time in the future, come to my house and I'll invite you to tea." Saying so, Yang Kai crossed his arms behind his back and strode off in a majestic manner. The elders in the hall all looked at each other, for a moment giving birth to a kind of unreal feeling. Cheng Bai Lian wanted to invite that little brat to tea. It seemed that even the Yang family's chief alchemist had never been so polite to these old fogies, let alone invite them to tea. In the younger generation, even among the middle-aged generation, this was an extraordinary honor, and if this news spread out, it was likely that others would envy them. A long time after Cheng Bai Lian left, the group of old fogies secretly shook their heads, wondering what kind of good fortune Yang Kai had encountered that allowed him to have a relationship with a character like Xiao Fu Sheng and learn 2 priceless spirit arrays from him. "Elder," Yang Kai called out, "now that everything has been confirmed, can I exchange for 2 blood warriors?" Yang Zhen rolled his eyes and nodded. "Good. But this old master must first remind you, according to the strength of the blood warrior, the merit you need to spend will also be different. Then with my current merit, what kind of blood warrior can I obtain?" Yang Zhen lightly coughed. "All the masters in the blood warrior hall can be chosen by you, including the hall master and vice hall master." "Hall master and vice hall master?" Yang Kai was surprised. "Yes, they are 2 peak immortal ascension boundary masters." Yang Zhen nodded. "With their protection, no one should be able to get close to you in the inheritance war." It seemed that he felt that Yang Kai's merit was too great and Yang Zhen wanted him to quickly exhaust it, so he spared no effort to promote the so-called Hall Master and Vice Hall Master, showing off their strength one by one in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I don't want them." Yang Zhen was stunned. "You don't want such masters? Who do you want?" "Chu Gao Yi and Ing Jiao." Yang Kai reported the names of the 2 blood warriors. These 2 were the ones who had come to welcome his 4th brother Yang Xen Wu back to the family. The expressions of the group of old men in the room suddenly became extremely strange as they stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Chu Gao Yi and Ing Jiao were originally the 2 most talented blood warriors in the Blood Warrior Hall, so the elders had naturally heard of their names and had high expectations for them. However, because of Yang Xen Wu's incident this time, the 2 blood warriors had been punished by the family, causing them to be unable to recover. The elders also felt quite sorry for the fate of these 2, but with the Yang family's rules, they had no choice but to punish them. Originally, they had thought that no one would dare to use them in this inheritance war, but none of them had expected that the youngest Yang Kai would actually want to use these 2. Even if Yang Kai had said he wanted the Blood Warrior Hall's Vice Hall Master and Blood Warrior Hall Vice Hall Master, it hadn't shocked the elders as much as this moment. Not using such a strong person, but instead choosing to use these 2 disheartened and wounded people, this Kai Yang was either an idiot or he had other plans. Yang Zhen stared at Yang Kai meaningfully and quickly said, "Those 2 are already crippled. Do you still want them?" "Interesting." Yang Zhen grinned. "Your appetite is quite big." Yang Zhen's expression was one of complete understanding, as if he had seen through Yang Kai's thoughts and plans. Yang Kai just shrugged his shoulders indifferently. "Since you want them, I'll give them to you." Yang Zhen snorted. "I'd like to see what kind of storm you can stir up in the inheritance war with those 2. When the time comes, don't you regret lifting a stone and smashing your own foot." "That's my business. There's no need for Elder to worry about it." Yang Zhen sneered, immediately writing a letter, stamping it with the Elder Council's seal, and tossing it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it, glanced at it casually, nodded with satisfaction, and cupped his fists. "Many thanks, Elder." "Good, after exchanging those 2 blood warriors, you still have a lot of merits left. What else do you want to exchange?" Yang Zhen raised his eyes and asked, "In the inheritance war, it's always good to be prepared. How many merits do I have left?" Yang Kai was a little surprised. "A lot," Yang Zhen said impatiently, but didn't disclose the specific number. Presumably he didn't know how to calculate it. then exchange them all for alchemy and artifact refining materials, at least heaven grade, preferably mysterious grade. Chapter 410. Listening to Yang Kai's request, Yang Zhen couldn't help looking at him in surprise, not having expected his requirements to be so high. Nodding, he said, "I'll help you prepare them, I'll have them delivered to your house." "Many thanks, Elder, I'll take my leave." Yang Kai nodded. Turning around, he walked out. "Little brat, don't be defeated too early in the inheritance war, otherwise this old master will be disappointed." Yang Zhen's voice called out from behind. "Elders, please wait and see." By the time these words came out, Yang Kai had already disappeared. "Arrogant." Yang Zhen snorted. The sixth elder, who had just gone to invite Cheng Bai Lian, frowned for a moment before saying, "Yang Zhen, this little brat is gambling. If he doesn't do well, he'll be doomed. The inheritance war has always been a gamble. How could those young brats not see the opportunity in it?" But none of them dared to make such a decision, only he dared. Yang Zhen's eyes flashed as he nodded lightly. "Although I can't see any results in the short term, at least he has taken the initiative in the Blood Warrior Hall. This little brat from Fourth Brother's house is very courageous, very much like the Yang family." If Yang Kai were to choose these two blood servants, how could these elders, with their shrewdness and eyesight, not understand the gains and losses? With such a choice, in the inheritance war, as long as they were able to stabilize their footing in the early stages and not be defeated quickly, the benefits they could receive in the future would be greater and greater. The only thing they needed to worry about was that in the early stages, the two blood warriors would be killed before their injuries were healed. Blood Warrior Hall. There was a very special place in the Yang family, the place where the blood warriors usually lived. Even from more than a dozen kilometers away, one could clearly feel the endless fighting intent emanating from the Blood Warrior Hall. These invisible forces seemed to be able to converge into a sharp sword, revealing its sharpness and cutting through the heavens. The Blood Warriors were natural warriors, talents specially trained for small battles. Their powerful fighting intent was one of the Yang family's golden signboards. Even if they weren't fighting, the murderous intent radiating from the Blood Warriors would solidify and fill the air around the Blood Warrior Hall. Along the way, Yang Kai's expression also turned solemn when he sensed this frightening aura. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both stood respectfully outside the Blood Warriors, quietly waiting for the arrival of Yang Kai. In front of them stood a tall and sturdy man with his hands crossed behind his back, wearing a black warrior's robe that could be seen anywhere. His physique was majestic, but his expression was indifferent, his long hair draped over his shoulders, giving him an air of superiority, his eyes like cold stars, giving him an intimidating aura. The Blood Warrior Hall's Hall Master, Feng Sheng, a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master who had made great contributions to the Yang family. After using his Mad Tyrant blood skill, he was even able to contend with an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. In the entire central capital, Feng Sheng was one of the few masters he had ever met. Since hearing Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's report yesterday, Feng Sheng had become somewhat interested in the youngest young Lord Kai. Chu Gao Yi and Ying Jiao were his subordinates, so as the Hall Master of the Blood Warrior Hall, he naturally cared about them. He wanted to see with his own eyes what the little lord who was willing to use Chu Gao Yi and Ying Jiao was like. On this day, several Yang family young lords had arrived, but until now, the little lord still hadn't appeared. Feng Sheng didn't show any impatience though and just stood there quietly. Tu Feng was secretly anxious. Although Yang Kai had agreed to his and Tang Yuxian's request yesterday and he didn't doubt the authenticity of Yang Kai's words, to be honest, he really didn't know if Yang Kai had enough merits to exchange for Chu Gao Yi and Ying Jiao. What if his merits weren't enough? Just as he was feeling anxious though, a tall young man suddenly appeared in his field of vision and walked over. "Is that him?" Feng Sheng asked. "It's him, it's the little lord." The big stone in Tu Feng's heart finally fell, and his whole body relaxed as he exchanged a glance with Tang Yuxian and smiled knowingly. The little lord is really a trustworthy person. Unfortunately, in this time's inheritance war, both of them couldn't help feeling deeply regretful. Walking up to him, Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at Feng Sheng. His eyes flashed like lightning, his aura was rich, and his physique seemed to contain an unparalleled explosive power. Peak Immortal Ascension Boundary. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he saw through this young man's true cultivation at a glance. If such a master were to fight against him, he would be able to kill him in a single blow. The huge gap in strength wasn't something an artifact or the unyielding golden skeleton could make up for. Although he was wearing ordinary clothes, Yang Kai could clearly feel that even though this young man was just standing there, he wasn't circulating any kind of secret art, but the world energy around him was still constantly flowing into his body, constantly condensing and refining his yuan qi, causing his yuan qi to become purer and richer, undoubtedly higher than others. He's a master from the Blood Warrior Hall. Yang Kai couldn't help but praise in his heart. The Yang family being able to stand tall for so many years and enjoy the title of first among the Central Capital's 8 great families was not without reason. While Yang Kai was observing Feng Sheng, the other party was also secretly observing him. He was dressed casually, not luxuriously, more simply than the average young lord from a prominent family. This kind of clothing was undoubtedly more suitable for sudden combat. He was very young, probably only around 18 years old, but his strength had already reached the Yuan Qi 8th stage. His expression was calm and his eyes seemed normal, but occasionally there was a flash of light. Feng Sheng's eyes couldn't help narrowing slightly as his expression became solemn. He felt a thick murderous aura from Yang Kai, one that was extremely strong and obvious. Feng Sheng also had a murderous aura, one that was even stronger than Yang Kai's. This kind of aura wasn't something that could be obtained through cultivation, it could only be left behind after killing people, and it had to kill a lot of people to create this kind of aura. This little lord was so young yet had already killed so many people, it seemed he wasn't an easy opponent to provoke. This was what Feng Sheng was concerned about. What made Feng Sheng feel even more strange was that there seemed to be another strange force in this little lord's body. This force seemed to affect his murderous aura, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. It was as if even the violent aura he had been suppressing in his heart had been stirred up. Taking a closer look, Feng Sheng couldn't feel anything, only that his yuan qi was quite pure. Secretly shaking his head, Feng Sheng frowned. After a moment of silence, Feng Sheng knew that this little lord in front of him wasn't as simple as he seemed on the surface, but he didn't care too much and just asked lightly, "Young Lord Kai." Yang Kai nodded slightly and turned his eyes to Gu Feng and Tang Yuxian. The two of them quickly stepped forward and Tu Feng said, "Little Lord, this is our Hall Master, Feng Sheng." "So it's Hall Master Feng," Yang Kai exclaimed. "Since you've come for the Blood Warriors, please show me the document signed by the Elder Hall, Little Lord." Feng Sheng stretched out his hand and Yang Kai handed over the document. Taking a look at it, Feng Sheng gently nodded. His face, which had always been as calm as an ancient well, seemed to show some subtle changes as he said, "Young Lord Kai, please come in." Yang Kai stepped forward and Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian quickly welcomed him inside. Feng Sheng didn't follow him inside though, still standing straight at the door. After entering the Blood Warrior Hall, Tu Jing chuckled, "Little Lord, I've never heard the Hall Master say, 'please,' to anyone. Today, there were a few young lords who came, but the Hall Master didn't even spare them a glance. It seems the Hall Master's impression of you is quite good." Tang Yuxian also nodded heavily, seemingly having discovered something extraordinary. "Then my face is a bit big." Yang Kai grinned. Tu Feng nodded. "It's not about face, it's just that Little Lord is willing to use these two brothers. My Blood Warrior Hall is extremely grateful." "Is it really that serious?" Yang Kai couldn't help smiling. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai's footsteps came to a halt and he stared in front of him in amazement. In front of him, nearly 20 powerful blood warriors were lined up in several rows, all of them wearing solemn expressions as they stared towards Yang Kai with gratitude. The one leading them was the Blood Warrior Hall's Vice Hall Master, Zhou Feng, who was also a Peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. Sweeping his eyes over the Blood Warriors, Yang Kai's expression became slightly solemn. Each one of them was extremely powerful, each of them as firm as a mountain. Regardless of whether they were men or women, all of them were masters among masters, the weakest of which was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Master. However, even an Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Master was no worse than an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master from a first-class force. The Yang family blood warriors really had a rich heritage. With more than 20 pairs of eyes staring at him, Yang Kai also felt an unparalleled pressure. This kind of pressure wasn't deliberately released by the blood warriors, but rather the aura of the flowing Time Great Emperor. Therefore, in front of the strong, the weak would always be timid and restrained. Circulating his true Yang secret art, Yang Kai quickly circulated his pure Yuan Qi, stabilizing his footing. All the blood warriors' eyes lit up. Zhou Feng was also secretly surprised, but he didn't show it, only wearing a dignified expression as he cupped his fists and said, "On behalf of the Blood Warrior Hall, Zhou Feng offers his thanks to young Lord Kai." Many thanks to young Lord Kai. In an instant, a thunderous roar resounded. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, only now realizing that Tu Feng wasn't exaggerating. Although he had long known that there were gains and losses to be had, he hadn't expected to gain more than he had imagined. "We each took what we needed, don't worry about it." Yang Kai nodded gently, his eyes sweeping past Zhou Feng and landing on the two men behind him. These two men were probably less than 40 years old, but both of them had reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage. The looks on their faces were even more dignified and serious than the blood warriors beside them, even the look in their eyes giving off a sense of loyalty and willingness to die for their friends. The two men stood there. Because of the unbearable pain, their bodies couldn't help but tremble slightly. Their close-fitting clothes were stained red everywhere, as if they were adorned with blooming plum blossoms, extremely dazzling to the eye. At their feet, the crimson blood had already formed a pool, and the air was filled with a faint smell of blood. However, the two men still stood upright, and the other blood warriors didn't even spare them a glance. "Are you Chu Gao Yi and Ing Jiu?" Yang Kai glanced at them. The two men quickly stepped forward and knelt on the ground. "Subordinate Chu Gao Yi. Subordinate Ing Jiu, greets little lord." Yang Kai nodded gently. "Stand up, since you are my people, I will use practical actions to prove that my choice was not wrong." The two men didn't say a word, silently getting up, but the look in their eyes was quite firm and persistent. Chapter 411. Seeing the expressions of Chu Gao Yi and Ing Jiu, Yang Kai nodded secretly. He knew that even if they were seriously injured, a blood warrior was still a blood warrior. Glancing around at the others, Yang Kai suddenly chuckled, "Everyone, if we become enemies in the future, this young lord won't show any mercy." Zhou Feng nodded firmly, "As it should be." Yang Kai turned around and left calmly while Chu Gao Yi and Ing Jiu cupped their fists to their brothers and sisters. After this farewell, when the blood warriors met again in the future, they may have to face off against each other, using their own blood and lives to write a glorious prelude to the Yang family's next generation. Everyone returned the gesture. They all understood. Outside the door, Feng Xing still stood there, waiting for Yang Kai to walk a few dozen meters before suddenly saying, "Young Lord Kai, I'll have to trouble you to take care of my two worthless subordinates." Yang Kai waved his hand and didn't say anything. Chu Gao Yi and Ing Jiu both stepped forward, leaving behind a blood trail behind them. All of the Yang family's direct descendants had returned to the central capital, and the family had given them nearly 2 months to prepare. After selecting their respective guardian blood warriors, the Yang family inheritance war that everyone had been looking forward to was finally about to begin. When the news spread, the central capital boiled over. The entire Great Han dynasty was filled with turmoil. Large and small forces from all over the world were heading towards the central capital, hoping to gain some benefits in this huge event. Many of these forces had already arrived in the central capital. Many of them were sitting around waiting, hesitating, not knowing which young lords group to stand with. The Yang family young lords were even busier than before, contacting the young lords and young ladies of the other 7 families and trying to finalize their own allies. Central capital 8 great families: Yang family, Chiu family, Lu family, Hua family. Kang family, Gao family, Yi family. Meng family. Among them, the Kang family, Gao family, Yi family, and Meng family had all sent out news that they had formed an alliance with different Yang family young lords. Only the remaining 3 families had yet to express their stance. The Lu family needn't be mentioned. Lu Qingyao had already declared that among the Yang family's younger generation, whoever could defeat him, he would be his ally. It was rumored that the Yang family first young lord Yang Wei had once fought with him. However, no one knew what the result. Lu Qingyao still hadn't clearly stated who he wanted to ally with, so the result of that battle was self-evident. Yang Wei was probably going to lose. As for the Hua family, Hua stars, the dissolute son of the Hua family, only sought pleasure all day long, drinking and throwing tantrums. It seemed that he had no intention of participating in the inheritance war at all, causing Hua Zheng a great headache. Hua Zheng also wanted to participate in the inheritance war, but unfortunately, his son wasn't up to the task, always running amok all day long, not even bothering with proper business, greatly angering him. If only the older generation could participate in the inheritance war. Then, Hua Zheng would have rolled up his sleeves long ago. On the other hand, when the young masters of the Yang family heard that Hua Stars and Yang Kai had some grudges, they all sought him out to persuade him, but none of them succeeded. Instead, they were all pulled into the brothel by him and spent a few nights there. One by one, they came out dizzy, shaking their heads and sighing that they were hopeless. Qiu family. In the study, the head of the Qiu family, Qiu Shouqing, was sitting on a chair. He looked to be in his 30s, but in reality he was already in his 50s. However, he was born with a delicate face, and his skin was much fairer than a woman's, so he looked much younger than his actual age. Sitting on either side of him was a man and a woman. The woman was the Qiu family's first young lady, Qiu Yimeng, and the man was the Qiu family's young lord, Qiu Ziru. The two of them were half-siblings. The news that the inheritance war was about to begin had spread, so the Qiu family naturally had to choose their best team. However, Qiu Shouqing didn't know much about the Yang family's young lords. Although he had been inquiring about them, he still didn't know enough. The main purpose of the 7 great families participating in the inheritance war was to hone the strength of their young lords. Winning or losing wouldn't have much of an impact on their foundation. But if they could win, who would want to lose? Therefore, this matter had to be taken seriously. Qiu Shouqing stroked the goatee on his chin and pondered for a long time before asking, Ming, what do you think of this inheritance war? Hearing his father's question, Qiu Zirua's expression became slightly bitter. In the Qiu family, although he was the first heir, whether it was personal strength or methods, he couldn't compare to his half-sister. If there was any major event in the family, his father would always find his sister to discuss it while he would sit on the sidelines and learn from her experience. He had always been like this since he was young. Qiu Yimeng smiled lightly and said, According to the information I received, the Yang family has sent 8 young lords to participate in the inheritance war. In addition to Yang Xinwu, who was ranked 4th, who is now deceased, the rest of the Yang family are Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, Yang Tai, Yang Kang, Yang Shen, Yang Ying, Yang Quan, and Yang Kai. Qiu Shouqing nodded lightly and did not interrupt, his eyes indicating for her to continue. Among them, the 2nd brother Yang Zhao and the 5th brother Yang Kang are blood brothers, while the 6th brother Yang Shen and the 7th brother Yang Ying are also blood brothers. These 2 pairs of brothers probably won't attack each other until the last moment and will only help each other out. This is the difference between blood relatives. Qiu Yimeng's thoughts turned quickly as she carefully phrased her words. So far, for have received assistance from the other 7 families. Among them, the Meng family's Meng Shan Yi was an ally of eldest brother Yang Wei, the Yi family's Yi Xen Ro was an ally of 2nd brother Yang Zhao, the Gao family's Gao Rangfeng was an ally of 5th brother Yang Kang, and the Kang family's Kang Zhan was an ally of 7th brother Yang Ying. The strength of the 7 families cannot be ignored and will, to a large extent, determine the final outcome of the inheritance war. Because the Yang family is based in the central capital, it is necessary to communicate with the other 7 families. Chiu Shouqing nodded gently, very satisfied with his daughter's meticulous thinking and intelligence-gathering ability, but when he remembered that she was a woman, he couldn't help feeling a little regretful. Glancing over at Chiu Zirua, who was sitting next to him and looking somewhat resentful, Chiu Shouqing secretly sighed. So, from the results on the surface, there is no doubt that the pair of brothers, Yang Zhao and Yang Kong, have a relatively large chance of winning because each of them has a super force as an ally. And then? Chiu Shouqing heard his daughter's words and asked with a smile. In fact, that's not the case. Not to mention that the two of them are separated. Even if they help each other, they won't be invincible in the inheritance war. Over the years, in the inheritance war, the strength of the participants sent by the 7 families was not too high, mainly consisting of the younger generation. In order to avoid breaking the balance, they were also afraid of causing too many casualties. This was an unwritten rule. So, in addition to the Yang family blood warriors, the 8 great families won't send masters whose strength exceeds the immortal ascension boundary 5th stage into the inheritance war. In that case, the friends that those young masters made while they were training outside were very important. They made many friends. The number of allies and helpers that could be roped in were many. Moreover, the mothers of these young masters were mostly from first-class families. Those families would definitely lean towards these young masters. With the help of these forces, these young lords can also work hard to protect themselves and not be defeated quickly. Chiu Shouqing cast a look of approval as he smiled. Father, your daughter doesn't know who will have the last laugh in the inheritance war, but I do know. The Yang family's 3rd brother, Yang Tai, will definitely be the first to be eliminated. Why? Because he doesn't have a blood warrior to protect him. He has been out adventuring for the past few years but hasn't gained anything. Even with his contributions to the Yang family, he hasn't been able to obtain a blood warrior. Without a blood warrior to protect him, his strength isn't very high, his future is bleak. I'm afraid he won't last more than a day. Chiu Yimeng said confidently. The second one to be eliminated will definitely be 8th brother Yang Quan. He doesn't have the support of the 7 great families and his mother is only from a second-class force. His mother's family won't be able to bring much help. And the third one? Chiu Shouqing smiled. Your daughter doesn't know. Chiu Yimeng smiled bitterly and shook her head. It's not easy to judge the remaining young lords. 5th brother Yang Kong, 6th brother Yang Shen, and 7th brother Yang Ying are all possible candidates. HM? Chiu Shouqing couldn't help but frown, a trace of confusion appearing on his face as he stared at his daughter with some confusion. Even Chiu Zirua, who had been standing to the side and hadn't spoken until now, chuckled and said, Elder sister, even I can see who the 3rd one will be eliminated. How come elder sister can't see it? Chiu Yimeng smiled lightly and turned to Chiu Zirua. What is little brother's opinion? I wouldn't dare. Chiu Zirua smiled faintly, but this matter is obvious. Zirua, tell me. Chiu Shouqing nodded to his son indifferently. Yes. Chiu Zirua glanced at his sister and said, the 3rd one to be eliminated must be the youngest, Yang Kai. But Chiu Yimeng smiled sweetly, her expression unchanged, as if she knew he would come to this conclusion. As elder sister just said, this Yang Kai doesn't have any blood brothers who can help him, nor does he have the support of any of the other 7 families. Even if his mother's family has some support, at most, it's just a first-class force, nothing to be afraid of. On top of that, he's the youngest, and seems to be the same age as me, so he definitely doesn't have any means, so the 3rd one to be eliminated must be him. Chiu Zirua's words were resolute and decisive, as if he had already seen Yang Kai's end with his own eyes. Chiu Yimeng just smiled and didn't refute, instead turning to Chiu Shouqing and asking, Does father also think so? Chiu Shouqing hesitated for a moment before nodding lightly. Yes, I have the same idea as your brother. According to the information I received, after returning to the central capital, he seems to have never contacted any of the other 7 families' young lords and has not made any efforts to win them over. Father can assume he has no confidence in himself and has already given up on the inheritance war. Chiu Yimeng firmly shook her head. Father, I don't agree with your opinion. On the contrary, I intend to turn our Chiu family into his support. Chiu Zirua stared at her like she was a fool and muttered, "Elder sister, are you still dreaming? How can you say such nonsense?" Chiu Shoucheng also frowned and said, "Meng, I know you know Yang Kai and have been with him for some time. Lu Liang has already sent me a letter about this matter and reported back to me about what he did in the Lu family, so I'm not very optimistic about him. If you want to turn our Chiu family into his support, you need to give me a convincing reason, otherwise, father won't agree. Winning or losing the inheritance war won't affect the foundation of my Chiu family, but there will still be some losses." Chapter 412. Reason? I can't explain it clearly, but father, from childhood to now, when have I ever disappointed you? Chiu Shoucheng's expression became serious as he thought about it carefully. His daughter's vision was quite accurate. Over the past few years, when he didn't understand something, as soon as he explained it to her, she would immediately understand and often give him a lot of good ideas. Seeing Chiu Yimeng speak so seriously, Chiu Shoucheng couldn't help but re-examine his daughter and ask, "What exactly is so special about this person that you care so much about?" Chiu Yimeng still slowly shook her head. "I really can't explain it, but this person is very mysterious. Often in impossible situations, he is able to do some incredible things." She wanted to tell her father that the ash-gray cloud Evil Land's beguiling demon queen had been captivated by Yang Kai, but after thinking about it, she decided not to. After all, the ash-gray cloud Evil Land was a place where evil demons gathered, and Shanqing Luo was one of the 6 great evil kings. Her relationship with the central capital's 8 great families had always been like fire and water, so in this inheritance war, whether Shanqing Luo would help him was still uncertain. Without the assistance of the beguiling demon queen, Yang Kai's support would be greatly reduced. "What made your eyes light up?" Chiu Shoucheng's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked meaningfully. Chiu Zirua raised his brow and chuckled. "It seems that elder sister has finally met a man she can satisfy. I thought there was no man in this world who could enter your eyes." Between father and son, one was suspicious while the other was interested, obviously thinking that Chiu Yimeng had been moved by Yang Kai. "I do have a good impression of him." Unexpectedly, Chiu Yimeng frankly admitted. "But that's just a good feeling because when I get along with him, I'm always in a passive position." Chiu Shoucheng's expression changed slightly as he asked in surprise, "Is this little brat really that strong?" This daughter of his, even in the central capital, no one could force her to always be in a passive position. She had always been the one leading others by the nose. So although this comment was ordinary, Chiu Shoucheng still managed to glean some incredible information from it. A very strong man. Chiu Yimeng smiled lightly, remembering Yang Kai's attitude towards her. He couldn't help but gnash his teeth. Love can make a person stupid. Chiu Zirua shook his head like an old man, as if he was a veteran in the field of love. "Father." Chiu Yimeng knew that her half-brother had always had a problem with her. She didn't want to argue with him, so she just smiled and said, "Let's not talk about my opinion of him first. Let's talk about your opinion. You judged him to be the 3rd to be eliminated, first because you found out the information yourself. Second, I'm afraid you were also influenced by Lu Liang's message, right?" "Not bad." Chiu Shoucheng nodded, stroking his goatee as he said, although Lu Liang didn't comment on this little brat in the letter, only describing his actions in the Lu family, I can still see Lu Liang's contempt for him. What if it's just a disguise? Chiu Shoucheng was taken aback and said solemnly, "Then this boy is too cunning. He can even deceive Lu Liang. Lu Liang is not someone who can be easily fooled." Chiu Yimeng chuckled, got up from her chair, walked a few steps, then turned around and said, "Father. In fact, I was also hesitant about whether to tie the Chiu family to him. At least before today, I hadn't made up my mind. But now, I feel more and more that my judgment was not wrong. But it's because of his inaction. His inaction in the Lu family, his inaction after returning to the central capital. In the Lu family. He didn't win over Lu Liang, and when he returned to the central capital, he didn't make friends with any of the 7 great families, but after spending some time with him, I know that he is not the kind of person who is willing to be mediocre. This person's appetite has always been big. Either he doesn't do anything, or he does something, never giving his enemy time to breathe. His lack of action is a clear indication of his confidence. Qiu Yimeng frowned and slowly shook her head. I really don't know where his confidence comes from, but he definitely has it. Elder sister, in the end, all of this is just your own guess and feeling. We haven't seen him with any kind of support or helper. Qiu Shouqing frowned and nodded. Meng, you said before that you didn't consider forming an alliance with him. Do you have any other candidates in mind? Hearing her father say this, Qiu Yimeng suddenly realized that her efforts just now had not worked. Her father still wasn't optimistic about Yang Kai. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked such a question. And in addition to Yang Kai, I have two other candidates. One is the eldest brother, Yang Wei, and the other is the second brother, Yang Zhao. There's no need to mention Yang Zhao. He is a very powerful person and is the son of the current Yang family patriarch. His chances of winning have always been very high, but Yang Wei is also extraordinary. He is the only immortal ascension boundary master of the Yang family's younger generation and is also the eldest brother, so both of them have great hopes. Saying so, Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly, but now, both of them have allies from the 7 great families. If my Qiu family were to intervene, I'm afraid it wouldn't be very good. And, in that case, even if we win, my Qiu family won't obtain much benefit. Qiu Shouqing pondered for a moment before suddenly turning to his son and asking, Zirua, what do you think? Qiu Zirua smiled happily, knowing that his opportunity had come. This was the first time his father had taken the initiative to ask for his opinion, and this was a matter as important as the inheritance war, so Qiu Zirua naturally understood the profound meaning behind it. In my opinion, since we want to participate in the inheritance war, we should find a young family member who doesn't have any of the 7 great families as an ally. This way, after he wins, my Qiu family can eat the spoils alone. Qiu Zirua wasn't a stupid person. After listening to his father and sister for so long, he naturally had a plan in mind and said, my idea is to form an alliance with the 6th brother, Yang Shen. His brother, the 7th brother Yang Ying, already has the Kong family as an ally, so with my Qiu family, our chances of winning are very high. At the very least, we can compete with Yang Zhao and Yang Kong. Qiu Shouqing smiled and nodded approvingly. Perceiving his father's look of praise, Qiu Zirua knew that he had spoken his father's mind and couldn't help breathing a little faster, his face flushing red with excitement. Qiu Yimeng shook her head helplessly and sighed. Even if she performed well, in the end, she was still a woman. The Qiu family was not something she could inherit in the future. Her destiny was ultimately just to be a chess piece used in a marriage alliance to bring more benefits to the Qiu family. The room fell into silence for a while as Qiu Shouqing tapped his fingers on his chair, his brow furrowed as he pondered, apparently weighing the pros and cons. After a long time, his eyes became firm and he said, since that's the case, then this time's inheritance war, father. Qiu Yimeng quickly interrupted him. What's wrong? Qiu Shouqing's brow furrowed slightly as he looked at her with some displeasure. Father, for this time's inheritance war, your daughter wants to take a team to Yang Kai. Qiu Yimeng grit her teeth, although she knew that saying this would make her father unhappy. Qiu Yimeng felt that her judgment was definitely not wrong. Qiu Zirua couldn't help but laugh. Staring at his daughter for a long time, Qiu Shouqing faintly asked, do you insist? Your daughter has never asked you for anything, but this time, I insist. Please allow your daughter to act presumptuously. Good, then I'll assign the family's autumn rain hall to you. Qiu Shouqing quickly said. Thank you, father. Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly. The autumn rain hall wasn't a very important hall in the Qiu family, and the strength of the people inside wasn't very high. For her father to assign such a hall to her, it was obvious that he was prepared to sacrifice the entire autumn rain hall. If she hadn't been so resolute, her father probably wouldn't have even given her the autumn rain hall. Since that was the case, time would tell who was right and who was wrong, and who was more suitable to inherit the Qiu family. Chiao Yimeng's eyes became firm as a fierce light flashed across her eyes. Withdraw. Chiao Shouqing waved his hand, and Chiao Yimeng bowed and withdrew. Walking out of the room, she heard the soft voices of her father and younger brother talking, causing Chiao Yimeng to feel even more uncomfortable. Night, clear sky in's backyard hall, Bamboo Knot Gang's headquarters. Yang Kai looked at the stack of silver bills in front of him with a dull expression. Behind him stood two men who were like iron towers. These two men quietly stood there, and ever since they entered, they had not said a single word. However, their faces were as pale as paper, and from time to time, cold sweat would seep out from their foreheads. From time to time, a ferocious expression would flash across their faces. It was obvious that they were enduring great pain, and the clothes on their bodies were also dyed red from the inside, as if they were embroidered with gorgeous flower buds. Beneath their feet, there was a trail of blood. Bamboo Knot Gang Sect Master Pang Chi and Vice Sect Master Moon Endo stood cautiously to the side, from time to time glancing at the two men who seemed to be on the verge of death. They didn't quite understand why Yang Kai had brought such people with him. These past few days, with the combined strength of our two sects, we have already swallowed up two small forces. My Bamboo Knot Gang's strength has soared, and we have also collected a lot of materials and money. Young Lord Kai, the accounts are all here, not a penny less. Pang Chi respectfully handed over an account book and placed it in front of Yang Kai. No need. Yang Kai shook his head. Convert all these silver bills into materials. Raise the requirements a bit, at least heaven-grade materials, the more expensive the better. In addition, how many forces are there in the North City District that can be swallowed up? If Brother Mu's information is correct, there should be 4 or 5 more, Pang Chi replied. Good, the two of you, take one person with you and go conquer those 4 or 5 forces. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed behind him. Take them? Pang Chi and Moon Endo were suddenly dumbfounded, somewhat stunned as they turned to look at the two bloody men behind Yang Kai. What could these two people possibly do? Pang Chi and Moon Endo didn't even dare to speak too loudly, fearing that their voices would shock them to death, so when they heard Yang Kai's words, they couldn't help feeling puzzled. Chapter 413. Inside the Bamboo Knot Gang's main hall, Pang Chi and Moon Endo stared at the two men behind Yang Kai with stunned expressions. Do you have a problem? One of the two men who seemed to be on the verge of death coldly snorted, a huge divine sense suddenly sweeping out. Feeling the power contained in this divine sense, Pang Chi and Moon Endo's expressions changed greatly, realizing that these two men weren't mediocre at all. This kind of extraordinary divine sense alone was enough to sweep up all the small forces in the North City District. Quickly restraining their expressions, they waved their hands in panic. We wouldn't dare. Go. Yang Kai waved his hand. Without seeing the two towering men behind him take any action, Pang Chi and Moon Endo were wrapped in a powerful force and instantly disappeared from the main hall, leaving only a faint smell of blood in the air. After Chu Gao-yi and Ing Jiu disappeared, Yang Kai smiled slightly. It had been 5 days since he had obtained the two of them. The two blood warriors were seriously injured and should have been in bed to heal, but Yang Kai had turned a blind eye to their physical condition, as if he couldn't wait for them to die early, taking them wherever he went. During these 5 days, Yang Kai hadn't spoken a word to them, nor had he given them any instructions. However, to Yang Kai's relief, he didn't feel the slightest impatience or unwillingness from Chu Gao-yi and Ing Jiu's expressions. Right now, they could only display less than 30% of their peak strength. However, if they wanted to sweep up the small forces in the central capital, it wouldn't be a problem. There was no time. Yang Kai originally wanted Pang Chi and Moon Endo to slowly nibble away at the small forces, but the inheritance war was about to begin. He couldn't afford to wait that long. In desperation, he had dispatched the two blood warriors to help him. Standing up, Yang Kai turned to the other Bamboo Knot Gang elder and said, "Take me to your storehouse." The Bamboo Knot Gang had nibbled away two small forces and at Yang Kai's request had purchased a lot of alchemy and artifact refining materials. Currently, they are all stored in the storehouse. Yang Kai walked into the black book space for a moment before coming out again, filling it with many good things. 5 days ago, Yang Zhen from the Hall of Elders sent over a large batch of materials. Now, Yang Kai's storage was already on a small scale. The efficiency of the Elder Hall was quite high. On that day, Yang Kai only said that he would exchange all his remaining merits for materials, and the matter was settled that very night. Looking at the rich materials on the 2 carriages, whether it was Yang Kai or his parents, they were all shocked. Those materials were all heaven grade and above, and 1/10 of them were even profound grade. The other half were alchemy and artifact refining. Fortunately, the Yang family had a solid foundation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to take out so many materials. Yang Yingfeng hadn't expected that after Yang Kai had exchanged for 2 blood warriors, he would still have such a large amount of merit left over. Yang Kai didn't expect this either. The father and son pair were stunned for a while before they recovered. Now, all these things were stored in the black book space. Have Pang Qi continue to collect materials. When he has enough, send them to War City. Yang Kai said before striding away. War City. It was a city the Yang family had built specifically for the inheritance war. It was only 100 kilometers away from the central capital. The Bamboo Knot Gang's elder quickly responded. After Yang Kai left, he suddenly felt a little confused. How did this young lord just walk around the storehouse and come out? He didn't seem to have taken anything. Poking his head out to take a look, this elder was suddenly scared out of his wits. The materials that were originally placed in the storehouse. But now they were all gone. What should I do? 3 days later, the Yang family's heaven altar. A majestic building stood erect. The ground was flat and tidy, and had long been covered with a large red carpet. The altar for heaven worship was majestic and grand, and 2 huge stone pillars pierced the clouds. On the stone pillars, there were various lifelike carvings of dragons and phoenixes soaring to the 9th heaven. There were no clouds in the sky for thousands of miles. The blue sky was clear as if it had been washed clean. The wind whistled, blowing the Yang clan's blood-red banner, causing it to flutter in the wind. Nearly 1,000 Yang family cultivator, all wearing black uniforms, gathered around the huge heaven altar. Thousands of people, breathing in unison, their auras synchronized, each breath seemingly capable of sweeping through the world. Directly below the heaven altar, the 8 Yang family's younger generation's young lords, who had already bathed and changed their clothes, stood in order of seniority, looking up in the direction of the heaven altar. A loud shout came. Qiu family's patriarch Qiu Shoucheng has arrived. Yi family's patriarch Yi Kuang has arrived. Meng family's patriarch Meng Shiping has arrived. The Yang family's inheritance war, which only happened once every few decades, was the largest and most lively event in the central capital. Naturally, the other 7 families of the central capital would not neglect this occasion, all of them personally led by their respective patriarchs. The Yang family young lords led these guests to their arranged seats, sat down, and drank tea. Half an hour later, all the patriarchs of the 7 families arrived. With a flash of blue light, the Yang family's patriarch Yang Yinghao, along with several grand elders who had reached the above immortal ascension boundary, appeared at the heaven altar. As soon as the host appeared, Qiu Shoucheng and the others got up and cupped their fists. Yang Yinghao returned the gesture and shouted, "Today is the day my Yang family offers sacrifices to the heavens and ancestors. Thank you all for coming, please sit down." Qiu Shoucheng, Yikuang Ren, Meng Shiping, and the others nodded lightly, their eyes shining brightly as they returned to their seats. Yang Kai's eyes were fixed on Yang Yinghao. According to seniority, this person should be his eldest uncle. His real age was probably only a dozen years older than 4th Master Yang. But now, Yang Yinghao's hair looked gray, as if he was in his twilight years, and there were even deep wrinkles on his face. Before the decisive battle in the ash-gray cloud Evil Land, he was not like this. At that time, he was in his middle age, and although he was not young, he was not so old. The reason for this was because he had been injured by the profound Ghost King and the annihilating Poison King in the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land's final battle. After returning to the family, he had used the Yang family's life and death samsara secret art in exchange for 30 years of his lifespan. In order to expel his own injuries. The position of patriarch of the Yang family was extremely important, so even though he knew the price of 30 years of lifespan was too great, Yang Yinghao had no choice but to ensure his own integrity. This was not the aftermath of a simple injury, but rather the most direct form of life loss. Yang Yinghao looked extremely old. It was precisely because he didn't know how long he could live. That was why he was so anxious to recall all the Yang family's direct descendants to begin the inheritance war. Yang Zhao and Yang Kong both looked at their father and felt sad. Yang Yinghao, on the other hand, remained indifferent and briefly explained the rules of the inheritance war. There were no rules. The Yang family would only provide blood warriors to serve as retainers for the young lords of the Yang family, and the blood warriors would be greatly restricted in the inheritance war. In addition, the Yang family would not provide any direct help to the young lords. Whether it was open spears, hidden arrows, or schemes, who would have the last laugh? Who would be the victor of the inheritance war? Do you all remember? Yang Yinghao looked at the 8 people standing below and asked. Everyone nodded. Then let's offer sacrifices to the heavens and our ancestors. Yang Yinghao waved his hand and shouted. All kinds of preparations had already been made, and in front of the solemn altar, an incense burner rose and a hard-to-find 6th-order monster beast was carried up. Yang Yinghao killed it, its blood spilling onto the altar. Offering blood to the heavens, offering a beast to the ancestors. The ceremony was very complicated, and under the guidance of Yang Yinghao, the 8 young lords of the Yang family. Meticulously, they completed their tasks. Throughout this process, the masters of the 7 families also watched carefully, secretly observing the performance of the 8 people, observing whether the allies their sons and daughters had chosen were suitable, and whether the enemy was strong. Finally, after paying respects to the Yang family's ancestors, the whole ceremony was finally completed. This time, if you don't die then I will, you're on your own. Yang Yinghao shouted, waving his hand and shouting, set off. 8 extremely handsome cloud-treading colts roared over and stopped in front of the 8 young lords. The 8 young lords of the Yang family each mounted their mounts. The wind suddenly stopped, and the atmosphere in the air suddenly seemed a bit stagnant. Even the breathing of the 1,000 people present suddenly stopped. The 8 young lords glanced at each other and smiled slightly. Even if they were brothers, once they left the central capital, they would be enemies. I won't show mercy. Me too, big brother will go first. Yang Wei quickly said, his voice falling as the cloud-treading colts flew off. Follow me. Yang Zhao chuckled. The 8 cloud-treading colts galloped down the Yang family's special passage, kicking up a cloud of dust as they rushed forward. This old master will go watch the fun. The Kong family patriarch, Kong Rui, grinned meaningfully, waving his hand and wrapping his followers in pure yuan qi before disappearing like a bolt of lightning. Let's go together. The Gao family patriarch, Gao Mo, followed closely behind. This old master will also go. The Kong family patriarch, Kong Zheng, was not willing to be outdone. In the blink of an eye, the people from the 7 great clans had all left, disappearing without a trace. Ignorant of etiquette, Yang Yinghao coldly snorted, blaming these old fogies for not even bothering to inform him before leaving. Along the way, the 8 cloud-treading colts galloped forward while the 7 groups of people flew up into the sky. A moment later, they had exited the south gate. Outside the south gate, it seemed to be even livelier than the Yang family's heaven altar. Countless forces, large and small, were waiting. They all knew that today was the start of the inheritance war, so naturally, they had all been waiting here early in order to follow their Yang family young lords to War City. Outside the south gate, there was a dense crowd of people. Even from a few kilometers away, there were still people secretly observing. Which young lord is your Changyang Valley going to follow this time? A familiar face asked. Of course it's the 6th young lord, Yang Shen. Don't go, you'll definitely lose. Follow our flying cloud manor and follow the second young lord, Yang Zhao. The second young lord has much more potential than the sixth young lord. Really? Naturally, come here, I'll tell you, I know a lot of inside information. The two of them put their arms around each other's shoulders and whispered to one another. Third-class forces such as Changyang Valley and Flying Cloud Manor had no way to form any kind of friendship with the Yang family's direct descendants. Before the start of the Inheritance War, they had no chance to meet the Yang family's young lords, so they could only wait here. They didn't know much about the inside of the Yang family, so most of them just followed whichever young lord they found pleasing to the eye. Chapter 4:14. In front of the south gate, 7 groups of people suddenly appeared and all the cultivators from the various forces who had gathered at the gate were pushed back by an invisible force. After everyone stood firm and stared forward in amazement, not only did they not dare show any anger, they were instead pleasantly surprised. The patriarchs of the 7 families had all appeared at the same time. These master and young masters were not ordinary people. Coming to the central capital this time had been the right decision, just seeing these 7 was worth the trip back. For a time, many of the cultivators' eyes filled with excitement as they stared towards the 7 patriarchs in awe. On the other hand, the 7 patriarchs stared towards the central capital with a look of interest on their faces. The moment they left the central capital was also the moment to test the charm of the Yang family young lords. Naturally, they wanted to know which young lord these cultivators who had been waiting outside the south gate would follow. With the sound of wind and lightning, 8 cloud-treading colts appeared one after another. The 8 Yang family young lords who were participating in the Inheritance War appeared. The Meng family's Meng Shan quickly urged his mount forward and cupped his fists to Yang Wei. "Young Lord Wei. You've been waiting for a long time." Yang Wei's expression remained indifferent as he nodded calmly. The two of them had long been in an alliance, so it was not surprising that they were acting so close at this moment. The Yi family's Yi Xenro leisurely stepped forward, a faint blush on her charming face. She was in her 20s, her skin was white as snow, her figure was graceful, and her expression was shy yet charming. She smiled and said, "Young Master Zhao." Yang Zhao laughed, bending over and extending his hand to Yi Xenro, his expression as gentle as jade. "Come up." Yi Xenro nodded slightly. Grabbing Yang Zhao's big hand, she leapt forward and sat down atop one of the cloud-treading colts in front of him. The patriarchs of the other 6 families all shot meaningful glances towards the Yi family patriarch, Yi Ren. In front of so many people, a man and a woman acting so intimate, it didn't seem like they were simply allies. Perhaps there was some kind of inside story behind this. Yi Ren's expression remained indifferent. He didn't seem to have any intention of criticizing his daughter's boldness, as if he already knew. At the same time, Gao Rangfeng and Yang Kong were chatting happily. Kang Zhan and Yang Ying smiled at each other. The 4 great families had made their positions clear, so the 4 young lords were proud of themselves. This was a stage for the younger generation. "Old Qiu, has your Qiu family not made a decision yet?" Hu Zheng looked at him anxiously. His heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat, but looking left and right, he didn't see his good-for-nothing son present. He knew that he must be having a romantic affair somewhere, so he suddenly felt annoyed. Turning his head, he found Qiu Shouqing standing alone by his side, and could not help but feel a sense of sympathy for him. "Isn't that already a choice?" Qiu Shouqing smiled. Hu Zheng was stunned for a moment, but when he looked over again he was surprised to find that Qiu Zirua and Yang Shen were together. Yang Shen was also overjoyed. He treated Qiu Zirua very politely. Hu Zheng couldn't help feeling surprised. "Oh, old Qiu, this time the Qiu family is participating in the Inheritance War. Is your son leading the team?" Qiu Shouqing had a son and a daughter, but there was a natural chasm between the two. Qiu Yimeng's name had already spread throughout the central capital. She was ranked 2nd among the younger generation of the central capital. Everyone had thought that this time the Inheritance War would be led by Qiu Yimeng, but now it was actually Qiu Zirua who would appear here. "My son is all grown up, I need to let him experience the world." Qiu Shoucheng chuckled. The inheritance war is a rare opportunity. Kang Zheng curled his lips and sneered, Old Qiu. It's not that I don't want to be rude, but my family's little brat is just a pile of mud. Although your family's little brat is a bit better, he's not much better. I think you should pass the position of family patriarch to your daughter. If you really pass it on to your son, the Qiu family will sooner or later be finished. Qiu Shoucheng coldly snorted. This old master doesn't need you to interfere. Hu Zheng rolled his eyes. You don't know how to appreciate good intentions. On the field, after the 5 great families had expressed their stance one after another, the large and small forces who had been observing finally couldn't hold back, and one of them hurriedly rushed up to Yang Wei, cupped his fists, and said, This one is 3 sacred sects' chief disciple, Xian Li, and is willing to follow eldest young lord. Yang Wei glanced at him and nodded gently, Good. Xian Li couldn't help but express his gratitude and quickly stood behind Yang Wei. With this 3 sacred sects Xian Li taking the lead, the young leaders of the various forces quickly stepped forward and pledged their allegiance to the Yang family young lords they had already chosen. For a time, the scene was lively. Looking at the crowd, the eldest brother Yang Wei and the second brother Yang Zhao undoubtedly received the most support. Whenever someone came forward to join them, Yang Wei would gently nod to them while Yang Zhao would greet them with a warm smile. The 2 brothers had different personalities, and this was vividly displayed at this moment. In addition to the 2 of them, the 5th brother Yang Kong, 6th brother Yang Xin, and 7th brother Yang Ying had also gathered a lot of support in a short time. Only the 3rd brother Yang Tai, 8th brother Yang Quan, and the youngest, Yang Kai, were completely deserted. The difference in the personal connections and charm of these brothers was obvious at a glance. Yang Tai and Yang Quan glanced at each other and both smiled bitterly, knowing that the 2 of them definitely had no hope in this inheritance war. Little brother Kai, don't worry about it. Yang Tai suddenly whispered to Yang Kai. Yang Quan nodded gently, You're better off than us. At the very least, you have 2 blood warriors and a first-class force from your mother's family. Of the 2 of them, one only had a single blood warrior while the other didn't even have a single blood warrior. I don't care. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, not showing the slightest sense of loss, but his eyes remained fixed on 2 of the dozen or so blood warriors in front of him. These blood warriors were all selected by the Yang family young lords to participate in the inheritance war. Among them, Chu Gao-yi and Ying Jiu stood in the middle with pale faces. Anyone with discerning eyes could see at a glance that these 2 blood warriors were seriously injured and had yet to recover, their blood force fluctuating erratically. Obviously their strength had been greatly reduced. If they weren't treated and rested, it was likely they would either die or become crippled. However, the 2 of them stood there with firm expressions, not moving at all. Only when Yang Kai cast his gaze towards them did they involuntarily straighten their waists. What Yang Kai was looking at was not the 2 of them, but rather the other man and woman, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. Both of them smiled helplessly at Yang Kai. They didn't want to be enemies, but Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were both chosen by the Yang family young lords from the Blood Warrior Hall. In this time's inheritance war, they were destined to become enemies. It was just that Yang Kai didn't know who these 2 were following. Grinning at the 2 of them, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines. Every time the little lord smiled like this, it meant he was about to do something bad. They really didn't want to become enemies with him. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both smiled bitterly. Although they were far stronger than Yang Kai, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian didn't know why, but they still respected him from the bottom of their hearts. Not long after, the large and small forces were divided up by the 5 Yang family young lords who had hopes of winning the Blood Warrior Hall. Yang Tai and Yang Quan's expressions became more and more lost. The patriarchs of the 7 great families were all commenting on the Yang family young lords, but Qiu Shoucheng's expression was one of shock. Since that night when he heard his daughter's evaluation of Yang Kai, Qiu Shoucheng had been paying some attention to this young man. Today, after carefully observing him, he found that although this young man hadn't won the allegiance of any of the forces, his expression had remained unchanged. On the contrary, his pair of bright eyes were filled with a strong sense of self-confidence. Qiu Shoucheng was secretly amazed. The eye contact between Yang Kai, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian did not escape his observation, which made Qiu Shoucheng even more puzzled. A Yang family young lord without support was equivalent to a tiger without claws. What kind of waves could he possibly stir up in the inheritance war? In such an embarrassing situation, Yang Kai didn't show the slightest embarrassment, instead remaining calm from beginning to end, as if he had full confidence in himself. Moreover, why did the two immortal ascension boundary 8th stage blood warriors seem to be afraid of him? Qiu Shoucheng couldn't help thinking to himself and couldn't help raising his evaluation of Yang Kai slightly. Perhaps he really did have some kind of heritage, but it was definitely not enough to win in the inheritance war. From the current situation, it could be seen that he wasn't qualified to participate in the final battle of the inheritance war. The various forces had been divided up, so the Yang family young lords were naturally ready to set off for War City. Yang Wei tightened his grip on the reins and was preparing to lead the way when suddenly, a steady tapping sound came from afar. Outside the south gate, the silence was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, so this sudden tapping sound was extremely harsh. Following the sound, everyone turned their heads and looked in that direction. They saw a cloud-treading colt approaching. A young man with an unruly smile on his face sat on the back of the cloud-treading colt. His arms were crossed in front of his chest as he rode the cloud-treading colt. His eyes flashed with a strange light as they constantly roamed the bodies of the beautiful women in the crowd. Being stared at by this young man, no matter which woman it was, they all felt as if they had been stripped naked, causing them to shiver involuntarily. The Hua family patriarch Hua Zheng's face instantly became livid, because the one who had come was none other than his useless son, Hua Xingqian. Not far away, Yang Kai and Hua Xing glanced at each other, the latter showing a trace of disdain and provocation as his lips curled up slightly. That night, Hua Xing led the Profound Light Gang to attack the Bamboo Knot Gang. Yang Kai had rushed over to help and captured Hua Xing, forming a grudge between them. Later, Yang Kai had ruthlessly extorted a large sum of money from him, forcing him to give up on the Profound Light Gang. Now that they met again, Hua Xing naturally didn't give him any face. This young lord isn't late, right? Arriving in front of everyone, Hua Xing stopped and smiled, sweeping his eyes around before nodding. Fortunately, it looks like I came in time. Chapter 415. Before the Yang family young lords returned to the central capital, there were 3 famous youngsters in the central capital. The first was Lu Qingyao, the second was Qiu Yimeng, and the third was Hua Stars. However, while the first 2 were famous in the central capital, the last one was infamous. Everyone in the central capital knew that the Hua family's sole young lord was an extravagant and unrestrained man. When beautiful young women saw him from a distance, they would all hurriedly avoid him to avoid being abducted by him. Every family with a young woman in the central capital would have a portrait of Hua Stars' head in order to remember his appearance. To some extent, Hua Stars' name was even more famous than Lu Qingyao and Qiu Yimeng. He was nicknamed the Central Capital Wolf. Wherever the Central Capital Wolf Hua Stars passed, the wind and clouds would change color, the earth would tremble, and the children of the central capital would stop crying upon hearing his name. At this moment, the central capital wolf young lord Hua sat casually on the back of his cloud-treading colt, his arms crossed in front of his chest. Even after seeing so many elders, he didn't show any intention of dismounting and saluting, causing the other patriarchs to secretly shake their heads. "Where did you go last night?" Hua Zheng glared at him and asked sharply. "Secluded cultivation." Hua Stars blurted out. Hua Zheng suddenly became furious, stomping his feet and shouting, "Bastard! What's with that lipstick mark on your face?" Outside the south gate, a burst of laughter suddenly broke out. Hua Stars didn't show the slightest embarrassment, instead just glancing around with a sneer. The laughter suddenly stopped. Even though this central capital wolf's reputation wasn't very good, he was still a young lord of one of the 8 great families. He wasn't someone these people could mock. What's more, he was also the sole young lord of the Hua family, so he couldn't be provoked. If they continued to laugh, he might remember their faces and die without even knowing how they died. Huo Zheng shook his head, his face filled with resentment. Why aren't you fooling around in the Spring Breeze Pavilion? What are you doing here? Huo Stars smiled and said, Father, didn't you say the Yang family's inheritance war was a rare opportunity? Your son thought about it and felt my Huo family naturally had to participate in such a big matter. Otherwise, wouldn't others look down on our Huo family? Hearing his words, Huo Zheng couldn't help but be overjoyed. The displeasure and annoyance from before had long been thrown out of his mind. Quickly asking, You mean, you want to participate in the inheritance war? That's exactly what I'm thinking. That way, I won't let you down. Huo Stars replied seriously. Huo Zheng was overjoyed. He slapped his thigh and said, Good, good, good. You finally understand. It's not too late to understand now. Come down, come down. As he spoke, Huo Zheng rushed forward and attentively helped his son down from the back of the cloud-treading colt like a manservant. Not only did he not feel that there was anything wrong with such a doting approach, but he also felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Instead, he was full of smiles. Of course, Huo Zheng would be happy. No matter what he said to his stars before, his son was unwilling to participate in the inheritance war. Compared to the inheritance war, he was more willing to drink and have fun. This led Huo Zheng to think that in this inheritance war, he was afraid that the Huo family would have nothing to do with it, so he had always been unhappy. But unexpectedly, on the day of the inheritance war, his son actually ran over and took the initiative to ask to participate. Naturally, this made him overjoyed. Look! Huo Zheng smiled. Waving his hand, he pointed to a spot not far away and said, These are the 8 young lords of the Yang family. Son, choose one carefully. Once you do, father will leave the star door to you. Really? Huo Stars raised his brow, a wretched expression appearing on his face. Naturally, in front of your other elders, how could this old master joke with you? Huo Zheng said seriously. Good, I like it. Huo Stars grinned obscenely. The words of this father and son pair reached the ears of many Yang family young lords, causing their breaths to quicken slightly. Star Door. The Huo family was a very special force. It was composed entirely of women. Not only were these women beautiful, but their strength was also quite good. More importantly, because they were women, they practiced light cultivation methods and martial skills, so they were always in charge of assassinations and assassinations. If such a force was in their hands, it would be a great help, but if it was an enemy, it would definitely be troublesome. So when they heard Huo Zheng mention the Star Door, whether it was Huo Stars or the Yang family young lords, all of them were full of interest. Huo Stars' expression was casual as his eyes swept over the Yang family young lords one by one. Except for Yang Wei, who still wore a cold expression, everyone else smiled and cupped their fists. Obviously, they wanted to win his favor in the hope that he would stand on their side. Huo Zheng also waited with a smile. He wanted to know who his son would choose. After a moment, Huo Xingchen's eyes fell on Yang Kai, a playful expression appearing on his face as a cold smile appeared on his face, nodding, You. Yang Kai frowned as he glanced over at Huo Stars, a strange expression appearing on his face. He hadn't expected that Huo Stars would choose him. This was completely illogical. Yang Kai had a grudge with him, so as long as he was a normal person, he would choose someone else to suppress him in order to achieve the purpose of revenge, but now, his choice made Yang Kai somewhat confused. Huo Zheng was also stunned for a moment. Young Lord Kai. Huo Stars replied with a smile. The 7 great families' patriarchs frowned slightly while Qiu Shoucheng was even more confused. Father, hand over the Star Door to me now. Huo Stars said excitedly, The Star Door and my name match, so I should be the one to manage it. Father, you're old, you should let go, lest those beauties be left alone. Huo Zheng's old face flushed red with anger as he opened his mouth a few times, seemingly wanting to curse, but in front of everyone's eyes, he couldn't bring himself to do so. After holding back for a long time, he angrily shouted, Bastard! I don't agree. Huo Stars said in surprise, Father, why are you talking like a fart? Just now, you said you would hand over the Star Door to me, but now you're going back on your word. Do you have any shame? Even though the various patriarchs had deep self-restraint at this moment, they couldn't help feeling the urge to laugh, but they all pretended to be deaf and mute, suppressing their laughter. It was extremely difficult. Hua Zheng's anger soared to the heavens. Father said I would hand over the star door to you if you made your choice, but what did you do? Of all the people you could have chosen, you chose this one. Yang Kai's face sank as he sneered meaningfully. Hua Zheng coughed dryly and didn't continue, simply shaking his head and saying, "No means no. You choose another one." As a man, I must keep my word. This is choosing an ally, not a wife. How can I change my mind? Hua Stars said sternly, waving his hand. Father, you don't need to say anything, I've already made up my mind. You're making me angry. Hua Zheng staggered. His face and neck were flushed red as his yuan qi began to swell. Hey father, you're so angry, do you want to hit me? Hua Stars said with a reckless expression, as if he really wanted to infuriate his father to death, continuing to provoke him. The other patriarchs had seen enough of the show and also tried to persuade him. Gao Mo said, Old Hua, forget it, children have their own ideas, there's no need to stop them. Meng Shiping also said, that's right. It's just a game, it's not a big deal. Hua Zheng coldly snorted, not a big deal? That's my Hua family's strength, why don't I see you not taking your family's strength seriously? The other patriarchs all chuckled and no longer said anything. Hua Zheng. Yang Yinghao had also appeared at the south gate at some point and had witnessed the farce just now. At this moment, he shouted, the inheritance war is a grand event for my Yang family to choose the next patriarch. It is also a stage for the younger generation. Your son has made his choice, you don't need to interfere. Hearing Yang Yinghao's words, Hua Zheng couldn't help frowning. Hua Stars, on the other hand, smiled and cupped his fists. Patriarch Yang is wise, unlike my father. He's old and senile. If you dare act presumptuously again, father will kill you today. Hua Zheng was furious. Enough, you're already so old, yet you still dare to come out and make a fool of yourself. Hurry home and retire, the Hua family still has me. Hua Stars waved his hand impatiently. You've got guts. Hua Zheng grit his teeth. You're free to choose, father won't stop you, but if you want to take the star door from father's hands, you're dreaming. Saying so, he flicked his sleeves and stormed off. Hua Stars, on the other hand, didn't care and simply smiled towards Yang Kai. Young Lord Kai, it looks like we'll have to share joys and sorrows in the future. Yang Kai didn't deny this. Outside the south gate, the situation finally subsided. The 8 young lords rode their cloud-treading colts towards War City. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian glanced at Yang Kai awkwardly before nodding slightly and following behind Yang Kong, gradually disappearing into the distance. Yang Kai saw all of this and grinned, saying to Chu Gao Yi and Ying Jiao, let's go. The two responded in unison. Hua Stars urged his mount to catch up with Yang Kai, looking at him for a moment before turning back to Chu Gao Yi and Ying Jiao, laughing loudly, interesting. A powerless helper and 2 seriously injured blood warriors, no matter how you look at it, the situation isn't optimistic at all. If you keep spouting nonsense then scram. Yang Kai glared at him coldly. Hua Stars was startled, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai's attitude towards him to be so bad. Surprisingly, he didn't show any signs of anger and instead said with great interest, your other brothers treat their allies with kindness, yet you actually dare to treat me like this? Interesting. This young master would like to see how you plan to survive tonight. Do you really want me to lose? Yang Kai suddenly looked at him with a smile. Hua Stars choosing him as an ally was greatly beyond Yang Kai's expectations. Before he figured out his true intentions, Yang Kai didn't intend to count him as a helper. Yang Kai thought of him as an idler. Why do you think this young master chose you? Hua Stars grinned meaningfully. This young master just wants to see how a toothless tiger like you will be defeated in this inheritance war. Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Yang Kai's lips curled upwards, his eyes filled with self-confidence. Hua Stars sneered, I don't deny that your personal strength is very strong, but what can you do without helpers? Pointing to Chu Gao Yi and Ying Jiao, he said, what can those 2 accomplish? Don't tell me you haven't woken up yet like my father. Chu Gao-yi and Ing Jiao both wore stupefied expressions as they nodded. Even if we die, we won't let anyone near little Lord. Chapter 416. Listening to Chu Gao-yi and Ing Jiao call themselves subordinates and act so respectfully, Hua Stars couldn't help frowning, subconsciously feeling that something wasn't quite right. The masters of the Yang family blood warrior Hull didn't seem to be so kind, right? How about we make a bet? Yang Kai suddenly proposed, looking at Stars Hua with a smile. Bet on what? Hua Stars suddenly became interested. Let's bet on whether I can survive tonight. Turning to look at Yang Kai, the central capital wolf young lord Hua's expression became playful, his pair of eyes narrowing slightly as his thoughts raced. Scared. Yang Kai snickered, his expression quite cold as he snorted, If you're scared then don't follow me, be careful you don't lose your life tonight. I heard you're the Hua family's only heir. If you really die in War City, things won't end well. Scared? Hua Stars sneered meaningfully. This young master has lived for so long yet doesn't know how to write the word scared. Since you dare bet with me, I'll make sure you lose convincingly. Don't you know this young master is best at eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling? As he spoke, his face filled with excitement. What's the bet? Hua Stars asked. Yang Kai swept his eyes over him and said, You're so poor right now, I'm afraid you don't have anything to offer, right? Hua Stars scratched his head awkwardly. That's true. Then let's play small. Yang Kai chuckled. If you lose, I don't want anything from you. Just run 10 laps around War City naked. That's not very appropriate, Brother Kai. Hua Stars suddenly frowned. Running 10 laps around War City naked, wouldn't that be too embarrassing? In any case, your reputation is already in tatters. Running 10 laps isn't a big deal. Don't worry about debts, don't worry about lice. Yang Kai raised his brow at him, a wretched expression appearing on his face. Hearing him say that, Hua Stars couldn't help feeling this was reasonable and nodded. That's right. But I don't think I'll lose. What if you lose? What can you give me? Yang Kai whistled. Suddenly, a loud eagle cry came from the sky. Immediately, a golden light swooped down, and the handsome golden feather eagle landed firmly on Yang Kai's shoulder, its sharp eyes sparkling. If you lose, I'll give it to you. Hua Stars was unable to contain his joy. If Yang Kai said that he would lose to him some treasures, Hua Xingxing would be very happy. He might not be interested yet. As the sole heir of the Hua clan, how could he lack treasures? However, the golden feather eagle was different. This was the Yang family's unique monster beast. Not to mention its strength, just its appearance alone was enough to tempt Stars. When he went out in the future, if he could keep the golden feather eagle by his side like Yang Kai, it would be a matter of pride for him. Spoiled, arrogant, and extravagant young masters loved these kinds of things. Deal. Hua Stars were afraid that Yang Kai would go back on his word. Quickly settling the matter, Hua Xingxing stared at the golden feather eagle happily, muttering, Eagle, eagle. After tonight, you'll change your surname to Hua. Yang Kai just smiled and didn't say anything. 100 kilometers away from the central capital, War City. This was a city built by the Yang family. Although it wasn't as prosperous and vast as the central capital, it was still quite good. Normally, it was only used as an ordinary city, but every time the inheritance war came, it would become a battlefield. War City had 8 corners, each with a mansion prepared for the 8 young lords who would participate in the inheritance war. Perhaps for a long time in the future, they would be engaged in a tug-of-war here. Throughout the years, the Yang family's inheritance war rarely ended in a short period of time. Most of them were long-lasting battles, often lasting 3 to 5 years before the result was decided. According to the ancient records of the Yang family, 100 years ago, a Yang family patriarch had won the final victory in less than half a year. This kind of result was enough to be proud of, because the closer to the end, the more powerful the enemy would be, and the more difficult it would be to win. Only when one had a considerable advantage could they easily defeat their enemy. The brothers entered the city one by one, causing the entire war city to boil with excitement. There were originally many people living here, but most of them had already left, afraid they would be implicated in the Yang family's inheritance war. Those who remained were all bold people. They were also looking forward to the inheritance war. After exchanging some pleasantries, the brothers tacitly separated and went to their respective mansions. Yang Kai's mansion was in the northwest corner. The location wasn't very good, it was relatively remote and deserted, but he didn't care. There were only 4 people in the group, so when they arrived at the northwest corner of the mansion, there were 2 pretty maids standing at the door. Inside the mansion, there were also some servants who could be ordered around. These were the servants sent by the Yang family to serve the daily lives of the young lords. This was a treatment that every mansion had. These people were just ordinary people, so there was no need to worry about them affecting the outcome of the inheritance war. When Yang Kai arrived, the 2 young girls politely bowed and said, "Greetings, young Lord Kai." Their tone wasn't very enthusiastic, it was just a routine greeting, but whether it was Yang Kai or Stars Hua, both of them subtly noticed that the expressions of these 2 maids were faintly lost. Obviously, because they had been assigned to a young lord with no future prospects, the 2 young girls felt that there was nothing to look forward to. Although the servants in these mansions wouldn't participate in the inheritance war, they certainly hoped to follow a more outstanding young lord. This way, not only would their safety be guaranteed, but if the young lord they served was satisfied with them, when he inherited the position of patriarch in the future, his own status would also rise. Hua Stars glanced over at Yang Kai with a smile, seemingly thinking that even these ordinary servants thought he had no future. Quite interesting. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, just nodding slightly, leading Chu Gao Yi and Ying Jiao into the mansion. Behind them, Hua Stars grinned obscenely as he turned to the 2 young girls and asked, "What are the names of these 2 girls?" Seeing the expression on Hua Stars' face, the 2 young girls couldn't help being frightened and quickly retreated. The central capital wolf's name was something they naturally knew, but just as they were secretly anxious that they would not be able to escape this time, Yang Kai's voice came from inside, "None of the people in my mansion are allowed to touch them." Hua Stars was startled and shouted, "Hey, Yang Kai, aren't you meddling a bit too much?" Saying so, he hurriedly chased after him and angrily said, "But there don't seem to be any other beautiful women here. What do you want me to do for fun?" Yang Kai glanced over at him faintly and said, "There should be some brothels in War City. As long as you're not afraid of being caught, you can naturally enjoy yourself." "Forget it." Hua Stars waved his hand. He had chosen Yang Kai as an ally in front of so many people, which was tantamount to making him an enemy. If he ran to the brothels now, he would definitely be in trouble. "Who wants to find a beautiful woman? Let's see if I can do it." Suddenly, a woman's voice called out from the hall of the mansion. Hearing this voice, Yang Kai couldn't help gawking while Hua Stars almost reflexively shrank his head. Both of them stared blankly. What they saw was a beautiful woman with bright eyes, white teeth, white skin, white bones, wearing a lavender dress, a smile on her face as she walked out from the brothels. She smiled at the 2 of them. "Chiu Meng?" Hua Stars exclaimed. "I was wondering who was looking for a beautiful woman, so it turned out to be you." Chiu Meng smiled at Hua Stars. The latter's expression became bitter. Secretly cursing his bad luck, he had unexpectedly run into her here. Suddenly he was startled. Looking at Chiu Meng, his face filled with shock, as if he had thought of something. "Why you here?" Yang Kai frowned. Today's events were really strange. Hua Stars had suddenly become his ally for no apparent reason, and now even Chiu Meng had come here. "Isn't your Chiu family on my 6th brother's side?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. The Chiu family's Chiu Ziruo was Yang Shen's ally. At that time, the Chiu family's patriarch, Chiu Shoucheng, was also present and had clearly informed everyone that his Chiu family was Yang Shen's ally. Yang Kai didn't understand why Chiu Meng would suddenly appear in his house, and it seemed she had been waiting here for a long time. "The Chiu family is the Chiu family, I am me." Chiu Meng smiled lightly, raising her chin and saying, "What, am I not welcome?" "Beautiful woman, you weren't expelled from the family by your father, were you?" Hua Stars guessed. "What do you mean? Speak clearly." Yang Kai didn't understand for a while. I'm here to help you, isn't this the inheritance war? What's there to be confused about? From now on we're allies. Chiu Yimeng smiled sweetly, seeing Yang Kai's puzzled expression, suddenly feeling quite happy. Huostars's eyes narrowed slightly as he sneered, "Your father is really a wily old fox, actually betting on 2 treasures?" He obviously misunderstood, thinking that the Chiu family had not only befriended Yang Shun but also Yang Kai. However, Huostars was also full of doubts. He didn't understand what was so special about Yang Kai that the Chiu family would bet half of their chances on him. He had only come here to play with Yang Kai because he was looking for excitement, but the Chiu family was definitely not like this. I said, the Chiu family is the Chiu family, I am me. Chiu Yimeng slowly shook her head. This time I'm not representing the Chiu family, I'm only representing myself. Yang Kai's thoughts turned sharply and he quickly understood many things, nodding. I understand. How many people do you have? Chiu Yimeng smiled bitterly. The people from the Autumn Rain Hall were brought here by me. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai instantly understood the strength of all the cultivator in the house, nodding lightly. Huostars, on the other hand, sneered, Autumn Rain Hall? That hall that specializes in taking in defective cultivators? It seems there are only 20 of them, right? It's the hall that specializes in taking in defective cultivators. Chiu Yimeng glared at Huostars. The Chiu family's cultivator, as long as they were seriously injured, their strength declining, and there was no hope for them to improve, they would be sent to the Autumn Rain Hall to do some light work. In the entire hall, there were only 1 or 2 Immortal Ascension boundary cultivators, and their cultivations weren't high. Chiu Yimeng bringing these people here was simply not enough to cope with the upcoming crisis. If they're here, they're here. Yang Kai looked at Chiu Yimeng and nodded with a smile. Chiu Yimeng smiled back. I hope you won't let me down. What are you so optimistic about? Huostars shook his head slightly, wondering why these 2 didn't care about this inheritance war more than he did, patting his chest and saying, a powerless helper, 2 blood warriors, and now a young lady who only brought a group of waste cultivators. This is really a gathering of wastrels. Yang Kai, you're really finished. Chapter 417. Huostars clearly wasn't optimistic about Yang Kai's chances. Listening to him say this, Chiu Yimeng frowned but didn't refute. This time, she had decided to assist Yang Kai in the inheritance war, which was also a great risk. Although she couldn't see what cards Yang Kai had up his sleeve, she still had a faint hunch that she absolutely couldn't underestimate him. It was just a feeling. As for whether Yang Kai could win the inheritance war or even survive the dangers tonight, Chiu Yimeng had no confidence in him at all. Forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with you. Huostars showed an impatient look, shaking his head and waving his hand. I'm going to bed, I need to rest and prepare to enjoy the show tonight, heh. Do as you wish. Yang Kai didn't bother with him. The mansion was very large, after all, it was likely to become a gathering place for many forces, so there were countless empty rooms. Huostars casually found a room and disappeared. What are you going to do? After Huostars left, Chiu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai helplessly and asked softly. The attitude of the Hua family's only young lord made Chiu Yimeng understand something. This central capital wolf was probably here to sightsee and had never thought of doing anything for Yang Kai. In other words, although on the surface Yang Kai had 2 8 great families' young lords as allies, in fact, he couldn't even bring out a decent force. There were only 2 blood warriors, both of whom were still seriously injured and weak, unable to display even 30% of their usual strength. You can mobilize the people of my Autumn Rain Hall at will, but don't expect them to play much of a role. Chiu Yimeng frowned. Smiling bitterly, Chiu Yimeng said, although today is the first day of the inheritance war, if you count on these 2 blood warriors, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. The strength your brothers have gathered now is more than enough to delay or even defeat them. Capturing you won't be a problem. I know. Yang Kai nodded, his expression indifferent. What about the Dong family? Chiu Yimeng hesitated for a moment, a faint anxiety in her voice. Isn't the Dong family your mother's family? Why haven't they shown up this time? Don't they care about you? At this time, if there was a first-class family supporting them, the situation wouldn't be so bleak. They'll come. Yang Kai's smile. But not today. What do you mean? Chiu Yimeng's words? From Yang's smile, she could smell a hint of a conspiracy. But even with her intelligence, she didn't know what Kai Yang was planning to do. You do as you please, there's no need to worry about today's matters for the time being. Different situations call for different actions. Yang Kai said casually before leading Chu Gao-yi and Ing Jiao inside. Chiu Yimeng tried to catch up, but seeing Yang Kai stride forward without even looking back, she couldn't help feeling a little annoyed and angrily stomped her foot. She ground her teeth in anger. She was now even more certain that Yang Kai had some sort of hidden card up his sleeve, but he didn't give her a clear explanation, causing Chiu Yimeng to feel somewhat discouraged. Every time she faced Yang Kai, she was always led by the nose, unable to gain the upper hand. She couldn't grasp what this man was thinking or what he would do next. Slippery as a loach. Chiu Yimeng cursed in her heart. After standing in place for a while, Chiu Yimeng snorted and turned to arrange the Autumn Rain Hall's defenses. Although there weren't any masters in the Autumn Rain Hall, it was still possible to arrange some traps around the mansion. War City. Hong Yuan Restaurant. The restaurant was bustling with activity, with a constant stream of customers. The waiters were all busy. Before the Inheritance War began, a lot of people had gathered in War City. This was the Yang family's battlefield, so naturally, many people had been waiting here for the arrival of the Yang family young lords. At a table near the window, a slightly chubby young man in his late 20s was leisurely drinking wine and tasting delicious food. Next to him, to his left and right, sat two old men who seemed to be in a daze. These two old men were motionless, their eyes closed as if they were asleep, but their eyes were hidden under their eyelids, constantly observing the guests coming and going in the restaurant. Inside the restaurant, the guests who had just finished drinking were all talking about what had happened outside the South Gate today. Two old men and one young man, the three old men all listened to these words. After a long time, one of the old men said, "Young Lord, it seems that young Lord Kai's future is bleak." With only Hua Xing as his helper and unable to mobilize any of the Hua family's forces, Yang Kai was tantamount to having no support. Indeed, the other old man gently nodded. Shouldn't we go to his house to help now? I'd like to go. The chubby young man curled his lips disdainfully, but that little brat sent me a message 2 days ago, telling me not to intervene today and to just wait and see. Not intervene? The old man who spoke before was puzzled. But young Lord Kai doesn't have the strength to defend himself. How can he cope with the upcoming crisis? My Dong family has a marriage alliance with the fourth master, and young Lord Kai is young Lord Kai's cousin. Now that he is in trouble, we should help. This young man was the Dong family's Dong Qinghan, and the two old men were the Wind and Cloud dual guards who had always followed him. Dong Qinghan shook his head. Only the heavens know what that smelly brat is up to. I also heard that his two blood warriors were seriously injured and unable to display their full strength. Originally, I wanted to rush over to help, but since he said so, I can only wait. The Wind Guard gently nodded. The Yang family's blood warriors are all powerful masters. The two blood warriors beside young Lord Kai, these two old men have also dealt with them and are well aware of their strength. Dong Qinghan suddenly became interested and asked with a smile, if you had a life or death battle with them, what would the result be? The Wind and Cloud dual guards wore a solemn expression. Our cultivations are lower than theirs by a single minor realm. If they were at their peak, as long as one of them used his mad tyrant blood skill, they would be able to easily kill us. But now, the two of us are confident we can easily defeat them. Dong Qinghan sucked in a cold breath, his face filled with amazement as he nodded. The Yang family really has its own methods. This mad tyrant blood skill is so powerful, who would be able to resist it? The Wind Guard solemnly said, although the mad tyrant blood skill is powerful, it consumes a person's vitality and burns away their combat effectiveness, so the Yang family's blood warriors generally don't live long. This is also the tragedy of the Yang family's blood warrior hall masters. The Cloud Guard also nodded, a look of deep agreement. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. Since that little brat told me not to intervene, he must have some kind of arrangement. Let's just wait for a day, then tomorrow we'll go to his house and ask him. Dong Qinghan said casually, as if he wasn't worried about whether Yang Kai could survive the night. The Wind and Cloud dual guards couldn't help marveling in their hearts, wondering what young Lord Kai had said to their young master that actually made him so confident. In another restaurant on the 3rd floor. At the same time, there was also a young man around the age of 2 or 13 or 14 who was also quite handsome. At this moment, just like Dong Qinghan, this young man was sipping wine and eating food, but unlike Dong Qinghan's helpless expression, this young man's face was full of smiles, as if he was enjoying a joyous occasion. Young master, old master ordered us to deliver something to that Yang Kai in order to keep the peace. Now that he's arrived in War City, do you think we should pay him a visit now? One of the guards who had been following Yang Kai quietly suggested. The young man smiled and said, "Why should we pay him a visit? Didn't you hear the people in the restaurant say that Yang Kai is probably going to be eliminated tonight? Although the things I, Lu Song, brought this time are not priceless, they are also not ordinary. If we deliver them to him now, he won't even be able to warm them up. Wouldn't that be like throwing meat buns at a dog, having no effect at all?" Then young master's meaning is. Although the guard felt this was somewhat inappropriate, he could only ask. The young master in front of him was the next patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Liang's son. This time, under Lu Liang's orders, he had brought a lot of gifts to the central capital in order to settle the matter of Yang Kai being attacked after leaving the Lu family. Although that incident had nothing to do with the Lu family, and later there were rumors that many of the Yang family young lords had been assassinated on their way back, Lu Liang had no choice but to pinch his nose and admit defeat. Who told Yang Kai to stay in his Lu family for a few days? An unexpected calamity was an unexpected calamity. As a great family, which great family didn't have its share of problems? After Chiu Yimeng sent this news, Lu Liang ordered his son to set off overnight to the central capital to apologize. The young man, Lu Song, coldly snorted, "This Yang Kai has gone too far. Just because he passed by my Lu family and was attacked, he took the opportunity to blackmail us and conspire with my Lu family's wealth. Tell me, how could my Lu family's things benefit such a despicable person?" What young master says is true. The guard also followed up and angrily said, "This Yang family young lord really isn't honest. What's even more despicable is that he actually asked the Chiu family's first young lady to send a letter to my Lu family, making it clear that he wants to extort money from my Lu family. That's why I won't give these things to him. He's just a grasshopper after autumn, he won't be able to jump around for more than a few hours. Haha, let's just wait and see the good show tonight." Lu Song smiled smugly. "Once he loses, there's no need for me to apologize to him." The guard frowned and whispered, "But young master, before we left, the old master said that no matter how this young Lord Kai performs in the inheritance war, these gifts must be delivered to him." Lu Liang knew that his son was a bit short-sighted, so he had repeatedly ordered the masters accompanying him to be responsible for supervising. Hearing this, Lu Song also frowned, unable to understand no matter how he thought about it. He naturally didn't know that at the same time the news of Yang Kai's attack reached the Lu family's first young lord, Lu Si, had also returned from Hidden Cloud Peak. Chapter 418. A few months ago, Lu Si went to Hidden Cloud Peak and gave the letter and jade pendant Yang Kai had given him to Xiao Fusheng. Grandmaster Xiao immediately refined a mysterious grade pill for him. After taking this mysterious grade pill and refining its medicinal efficacies, Lu Si was completely rid of his past sufferings and truly became an above immortal ascension boundary master. After returning to the Lu family, Lu Si immediately called Lu Liang over and gave him some confidential instructions. No one knew what Elder Si told the patriarch, but the elders of the family could feel that after returning from Lu Si, Lu Liang's opinion of Yang Kai had somewhat changed. It was because of this that he had ordered Lu Song to bring a lot of good things to the central capital to apologize to Yang Kai. Lu Song wasn't clear about the twists and turns of the story, so he still didn't quite understand his father's words. If this Yang Kai is defeated in the inheritance war, why would I give him so many things? Lu Song said as he shook his head, unable to understand what was going on, muttering under his breath, "This isn't good, this isn't good." The master next to him heard this and said, "Young master, why don't we first see how this Yang Kai performs?" In any case, old master only said to deliver these things to him. He didn't say when they would be delivered. If he can't make it through tonight, then it's up to young master to decide what to do with these resources. If he performs well, then we'll have to listen to master's orders. Yes, that's right. Lu Song nodded. If he loses on the first day of the inheritance war, he will definitely have no status in the Yang family in the future. My Lu family doesn't need to make friends with such a person. What young master says is correct. The master also nodded. Northwest corner of War City. Yang Kai's house. Inside a small room, Yang Kai sat lazily as a maidservant served him tea. Yang Kai took a sip. Waving his hand, he dismissed her. Before the maidservant left, she glanced over at Chu Gao-yi and Ying Jiao in horror. The condition of the two blood warriors was getting worse and worse these days, especially after Yang Kai had sent them out to subdue the small forces in the North City district. Their bodies had become increasingly weak and their injuries hadn't improved in the slightest. Even after taking the Yang family's special healing pills, the effect was still minimal. His foundation had been damaged. Whether it was Yang Kai or himself, they were all very clear about this. If it wasn't for the fact that his foundation was damaged, with their strength and vitality, their injuries would more or less heal. At this moment, the two blood warriors' faces were pale and their bodies were sweating profusely. It was as if there was an intense pain assaulting their bodies. Their expressions were sometimes gentle and sometimes ferocious. Green veins protruded from their foreheads like earthworms. It was a terrifying sight. Ordinary people saw it. Naturally, they would be terrified. Even so, the two of them were like javelins, standing there straight and motionless. Yang Kai looked up at them. His eyes were filled with admiration. He himself was a person with extremely strong mental fortitude, and his temperament was also quite firm. But if he were to put himself in the shoes of these two blood warriors, he wouldn't be able to endure such treatment. Yang Kai was certain he wouldn't be able to do any better than them. At the very least, the young lord who followed them didn't seem to regard them as human beings, only wanting to squeeze the last bit of value out of them before their vitality ran out. This was something Yang Kai couldn't accept. However, the loyalty of the two blood warriors to the Yang family didn't allow them to complain. Not only did they not complain, they didn't even show any dissatisfaction. Instead, they were completely loyal to Yang Kai, doing whatever he told them to without uttering a single word of nonsense. Feeling Yang Kai's gaze, Chu Gao-yi and Ying Jiao's expressions became more and more meticulous. After a long time, Yang Kai chuckled and asked, "Which one of you is Chu Gao-yi?" To be honest, Yang Kai really didn't know who these two were because from the day he returned from the Blood Warrior Hall until now, they hadn't said a word to each other. When the two blood warriors heard this, their expressions didn't change in the slightest. The taller one who looked stronger quickly cupped his fists. "Subordinate is Chu Gao-yi. Then you're Ying Jiao?" Yang Kai looked at the other man. Ying Jiao nodded gently. Compared to the two blood warriors, Ying Jiao was the more special one because although he was a man, his appearance was quite delicate. His figure was tall and thin, and he had a small mustache at the corners of his mouth, giving him a particularly astute appearance. Relatively speaking, he was more taciturn. This person's personality should be similar to Yang Wei's, a lonely person. From the few words of Fourth Master Yang and Dong Suju, Yang Kai also learned that these two blood warriors were good at dominating territory. Chu Gao-yi's specialty was rapid eruption of power. He could release all of his yuan qi and spiritual energy in just a stick of incense worth of time. Once he launched an attack, it would be continuous, not giving his enemy the slightest chance to breathe. During this incense worth of time, he was basically invincible among cultivators in the same realm. This person was the one who dared to risk his life the most in the entire Blood Warrior Hall. Although he was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage cultivator, after so many years, he had defeated many peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Even in the entire Blood Warrior Hall, his strength was still relatively high. However, Ingjio was different. Ingjio's specialty was speed, coming and going without a trace. His concealment skills were also quite good, so when he attacked, his enemy wouldn't even have time to react. It was rumored that in the Yang family Blood Warrior Hall, the most difficult person to deal with wasn't Hall Master Feng Xing or Vice Hall Master Zhou Feng, but rather Ingjio, who was like a shadow. Those who were targeted by Ingjio, even if they fled to the ends of the world, couldn't escape his pursuit. When these two worked together, they complemented each other and were a pair of terrifying blood warriors. Last time, when these two escorted the Yang family's fourth young Lord Yang Xen Wu back to his family, they were besieged by many Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. The strength of that group of enemies was even stronger than the one Yang Kai had encountered. Chu Gao Yi and Ingjio desperately tried to defend themselves, but Yang Xen Wu's own strength wasn't enough, so they couldn't escape. When Yang Kai suddenly spoke to them, Chu Gao Yi and Ingjio were both confused, not knowing what instructions he had to give them, so they quickly turned to him. "Do you have any complaints about me?" To the two's surprise, Yang Kai actually asked such a question. As he spoke, Yang Kai's lips curled into a smile as he stared at them meaningfully. Chu Gao Yi quickly said, "Subordinate wouldn't dare." "Not even a little bit?" Yang Kai snorted, "I want to hear the truth." Chu Gao Yi's expression couldn't help becoming a little awkward, glancing at Ingjio, not knowing what to say. When they were in the Blood Warrior Hall, the two of them had heard Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian say how kind this little lord was and how good he was to the Blood Warriors. Later, when they had lost all hope, Yang Kai had taken them in as his retainers. With the words of Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian in addition to Yang Kai's righteous actions, Chu Gao Yi and Ingjio were naturally grateful and secretly decided to assist Yang Kai in making a name for himself, even if they had to lose their lives. But these days, he didn't even spare them a glance, his attitude was extremely cold, and he didn't even give them time to heal. Although they were blood warriors who were loyal to the Yang family, in the end, they were still people. As the saying went, a gentleman would die for his bosom friend. Yang Kai being so inconsiderate of his subordinates, they naturally felt uncomfortable in their hearts. "Speak." Yang Kai picked up his teacup and took a sip, looking at them solemnly. Chu Gao Yi pursed his dry lips and said, "Ingjio and I were already at the end of our rope, but little Lord helped us when we were in danger. Sending charcoal in snowy weather is something we two subordinates will never forget, so in any case, we would never dare to complain to little Lord, but we are a little disappointed." His words were sincere and his expression was solemn. Obviously he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Yang Kai's brow slowly rose. "Do you think I'm different from what Tu Feng and the others said?" Chu Gao Yi nodded gently, this time even Ingjio nodded. "Of course it's different because I never wanted to choose you." Yang Kai stood up. "I wanted Tu Feng and Yuxian, after all, everyone is already familiar with each other." The two blood warriors' expression darkened. "But the first time is unfamiliar, the second time is familiar, I think we're now familiar with one another." Yang Kai looked at the two of them with a smile. "At the very least, I know what you really think." Both Chu Gao Yi and Ingjio's eyes lit up as they stared at him silently. Yang Kai saying this was tantamount to telling them he wanted to communicate with them. This was something both of them had been looking forward to. "Your loyalty to the Yang family I don't doubt, nor do I doubt your gratitude to me." Yang Kai raised his brow and smiled. "But if one day I were to have a conflict with the Yang family, what choice would you make? Would you stand with me, or with the Yang family?" When the two heard this, their expressions changed greatly as they stared at Yang Kai in horror. "Little Lord is joking, right?" Chu Gao Yi frowned and asked. "I'm serious." Yang Kai stared at him without blinking. Chu Gao Yi took a deep breath. "Although I don't want such a thing to happen, if such a day comes, Ingjio and I will still follow little Lord." Ingjio finally spoke up, his expression cold. If it weren't for little Lord, the two of us would have already wasted our cultivations and retired into the mountains. So, our cultivation is little Lord's. If little Lord needs it, feel free to use it." Listening to the two of them say this, Yang Kai finally grinned. The reason why they said this was because Yang Kai was also a member of the Yang family, so they didn't think such a situation would really happen, and also because they knew that their days were numbered. Even if such a day did come, they wouldn't be able to wait. But in any case, Yang Kai finally got the answer he wanted. "I once told Yu Xian that those who know my secret will either become one of my people or become a dead man." Yang Kai's smile suddenly became strange. "Now you're qualified to know some of my secrets." Chu Gao-yi and Ing Jiu both looked at Yang Kai with some surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. "These 2 pills, one for each of you, take them and eat them." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and tossed out 2 pills. Chu Gao-yi and Ing Jiu reached out and caught them, both of them thanking Yang Kai verbally, but their hearts were filled with doubts. Chapter 419. Just like Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, as soon as the 2 blood warriors entered their hands, they discovered that the pills Yang Kai had taken out were only Earth-grade top rank. Although they were healing pills, their grade was too low. What use could they have? Although they had doubts in their hearts, they didn't show any of it on their faces. Time is of the essence. Quickly take these pills and refine them. Tonight there will be a big show for you to play. Yang Kai's eyes were deep as his mouth flashed a sharp sneer. "I'd like to see who won't be able to restrain themselves and will be the first to act against me." The 2 blood warriors nodded, both of them knowing that tonight would not be a peaceful night, so they didn't dare delay. Just as they were about to take the pills, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became cold as he turned his head and glanced outside, grinning meaningfully. "It's not even night yet. How come someone has come looking for trouble?" Chu Gao-yi and Ing Jiu both froze for a moment before quickly releasing their divine senses. Sure enough, they found that there were many people gathered outside the mansion, causing them to feel both annoyed and surprised. Because Yang Kai had detected them faster than they had. The location of the 3 blood warriors was located in a relatively deep room in the mansion, about 1,000 meters away from the main entrance, so even the wind blowing outside couldn't reach them. Chu Gao-yi and Ing Jiu didn't know how Yang Kai had detected them. There weren't many people here, and their strength wasn't too high, but there were at least a few immortal ascension boundary masters. "Subordinates will send them off first." Chu Gao-yi volunteered. "Don't worry." Yang Kai frowned. "Qiu Yimeng is here." Before he could finish speaking, the voice of the Qiu family's first young lady sounded from outside. "Yang Kai, someone is looking for you." Yang Kai and the 2 blood warriors glanced at each other. Both of them couldn't help feeling puzzled. Opening the door, the 2 blood warriors saw Qiu Yimeng standing outside with a smile on her face. Seeing this scene, the 2 blood warriors couldn't help secretly praising Yang Kai's luck with women. Despite being in such a disadvantageous position, he was still able to obtain the assistance of such a beauty. "Who is it?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. Qiu Yimeng slowly shook her head. "I don't know, a young man. I think he came here to seek refuge with you. But his attitude is a little strange. Do you want to go and take a look?" "You can't tell?" Yang Kai was slightly surprised. "If he doesn't say it himself, how can I tell?" Qiu Yimeng rolled her eyes. "Is he a fat man?" Yang Kai suddenly thought of Dong Qinghan. However, Yang Kai had clearly sent a letter to Dong Qinghan 2 days ago, telling him not to show up today. With his personality, he would never be so reckless. "He's not fat. You should go and take a look." Yang Kai nodded. Chu Gao-yi and Ing Jiu were about to follow but were stopped by Yang Kai. "Hurry up and heal your wounds. There's no need to follow me." "But..." Chu Gao-yi couldn't help but worry. "With the strength of those people, they can't do anything to me," Yang Kai said as he walked out. Behind him, both Chu Gao-yi and Ing Jiu's expression changed slightly. Kai Yang's words sounded ordinary, but if one thought about it carefully, there was some extraordinary information contained within them. This little lord seemed to know what kind of strength the people outside possessed. How did he know? He was only a Yuan Qi boundary 8th stage cultivator, not an immortal ascension boundary cultivator. He hadn't cultivated his divine sense. With his own perception, it was impossible for him to perceive anything too clearly. Moreover, even if he knew what kind of strength those people outside possessed, why did he say they couldn't do anything to him? This kind of inexplicable self-confidence was what surprised Chu Gao-yi and Ingjiu. One had to know that there were several immortal ascension boundary masters outside. Glancing at each other, Chu Gao-yi and Ingjiu both saw the shock in each other's eyes. Together with Qiu Yimeng, they walked out. The Qiu family's first young lady smiled as she glanced over at Yang Kai. It looks like you're not worried at all. What's there to worry about? Yang Kai turned to look at her. Don't play dumb with me. Qiu Yimeng grit her teeth as she grabbed Yang Kai's sleeve and stopped in her tracks, muttering angrily, now that things have progressed to this point, shouldn't you make things clear to me? What do you mean make things clear? I don't know what you're talking about. Yang Kai frowned. How many connections do you have, and how are you going to get through tonight's difficulties? Qiu Yimeng was helpless and bluntly asked, because she knew that if she didn't, Yang Kai would only pretend to be polite, so her tone softened. Now I'm also your ally. Although I don't represent the Qiu family, and although the help I bring to you isn't great, I've already done so much, so why are you still trying to deceive me? Am I not worthy of your sincere friendship? Sincere friendship? Yang Kai smiled strangely as he looked Qiu Yimeng up and down, a lustful light gradually appearing in his eyes. How do you want to be my sincere friendship? Seeing the aggressiveness in his eyes and hearing the meaning behind his words, Qiu Yimeng's face reddened, but she quickly calmed down. Isn't it good to be your confidant? If you have something troubling you, you can tell me and I'll be able to chat with you. No need, I only talk about love with women. Chatting is too superficial and not suitable for me. Yang Kai shook his head solemnly. You never speak seriously in front of me. Am I so annoying to you? Qiu Yimeng's chest heaved up and down as she curled her lips. Although you're very good, the most powerful young man I've ever seen, I don't want to compete with the likes of the beguiling demon queen. I know I'm not her opponent. It's not that you annoy me, it's just that you're too smart. When I'm with you, I have to be careful. Yang Kai glanced at her coldly. Qiu Yimeng was startled, her long eyelashes fluttering a few times before she suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. It turns out I can bring you pressure. I always thought I was the only one who felt pressure. You underestimate yourself too much. I don't know why, but my mood has suddenly improved a lot. Qiu Yimeng smiled sweetly, seemingly feeling that she could make Yang Kai be careful around her. I won't tell you anything else, but as for tonight, you just have to wait and see. Yang Kai grinned confidently. You really do have plans. Qiu Yimeng snorted. You made me worry about you. Knowing that she was just trying to gain his favor, Yang Kai didn't say anything and simply walked out. Hua Xingchen appeared out of nowhere like a ghost, waving a folding fan in his hand, pretending to be a playboy as he followed the two of them, smiling as he asked, Why did I hear some movement outside? Your ears are really sharp. Qiu Yimeng glared at him. Hua Xing grinned meaningfully. I like to watch the fun, especially when it comes to my enemies. Tell me, did someone come looking for trouble with Yang Kai? It doesn't seem like they're looking for trouble. Speaking of business, Qiu Yimeng's expression became serious. That person's attitude is very strange, as if they're here to seek refuge, but not at the same time. There are a few people accompanying them and they're also carrying a lot of big boxes. Hua Xing cursed, his eyes widening as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. With your appearance, someone actually wants to seek refuge with you? Are they blind or do they have nothing left to live for? Shut up. Qiu Yimeng scolded him. Hua Xing seemed to be a little afraid of the Qiu family's first young lady and quickly waved his folding fan, shutting his mouth. You need to be careful, don't fall for other people's tricks. Qiu Yimeng exhorted Yang Kai. I don't want you to really be destroyed. She was equivalent to leaving the Qiu family to ally with Yang Kai. If Yang Kai was really destroyed by this little trick, it would prove that she had no vision at all. Outside the door, A young man wearing a black robe stood there with his hands crossed behind his back. Behind him, there were at least 20 cultivators, 4 of whom were immortal ascension boundary masters, but the strongest was only an immortal ascension boundary 4th stage cultivator. An immortal ascension boundary 4th stage cultivator from a first-class family, although not too bad, was still somewhat poor. What was more interesting was the large red boxes this group of people had brought with them. It was impossible to tell what was inside these boxes. Some were very light, some were very heavy, and there was even a faint medicinal fragrance in the air. There were a total of 4 such crimson chests. They were also arranged in a row and placed to the side. The young man's eyes were firm and his expression was calm. More than 20 people stood there motionless, all of them silent, staring indifferently towards Yang Kai's mansion. After a short while, Yang Kai, Huixing, and Qiu Yimeng came out together. The young man's eyes narrowed as he glanced between Huixing and Yang Kai, his expression slightly puzzled. He couldn't tell which one was Yang Kai. Yang Kai was also puzzled. He had thought it was Dong Qinghan who had come, but now it seemed it wasn't him, and this person? He didn't know him at all. Someone he didn't know coming to seek refuge with him was a bit inexplicable. In this inheritance war, as long as one had a discerning eye, they could see that his chances of winning were almost zero, and today was the first time he would face such a crisis. At this juncture, the purpose of this group of people was somewhat thought-provoking. But even if they weren't here to seek refuge, the fact that they had brought so many red boxes clearly indicated they were filled with supplies. Shaking his head secretly, Yang Kai didn't quite understand. Qiu Yimeng had told him to be careful, so how could Yang Kai be careless? Before he had time to ask though, Huixing opened his folding fan and waved it gently, asking with a smile, "Which family's disciples are you?" As soon as he opened his mouth to speak, the young man immediately turned his eyes and saw Huixing acting like a playboy, his brow furrowed, a cold light flashing across his face as he asked, "You're the youngest young Lord Yang Kai?" Huixing's appearance had greatly disappointed this young man, so his tone was naturally not too polite. Hearing this question, Huixing grinned wickedly, "Looking at your stupid face, I know you're not very well informed. Do you want this young lord to give you a few pointers?" Saying so, without waiting for the young man to answer, Huixing continued, "After tonight, this place will change owners. You stupid bird, go back to where you came from. Even if you want to seek refuge, you need to keep your eyes open. Of the Yang family's 8 young lords, you could have chosen anyone, but you chose this place. You really are hopeless. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.